Call the meeting to order. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Nevada Irrigation Board of Directors, March 23rd, 2022. If you'll all stand with me to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Division 1.
Here.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 3.
Here.
Division 4.
Here.
Division 5.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, this morning we'd like to welcome the public back into our meeting. It's great to have you here this morning.
How about that, huh?
It is so great.
I know, except our space is a little small, so anyway, welcome this morning. At this time, let's see, we'll talk about the agenda first. We're going to pull items number 9 and 10 from the agenda for future days.
What are they?
9 and 10.
General orders?
All right. That's
In general order 9 and 10.
It was a request from the union,
From what?
from the union. They'd like to meet and confer.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
Also, if you're, well, that'll shorten the meeting. I was gonna say, we're scheduled to have, it appears though we'll have a long meeting today. For those that are watching, are interested in later agenda items, it might be a while before we get to them. But we'll get to them. Okay, at this time, we'll take public comment for any items not on today's agenda. If you'd like to comment on any subject pertinent to NID, start on your phone or raise your hand, and we'll let you speak this morning. Anybody like to speak to this morning on any item not on the agenda? I'm not seeing any. Do you see any, Chris?
No.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve this.
I'd like to pull some of the items.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. So,
Okay.
you go first, Lori. You spoke up first. I'd like to pull, let's see, numbers 3, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. And Ricky would like to pull item 4, the Rio Bravo,
Okay.
for discussion.
So I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, and 5.
Second.
Any public comments on items 1, 2, and 5 of the consent agenda? Starting on your phone. All right, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes, Division 4.
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, Laura, go ahead, number 3.
Okay, number 3, I believe Steve Hubbard is on the line. This is for the Hemphill movie, and I'm 100% in favor of this, approving this item. But I just wanted to clarify that it's Gold Country Images that's proposing it, not Friends of Auburn Ravine.
That's a good clarification, Director Peters, yes. That was an error in the staff report. It is Gold Country Images that requested this and not Friends of the Auburn Ravine, so please let the minutes reflect that.
I want that on record. That we're paying for, we're getting a product. It's not a contribution, it's an item. It's
Correct. We will
pay
be,
for a product.
yeah, we'll be signing a license agreement, which will allow us rights to be able to utilize it in the movie in any way we deem fit.
Thank you very much. Great. I move to pass that item.
Second.
Any public comment on item number 3, Hemphill movie? Start on your phone. All right, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes, Division 4.
Yes, and big kudos out to Gold Country Imaging to put that together. Yes.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay.
I'm
Item
pulling
number 4, go ahead.
Item 4, find my comments here, one moment. Bear with me. Here we go. So, on item 4, I would like to just briefly discuss and maybe have our general manager talk to this.
it's helpful for me to know why we're contracting before we have a chipping and hauling service secured and knowing the cost of that. So that's the discussion, and I'd like to have a better understanding of that. It just seems cart before the horse sort of thing.
I can take that, if you don't mind, Jennifer. So this contract is with Rio Bravo Incorporated down in the Lincoln area, Roseville area. They are a biomass facility that has been around since the 80s. NID has had a contract with Rio Bravo in the past for biomass. Through this state mandated process with the California Public Utilities Commission, they are mandated to remove slash and forest waste from the forest, mostly within the Sierra Nevada. So they are particularly defining a price per bone dry ton. As a matter of fact, in the conversations that staff had with Rio Bravo, we were able to bring them up in price. There was a much lower price that they were offering. The biomass industry, if you had recalled it for the last 15, 20 years, the problem has been with the price that you get per biomass, per ton, bone dry ton, to the cost that it takes to remove that material from the forest and haul it all the way to the site. There's been a lot of talk over the years about trying to put biomass facilities in the forest themselves. That helps with the hauling costs. So this is not a contract where we are required to take material to the site. We will take material to the site when the district determines that we will either make money or break even, or have some payment that we will expend. I don't think staff really, this is not a moneymaker. Taking product from the forest and driving it to Lincoln to transfer into energy is not a moneymaker for the district. Yet it is a goal, and I think it is a value to our community and to the district on the properties that we own, that we get this forested product out of the forest and get that material to another location. So I think the question being that the cart before the horse, we don't have an opportunity to really affect the price that we're going to get at Rio Bravo. We did negotiate a little bit, and we were able to bring that price a little higher because of the remoteness of our area and the quality of wood that we have to bring to the facility. But this isn't a sellers-driven market. This is only what we have. Now, what we noted in the staff report is that upon the contract delivery, once we execute it, again, we are not beholden in this contract to deliver 7,500 tons of bone dry material. We will be bidding to local contractors to figure out exactly what the price is to the district to deliver. And then we will make the determination as to what is the benefit and cost to the district to get it out of the forest and take it down there and get rid of it versus any other method that we would use to try to reduce those fuels within the forest that we manage, whether we do pile burns, whether we do prescribed burns, whether we chip and scatter, or whether we take the logs, and what we have been doing is just taking them to the landfill. We're paying for that anyway. We're paying for all of those events anyway. This is one way that we just pay a little bit less. We get something for that material. Does that help answer your question?
It helps a lot. Thank you very much.
And it's an environmentally responsible way to deal with.
Well, it's a twofer, right? It helps with the community. It helps reduce the biomass fuel that's in our forests that we know needs to get out. We don't want to leave it here. It also helps with the CPUC's goals of renewable energy. And it helps kind of facilitate that biomass expansion, and hopefully someday that we can have a biomass facility here in our town or somewhere else close by, because that is really kind of the long game, because we have a lot of wood to get rid of, not just on NID.
I think. So there's another discussion around it.
That's a completely different topic.
But, yes, thank you for that, and I'm happy with that and would move that for approval and for discussion. Sure, sorry.
Before you go, I just want to clarify with Dustin about getting into a robust discussion about this issue that sounds like it needs to go become an agendized or workshop item for the whole biomass direction, because I got all excited about this, looking at all this tons of stuff, and I go, where are they taking this stuff? Anyway, am I correct?
Yes, I mean, if you wanna
Because I got
have a broader
trouble the last
discussion about location of biomass facility or,
Right.
Oh, our own biomass facility?
yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to bring that up as a
Okay.
separate item.
Because that's where I want to
An idea to
Yeah, me too.
develop and get in the biomass industry? Is
I,
that what you're proposing?
No.
No,
That's a,
To talk about it. And
That's
I
a
don't know
different-
anything about it.
that's a different conversation, yes.
It's a great chance.
Thank you.
Sounds like.
Another, I think, great example of being great stewards of the watershed. And with the biomass industry, it's been very difficult to find space to be able to deliver this biomass to any,
Yeah.
you know, the guys down who are taking out orchards have nowhere to go with it sometimes. So good job of reserving that space for us.
Yeah, I mean, kudos really goes to Kian and NASA here at the district that really sort of spearheaded this one. So, but it is great for us to be able to get back into the Rio Bravo biomass plant, have an agreement set. We can take it down there if it makes financial sense to us. We don't have to. We have other options. And we're gonna understand more of what the cost price to ship as well is. And so this is a good opportunity to,
And the county is actually trying to reinitiate biomass conversations.
there's a lot of, there's work groups and there's different organizations that are moving that forward. And yeah, it's been a discussion for decades.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Director Peters?
That reminded me, so I noticed that it's a one-year contract, or it ends at the end of this, not even a one-year contract, isn't it?
Mhm.
Why is it a year to year? What, is it the price has changed that often, or?
It's possible.
I would assume so.
It's possible. I think they're just, you know, this is their agreement with us. I don't have an understanding of why they limit it to a year. But I think we're beneficial for the year given to us right now, and we've got a lot of fuel that we can take down there. We will find out the price, and we will be doing a bid, and we will be understanding what it's gonna cost. So I think it's beneficial for a year. I think they're very open. If we can bring quality wood product to them and we work collectively with the facility, then I don't see any reason why we couldn't be renewing this on an annual basis anyway.
And that reminds me of, so this bone dry, yesterday we spoke about this bone dry, and I didn't understand this as well, and yesterday I spoke to Greg about it. The material, I said, well, how do we know if we're gonna be delivering bone dry material? And apparently we have lots of logs already stacked, ready to go. And so if this summer, hopefully, we're gonna try and get a contract or look into a contract to move that, is that correct?
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned. We'll be doing bids, very soon in order to move those logs, and slash. I found out a little bit more about that, and the way, from what I understand, the Rio Bravo plant does is they take a sampling per truck of the material, of the chip material that's there. It's already chipped. We have chipped it and taken it to the facility. So it's in a truck, it's chipped. They take a sample, they take it over to an incinerator, and then they run calculations on how much water content is within that truckload itself. And so it's by truckload is how much bone dry, is the bone dry ton determinant. That's how we do
So we'll have to chip all those logs we got.
Yes, ma'am. We chip it here, we drive it there, same day.
And so they don't wanna pay for water that they can't burn.
That's exactly right.
That's part of it.
Okay.
And they reduce the price, that's what you said,
Mhm.
it's $30 at a certain
Yes.
dryness.
Oh, if it's
Correct.
Oh, perfect, okay.
Thanks
Any
for
more
clarifying
discussion?
that.
You made a motion,
I made a motion of approval for item 4.
Second.
second by Director Peters first. Any member of the public like to comment at this time on this item? Rio Bravo purchase and sale agreement, start on your phone. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 4,
Aye.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, number 6, Laura.
Okay, number 6, the standing committees. Last meeting, we spoke about eliminating the standing committees. This discussion, it is to remove, two policies, policy 5300, standing committee, and policy 5065, minutes of standing committee. But I noticed when we when we discussed this a year ago, there's 7 additional policies that reflect standing committees. And so it seems like we would bring this back comprehensively and address all of the policies that impact standing committees in one comprehensive assessment, rather than onesie twosies. And it keeps our policies current, where we eliminate standing committees, 7 other policies refer to them. And so I think that we should hold off on approving this until we can bring it to, as a comprehensive item addressing all issues in our policies with standing committees. And that's my motion. I motion that we table this until it comes back to where we can address it comprehensively and remove all references to standing committees instead of only from 2 out of 9 policies that they're referencing.
We could do that, however, the other policies that reference the standing committees are also under review for a larger global modification. For example, I believe it's referenced in the district-funded Waterline and in the TSL policy. And so all of that would just be delayed. I don't feel from a policy perspective that it's required to do, because once the actual policy for standing committees goes away, that language kind of becomes defunct, but I'm happy to take direction from the board.
And in last year when that change was made, we did make amendments to the policy manual, throughout the policy manual, on those standing committees, changing them to boards. So those items were being brought to, we changed from whatever that standing committee was at that time, we brought to the board. So a lot of those policies you might be referencing have been updated.
No, I did a word search on committee throughout the policy, the entire policy, and it came up in the adoption amendment of policies and contributions, in informational mailings, and procurement, and claims against the district, in board meeting agendas, and in rules of order for board and committee.
Does it still go to those?
Ad hoc, yeah, they said it goes to
Directed them?
the WHO committee, or it goes to the
Okay, before any further discussion.
APT committee, or.
Before any further discussion, I have a motion to table this item. We can discuss it all we want, the motion to table first, if somebody would second that motion or not. It's time. Follow the procedure how this works. We're discussing, she made a motion to table this item.
Until.
And if it doesn't get a second, then it dies, okay? If it gets a second, we can discuss the table. Anybody want a second? Okay, the motion dies for lack of second.
All right.
What?
Okay.
I'm like, whoa. No, I get it, what you're saying. I just didn't know the process here. So,
A motion to table precedes a motion to do something else.
okay, so I'm hearing 2 different things. One is perhaps we updated the policy in the areas that Jennifer identified, but then we have other policies that are linked to this. I mean, I'd just like to know, what would be the impact then? I know you have policies that you're hoping to get updated, independent of standing committees. But it sounds like the ones Chris referenced aren't ones that are on the agenda for updating. Is that right?
A couple of them are. I believe it's just a difference. Some entities, which we can do, but it takes a very long time, and you will not see this item back for well over a year. You essentially update the whole policy manual at once. So we go through every single item. In this particular situation, there are, as Director Peters referenced, there are some references to a standing committee in another policy.
Okay.
But because that standing committee no longer exists per policy, I don't feel that it provides for any actual policy conflict. Now, is it very clear? That could be argued that it's probably not. But I think it's probably better to come back and do a full-scale policy cleanup later, rather than try to, we're dealing with some more complicated issues right now. And I think we tackle those policies individually, and then at some point, we need to go through the entire policy manual.
Yeah.
Or the board could also just provide direction right now to modify the action to delete standing committee anywhere through the policy book and add board. That's fine too.
Oh, that's an interesting perspective.
Yeah. Makes it easy.
Well, I'm going to just continue to muddy this up even further.
Oh, please do.
That, I absolutely agreed. We all agreed we want to get rid of the standing committees. And then have the ability, and there was somewhere in here it was referencing, ad hoc committees. And I've had some feedback, and which I think is important feedback with regard to the ad hoc committees. And when I spoke with Jennifer about this, excuse me, she said that, the ad hoc committees are covered in the Brown Act, which are true, which is obviously true. However, it seems to me that if we're going to get rid of standing committees, it would be nice to, at least whatever it is that we are under in the Brown Act, have that as a policy, so people go, well, so they're going to do ad hoc. Well, what are the rules around ad hoc? Oh, I have to go look in the Brown Act. Why? I mean, it would just seem to be nicer and more cleaner if we had a policy that essentially replicated the rules of the Brown Act. Yes, and with regard to ad hoc, so that it was really clear, because people are like, well, does the public get to come? Do they not get to come? Who gets to decide that? What is, there's a lot of confusion about it. And so rather than say, well, go look at the Brown Act, it would just be nice, I thought, to have an accompanying policy that just dealt with ad hoc committees.
So just to clarify here, the Brown Act says that an ad hoc committee is not subject to the Brown Act.
Right.
What
I know.
we do as a matter of practice is our,
Confusing, that's why it's so confusing.
our water rates committee, for example, is, just as a matter of practice, open to the public.
Right.
But if you were to reference the Brown Act, again, it would say ad hoc committees are not subject to the open meeting requirements.
So that,
Standing meetings are,
so,
standing committees, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I jumped into that one,
That's all right.
about the water rates committee, right? Then we go, okay, well, we had public here, what kind of committee was that?
Yeah.
Where does that fit in? Can we designate them, that one specifically for that? But as a standing committee, or as a?
I would recommend anytime the board forms one, they identify the parameters under which they want it formed, whether they'd like it public, whether they would like minutes. The use of of ad hoc committees varies based off of the topic at hand and the reason for it, and there really is no one-size-fits-all. So my recommendation would be that when one is formed, you then provide your direction for the formation and how that committee runs at that time.
So we can invite the public to an ad hoc committee?
Depending, so some ad hoc committees, for example,
Like the labor committee would not have been one.
no, the labor committee would not be one. The
Right.
South Sutter Water District, legal settlement talks would not be one.
Right.
Water rate committees would be open to the public.
Sure.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is, it would be nice to have a policy that said ad hoc committees, and then, at the discretion of the board, the public may be invited, there may be minutes, and this is kind of, may. And these are kind of the ground rules for the ad hoc stuff.
So we're talking about new policy.
Yeah, I'm talking about a new policy, just
could
so
do
that
that.
it's clear for folks, like, just what you said, it is the discretion of the board. We can invite the public when it's appropriate. And as opposed to just saying, well, look at the Brown Act says we don't have to, therefore we're not going to. I just.
Let's keep the flexibility.
Yeah, it just shows that we have the flexibility as opposed to shutting out the public anytime we want to do it.
And the transparency.
Okay.
Yeah, and for transparency,
Then my recommendation would be that the board take consideration of the current action in front of them with the modification to authorize staff to change any other reference to standing committees in the policy. So addresses Director Peters' issue, and then to direct us to come back with a new policy for ad hoc committees. Yeah.
That would require a second then.
We'll-
Not a table.
No,
That's not tabling though.
no, this is not table, so what you
Not
did-
tabling.
You made a motion to table. You can make a motion now, what she just said,
We do have public comment.
and we do have that.
Yes.
We can have.
Oh, we have the motion and then the public
We should have a
comment?
motion a second before we have comment and
Okay.
discussion.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion?
So I will motion that we amend item 7, updating policy minutes, or standing committees, item 6, standing committees,
36, yes.
and remove references to it and all of the other policies, as well as adding an ad hoc policy to define how we're going to be establishing ad hoc committees.
Item 6.
Item 6, standing committees.
Yes. Perfect.
So just for clarification, we will be bringing back a new ad hoc policy.
Correct.
Oh,
Okay, now do I have a second to that motion?
And
Second.
we'll be removing all references to the
Yes.
committee.
Yes. You got that, right? Okay.
Second.
And there's a second from Director Johansson. Any further discussion from the board? Any member of the public like to comment on this item at this time? Rescinding standing committee related policies?
Michael Hill will.
Why am I not seeing that?
Sure.
I'm always on the wrong screen. That's my life.
No.
Did I allow him to talk?
Now you made it worse. Okay. He is there or not?
He's there.
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Good morning. I appreciate the deliberation that you're having this morning, because it felt as though the agenda item was in the process of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. By approving that item, you would have deleted all reference to, that I could find, to ad hoc committees in the district policies. And it sounds like the way you're going to move forward, there will be no policies relating to ad hoc committees until the item comes back to you. That's a question. Will there be a void? The other thing is, the Brown Act provides the minimum requirements for public notice and for transparency. It's not the maximum. So I would urge you to include in your new policy concerning ad hoc committees that the ad hoc committees act in conformance with the Brown Act, even though the Brown Act excludes them, particularly in making very clear to the public that an ad hoc committee has been created, who the members of that committee will be, when the meeting times and places are, even though the public may or may not be allowed to attend, and for the posting of the agenda and minutes. So I would urge you to move in that direction, and I appreciate your discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else like to comment this morning? Start on your phone. Raise your hand. Okay.
I concur with Michael.
Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please? Item number 6.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay. Item number 7.
Okay, item 7, and this is along the same lines as item 6, is that, we're updating the policy on the minutes of the board meeting and going to summary minutes, and it notes that we're gonna be removing the video from the, official record, this 5060.1.2. It was struck that video recordings will be kept as the official record of the district. However, policy 1060, records retention, still says that the video is an official record, is the official record of the meeting. And so, just like that, if we're gonna make a change in one policy, it should be made comprehensively throughout the policy manual, is my opinion. And action minutes are noted in policy 4050, members of the board of directors. And also, a couple of other things on that, so aside from just that my same thought from my item 6 is to update it holistically. But 10 years of video is not, storage is cheap. And right now, if we do 10 years of video, the Centennial project is almost 8 years old now. And so it's gonna be 2 more years at least before we're going back to the Centennial. And in the middle of all of that Centennial discussion, we went to video and we don't have written record of the discussion. And so I really believe that 10 years, I don't see why it's arbitrarily cut off at 10 years. I think people should have, since there's been such a gap that there's been video, I think we should have it longer.
And so, I agree, Laura, I agree.
Just as a point of clarification, the video was the official record, so that would be kept forever.
those
On the
official
site, on the
records, they will
website?
be kept forever.
I don't know necessarily on the website, but they would be available, yeah.
Okay,
So
wait.
once the record switches over to the summary minutes being the permanent record, then the 10-year rule would come into play. So it wouldn't apply to the time period. But if the board would like, we can easily double the time period to 20 years. It's, you know, the question of storage isn't necessarily the concern and why most agencies limit the time on keeping records. The issues surrounding legal costs is typically the concern. And so when people do Public Record Act requests, if we have the information, we do have to provide all of it. And so there is, from a legal risk perspective, some folks do limit their record retention. But just as also another point of clarification, we are going to be bringing back the entire retention policy, and I believe it's 2 meetings. And so we will clean that up when we bring that forward. But if the board desires to keep the video longer, that's works, as long as the board agrees.
I think we should, because these summary minutes really tell nothing about the discussion. It's just a vote and what the public has said. And so I'm firmly in favor of as long as possible, because at this point, the video is the only way the public can see what the discussions were. There's no other way.
Right. Well, you know, I did some digging around and, found in my, you'll be so proud of me, everybody, in my Brown Act compliance. It says, that their recommendation, CSDA, California Special Districts Association, suggests that, for digital files, agencies maintain copies of meeting records on their website either permanently or for an extended period of time to ensure continued public access and as an aid for reminding officials and staff precisely what transpired in such meetings. And, you know, I remember we kind of bantered this around a little bit before, and I'm really in favor of keeping it permanently, you know, in perpetuity until, you know, something else happens. So, you know, I would not be in favor of limiting it to 10 years.
I am not, I vote for permanent.
Director Johansson?
Do we have an estimate of how much the Freedom of Information Act costs us?
It's quite expensive. It depends on the number of requests that come in, and then if it is involved in some type of legal action against the district, we then have our legal counsel review every responsive document and video, and it can be extremely costly and extremely timely. You know, it's something that most agencies struggle to find balance with.
Yeah.
Find the balance, I like that.
Find the balance.
Director Paul?
You know, I've worked at a large institution where responding to public records requests was a huge organizational cost. So it's not so much the retention, it's, as Jennifer said, it's the legal cost of having to go back through. Can you imagine if you have to go back through a video collection for, 25 years? It's, you know, and so I get the point of public transparency, and I think that's important. I also just think there's a balance with practicality and the impact to the district and the way we're using district resources for a purpose. And how often is that likely to occur?
That's really the question, right? Is how often I know we get PRA requests all the time, but how often are they, you know, in depth to go back 10, 15, 20 years into our video recordings? And
Well, we don't have that, right? We don't have the recording.
It's when it's illegal. When there's a
Right.
lawsuit, it's very costly. You know, we could easily pay $15,000 to review one PRA.
Right.
Let me provide an example that just happened a few minutes ago. Director Peters mentioned Centennial.
Mhm.
That's not an agendized item, but it's now in the video archive. So if we get a PRA 2 years from now, 10 years, whenever it is, staff doesn't have any document key that they could search. They've now got to go through, and they just have to happen to have reviewed this meeting, say, okay, Centennial was mentioned, this is now responsive. And if the way the PRA is designed, its purpose from the legislature is to make it very plaintiff-friendly. So if even an innocent mistake, like, we didn't look at the minutes from that March meeting back in 2022, or the video from that March meeting, and they somehow kind of discovered that Centennial was discussed, they're automatically entitled to attorney's fees. It's a violation of the PRA, Public Records Act. So there's no maliciousness necessary in order for the district to be exposed.
So, could I ask could we get, I think the issue is important. I just would want to know, could we see what other water agencies are doing in this regard? I appreciate what the, Special Districts Association is recommending. I'd like to see kind of boots on the ground or.
Oh, on retention policies?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are gonna be bringing back the retention policy, when is it, Chris, in 2 meetings?
Yeah,
So in 2 meetings, so I think what we could do is strike the reference to the years of the video being kept and reference the retention policy
There you
and
go.
then address it
That is
in the
great.
retention
That
policy.
makes
Yeah.
more sense.
Yeah.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, can I add on to that?
Go ahead.
So this goes back to, if you look back in the day, but before, I think, 2014, 2015, the minutes, you could glean what was said in the meeting in the minutes. I read many of those minutes. But now we don't do that anymore. So maybe to address this issue of, Public Records Act, we would go back to having more real minutes. I mean, actual, not summary minutes, but minutes, like they used to have
Back in the day.
and then make that the official record in the video. Then we could just keep the video for 10 years, and then you would have it written. But then there's even another nuance to that, is that, in October 14th, 2017, California passed an ADA law. They signed into law AB 434, which created Government Code Section 11546.7, and it says that the state entities must post on their website certifications that it complies with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And that means that any video on a public website needs to have transcription with it, for people that can't hear. And it was supposed to be in effect by 2020, and we don't have that either. So if we had the transcription, then it would be easy to do the public
You could
records
do
act
search.
at any
You
time.
could do a
That
search.
would be searchable.
Yeah, I was wondering about indexing.
And that's actually required by law for public agencies. When I was at the Department of Water Resources, we spent a huge amount of time making our website ADA compliant.
Richard Johansson.
Yes, I know. You just gave a good reason to keep Zooming, because my wife does a lot of Zooming and she gets transcripts from Zoom.
Mhm.
It's automatic, just prints right out, there it is.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what we should be having. I mean,
well, and it's done for us.
yeah.
I believe our YouTube and our Zoom videos, correct, Chris, are,
Just push the CC.
Correct.
Closed captions.
yes. So we do abide by the ADA accessibility as a.
It's only in that meeting while it's happening. It's not kept as a record. It goes away, is my understanding.
No,
When I go back and look at videos, I don't see any closed captioning.
we're not talking about closed captioning, we're talking about transcripts.
Transcripts, that's exactly right.
So we have 2 different topics going on. One is website ADA compliance, which I think we should table for now so that staff can actually research the issue. The second item is we had brought the summary meeting minutes to the board 3 times now. We had received direction to come back with a policy regarding summary minutes.
Right.
I recommend that we move forward with consideration of the topic before you with the modification I proposed. Striking video recordings will be posted to the district's website, but striking pursuant to the district's
Retention policy.
retention policy.
Jennifer, do you want to add in that striking the word action from policy 4050?
Yes, and we also striking the word action minutes from anywhere in the policy. And it really should just say minutes.
So I'm gonna attempt to make a motion.
Attempt to make a motion, okay? Go ahead, make it a
So I'm gonna move that we adopt resolution number 2022-17, updating administrative policies pertaining to minutes of board meetings, as amended, striking action, and also referencing or referring, to retention policy that we'll be looking at in a couple of meetings. Okay?
Perfect.
I have a second.
Second.
Any further board discussion? Any member of the public like to comment at this time on this item? Updating district policy 5060, minutes of board meetings. Star 9 your phone at this time. Raise your hand. Okay, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, Director Peters, number 8.
Okay, warrants. I don't know if any of you noticed, the warrants are greatly changed from before. They're now a check register. And, as the general manager said, this is normal, this is the way it should be. But we are used to seeing where the only way where the funds were. The previous warrants, you could see what projects the expenditures were charged against. And this check register doesn't show any of that. So I'd like to have the general manager walk us through this new format. I think it's helpful to see how these check registers work and what the information is and how, because when you look on the, there's no correlation anymore to the project and, facilities, because this particular register only goes through March 4th, and so it's just hard to see. It's harder to see what the projects are spending money on, and maybe that's none of our business, but.
Now, I think maybe it's a misreading of the report, so the account number is still on there, so the only thing that has changed is the description's not on there anymore. So if you start on the left-hand side, there is a cash account number that's just simply telling you it's cash being issued. Then there's the check number, which is always on there, the issue date, and then you have the vendor information, which includes the vendor number, which is part of our financial system, and the vendor name, and then the budget that was included in the original budget. And then the account number is that project facility number. We just don't have it written out anymore, and I'll explain why in a second. And then the uniform, the description, same descriptions. And then we also have to track sales and use tax separately when we are required to have paid it, as well as then the amount of the warrant that is issued. So the only difference from what you were seeing before is there was just a description added to the account number. The reason why we are modifying the reporting is because we were doing a lot of off-book reporting, and it's actually not tied out to anything in the general ledger, which means it's not an accurate picture of our financials. And in addition, all of the off-book reporting is creating a backlog of work, which is really keeping our staff from doing the accounting that they need to be doing. So in the meanwhile, we are going through the system upgrade. We're trying to fix some of those issues. So once we go through the system upgrade, I do anticipate that we'll be able to do some better tweaks to the reports we get out of the system so that we can provide more and more information. We're just not quite to that point right now, and it really is beneficial and in the best interest of the district to focus on accounting and real financials. One of my concerns with the information being received before is a lot of it is what we would refer to as off-book information, as in it's not being generated out of the financial system, and it was being manipulated in one way or another for a variety of reasons. It is much better for fiscal oversight for a governing board to receive information out of the system, because that's actually what is going on. And it also reduces the risk for error and accuracies. And so I can always provide you with a cheat sheet that shows the account names, if you find that helpful. And then once we get into the new system, we can talk about how their reports look out of the system. So for example, if you go to the project and facility tracking report, in reality, the only portions of the project and facility tracking report that really make sense are when there's a capital improvement project. The rest of the data has no context, in that it's being kept off book and it's not hitting the general ledger of each fund. So it really is pretty meaningless. And so to try to follow or provide oversight or take trends from that data, it's just not a very good way. It's frankly not very accurate. So this is part of that big overall effort to overhaul the financials so that they are clear, concise, accurate, and completed timely. You know, right, wrong, or otherwise, the district was very committed to tracking things around here as opposed to doing accounting, and that has caused a lot of the mess that we're in right now.
Well, so Jennifer, to follow up on that, because I had asked this question of Jennifer before, so specific on the project and facility balance report, and I think this is page 3 of 8. And again, I'm going to say the word Centennial Water Supply Expenses, get to that. You know, it's got, you know, 20,000 and some change in January and 24,000 in February. And it is an account 7013. So in past, I would go to 7013 and look in, you know, essentially the check register and determine what those expenses were. And so could you walk me through that? So could we look at 7013 in this check register and tell us where that is?
You can't, because it was actually, the date of the check register was March 7th. So it's just a timing difference. If you look up at the top, so I did go back and pull the general ledger for those two particular project codes, which is Centennial Water Supply Expenditures, as well as Centennial Water Supply Revenues. And it was all expended on items that the board is aware of. And we have also been providing an update in the general manager's report regarding any of those expenditures. So the expenditures are related to property management for the properties that we own, payment of a variety of small fees associated with those properties, legal assistance related to the water rights application that's on file with the state board, and then also the payment of fees to keep the application going. So those were all also included in the budget. But some of this is a timing difference. You're looking at project and facility report for the period of January 1 through March 4th, and a much smaller time frame for the warrants. So the warrants are only reported on the period since the last report was provided. The warrants don't cover the same time period. It's a much smaller time period.
Oh, the warrants don't.
Correct.
March 4th.
Yeah.
So it doesn't show me.
It's just not showing it because the expenditures were incurred before or after the report.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
But you see my point, though, so
It's very much.
yeah, it would.
It's always gonna be like that. So the
always gonna be.
yeah, because the project and facility report is a quarterly report, and the warrants are provided at every meeting, so it's always not gonna match. It's never matched, since you've ever seen it. And once in a while, it will line up when it just happens to be that the expenditures on the warrant show up during the time period in which you see the report, but that's not always the case.
Before we get off, I'm not done with this other topic on the accounts, but on the Centennial on page 3 of 8 on the project.
Yeah, there's a total issue, by the way. There's a
It says January we spent 20,000, February we spent 25,000, and then the total year-to-date was only 9,000.
Yep, that speaks to why I'm a firm believer in not doing off-book reports, because these are the types of things that happen when you're working in off-book Excel spreadsheets, and that's what this is. Well, it can balance. There's a formula bust in it is the problem.
But it's a total of the expenditures minus the revenues.
It's not even that. It's just a formula bust. So you would just add January and February together, so you're at $45,000.
So why would that be, I mean, I didn't go through that all the way, but do you think it's?
I think it's non-consequential to our finances, because this data really doesn't mean much anyways.
Okay, so back to our accounts then. I looked for all of these accounts, there are many of these, and you said that the project or facility is in this account number, so maybe this is a smart number that I'm just missing, not getting the right combination of the numbers to know what project these expenses were charged against. You said it's in this account number?
Yeah, that's the account number.
So let's just pick one, let's just pick one.
It sounds like maybe, do you want to talk offline so that we
Maybe
can
that's what
go
we should do,
through
'cause I asked
the
for the same
report?
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked to be.
I think what we'll
have a
do
little
is
thing
we'll
about it.
provide an account cheat sheet, so you can just look it up.
That's fine.
Does that work?
But we don't need to go through
Account
the
sheet
labor
sheet.
here.
Okay.
In order to approve
Okay.
the warrants.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, we can do that.
Rich is.
Go ahead, is that your hand up? or-
Yeah, but if you do take the expenses and minus the revenues, it comes out 9,299, which is the number over there. So anyway, my question is that Lake Wildwood Treatment Plant, Looks like we're averaging around 32,000 some and change every month to operate that, so a little
What page
under,
are you looking at, Rich?
three of eight, just below.
Oh, it's just below.
So it's around a little under $400,000 a year to keep that operating.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, okay. So that's the figure we might use if we're looking at,
Yes, if you were going to evaluate the economics of the Beth project, you would utilize those numbers.
yeah, okay, and so over 50 years, what is that, 20 million?
I think that's a difference.
Oh, you're advocating to get rid of Lake Wildwood Treatment Plant?
If we replace it with something better.
Whoa, Dustin's gonna.
Wait, we have that.
Right, Dustin?
All right.
You were at the last meeting.
So
Dustin's meter just went over.
The bells.
I just want to endorse the general approach that is, has been presented this month for this meeting regarding providing the check register instead of a manually manipulated approach. I support any I support activities like this that allow our staff to focus on their core function of accounting versus report generation that is prone to errors and other methods. And I appreciate your flexibility in providing the account delineation so that we can make those connections. And I mean, I think that the project and facility balances is another example of where if you find a better approach to that, I think that's what we have to be pursuing.
And that's what we're moving towards. So moving the capital projects out of the programmatic budgets, out of the operation budgets, and starting to account for them in their own project numbers. A lot of that will make all of this reporting a lot easier.
Yeah.
And this off-book tracking is not really good for your financials.
I get it.
Nicely done.
I get it.
So did you make a motion?
Excellent.
Yeah, and I do want to acknowledge, though, it's appropriate to bring up these kinds of questions and want to work through a new format so that we understand what we're looking at. So I'll make a motion to accept the warrants, item number 8 on our consent agenda.
Okay,
Great, I'll second. Thank you.
any member of the public like to comment at this time on the warrants, approval of the warrants? Start on your phone or raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Any further discussion by the board? Okay, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 4.
Yes, and I would like to see the legend to the account posted on the website somewhere, so if someone else is interested, it's public information to know everyone. So yes, I.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye, okay, thank you. All right. So items number 9 and 10 have been pulled. I think we're going to start. Here.
Oh.
She's gonna come to you.
I told her 11. So I already asked Dustin, we can move the agenda around.
You want to take the temporary service line?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do
That's
that.
good too, right? Perfect. Let's do that one. Number 12, pick up item number 12 at this time. Number 12, temporary service location program. I always gotta get through this. Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Shannon. Welcome.
Good morning. I would just like to acknowledge that the folks here in the audience, I believe we're all here for the DFW. Okay?
Oh,
We're gonna take that up as soon as we have another guest arrive.
we have it, yeah, the guest coming.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay, great. Good morning, board, staff, members of the public, both here and on Zoom. We're here to review and discuss the temporary service location, or TSL program, and to get feedback from the board and have a discussion on how we want to move forward with this. As you're aware, I think in December, the board requested that we halt this program until we can bring it back and have a discussion with regards to it. So here we are, having that discussion. The main idea of the TSL is that, we have an orderly development of our system, where our rules and regs require that we have 50% frontage of a main line on a parcel in order for them to receive service. The idea being, as people extend it to get service, the system grows, the next person in line is able to connect with a little more reasonable connection versus a very long mainline extension. But being the case, it still can be very expensive to do a mainline extension on your own for a single parcel or property owner. And so we developed this TSL, and in a minute here, Shannon will kind of go through the background, the detail, the history of kind of how this program evolved, and then we can chat a little more about the current numbers and potentially some concerns and where we want to go from there. Getting into some of the details on the staff report, which I'm assuming you guys have all read, I think I'll just go ahead and let Shannon get started with the background, and then we can jump into the discussion with regards to the program. Shannon?
Thank you. Good morning, board. I wanted to just let you know that this particular program was one that came from our strategic planning process in 2005 and 6. The district went through a fairly extensive strategic planning process in which objective number 1 was created, and that was to expand water service, specifically to proactively expand water service to existing and new customers within the service territory. So a couple of programs were born from that particular objective number 1, one being the TSL program. In April of 2006, the board approved the pilot policy of that program so that we could try it, see how it worked, and knowing that it would maybe go through some iterations and be refined as it was used. And so you'll see the first modification was done quickly in 2007, where they found the need to include vacant lots with building permits. People who were developing their parcel had a building permit and wanted to use the program. Then in 2008, another modification was made by the board. That was to add language clarifying that no further contribution was going to be collected from the participant going forward. So we did actually make amendments to the TSL agreements that had previously been recorded against properties. So we had an amendment, and those TSL participants signed their amendments, and that was recorded with their property, just for clarification that there was no financial obligation going forward. Once you paid your fees at that point, there was never a point in the future that NID was going to be requesting more money. So that language was worked into that agreement at that time. We also did create the rate schedule that is the one part of the calculation that gets escalated every year. So that rate schedule was put into our whole schedule of rates. And the per lineal foot was created, that's where it lives within that rate schedule. Then in 2011, the board decided to remove the pilot part of the program. It was working well, and we numbered the policy, the agreement, the rate schedule, and made everything just fairly permanent. It went along for the next 6 years, and in 2017, we suggested to remove the 300-foot minimum waterline extension requirement that was part of the policy. That was an issue when a property owner was required to do a waterline extension of, say, 150 feet because they couldn't apply for this program, so they had to do the waterline extension, but their meter was going to sit somewhat in the very beginning of that water line. So you were going to have 100 foot or 150 feet of a water line that was just not going to be flushed, not going to have any water going through it because the meter was going to be located at their closest corner, because that's what worked for their property. So operations was being a bit of a water quality potential issue, and at that point, we thought, let's just remove the 300-foot requirement and allow more people to apply to use the program, and pay the fees, and then we would use them as we saw fit going forward.
Can I ask a clarification on that?
Sure.
So if I'm hearing you right, you're saying that in prior to 2017, before they could apply for this, they would have to install 300 feet of water main?
No, so there was, if a property owner required proper frontage and they were 1,000 feet away, and so they would have to do 1,000 foot of water line, they could apply for this program. But if their requirement only required them to install 200 feet of a water line, they would not apply for this program. They would have to install the water line in order to get their service. So it was
It was a minimum
requirement
requirement in order to be eligible for the TSO program.
In addition to that change, we also modified the requirement for the applicant to provide written permission from their neighbor that they would be crossing their property with permission, that their neighbor would allow them to get an easement or allow them to cross their property. It was very cumbersome, and at that point, we actually created an agreement. That's the water service agreement for parcels not fronting an NID water line. And basically, that agreement is the property owner stating that they have the right to install their water line on any parcel that's not theirs. So it took the liability off of NID to review their permission, because we didn't want to be in a position where we were looking at parcel maps and saying, yes, you have the rights, or no, you don't have the rights, you have to give us a brand new easement. It was a good way for them to take the liability, that they have the rights to do it, and it's up to them to make sure that they do. So that's where we took out the requirement of them providing the permission, and then that they had to sign this agreement.
Shannon, could you walk me through, so I want to have a temporary service. And I have a bunch of neighbors between the main line and me. What do I do then? No, what do I have to do then?
You have to be able, so what I'm gonna tell you is that if you get approved, NID would install a meter on an existing water line. If that existing water line is 600 feet from your parcel, you have to make sure that you have the rights to install private plumbing from the backside of your meter to your property. If you have to go in front of 3 other parcels, or if it's on behind your parcel and it's on the next street over, and you need to cross one parcel in order to get to the backside of your property and come in that way, you have to make sure that you have the rights to install your private plumbing.
So, okay, so you put it back on the property owner to obtain the easement through the neighbors.
And
Okay, now I understand.
and you must sign this water service agreement stating that you have the rights to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So and do we double check that they have that easement? No,
We
but
have-
when the line's getting dug up, then,
We have no legal liability for it.
It's gonna be somebody else's property.
And
Yeah.
I do say that if you're digging on someone else's property,
Yeah.
and they call NID and say, why on earth would you allow Mr. Johansson to dig on my property, I would tell them that he said that he had the rights, and it's between you and Mr. Johansson.
Right.
We don't install the private portion of the line.
correct, I understand that.
And
yeah.
we wanted to,
Call first, right?
Yeah.
Always get
Yeah.
the call first.
Well, I know a house this past year, the sale fell through because there was an easement, another water line.
Some people are very, very sensitive to having easements on their property.
Yep,
we wanted to get out of the business of kind of being the easement police.
yep.
So the applicant makes a representation, there's an indemnity obligation, and then it becomes a neighbor matter. And I'm sure Shannon and Doug can
I
attest.
love it. Love it.
And we do recommend that they get written easements, right? Because a lot of times it's a handshake deal. I know my neighbor behind me, they say no problem, go do it. Then
I do.
properties change hands. Next guy comes on and says, I don't know that guy from Adam, or he ran over my cat, so I'm not interested in letting him have his pipeline. So Shannon makes a recommendation, right, that you guys should get it all put together in writing, even if you are friendly.
Yeah,
I concur with that, because I have some personal experience with that one.
And recorded.
Yeah, and recorded, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So I do review that with them. And you were provided a sample of that Waterline, service, or water service agreement. And then, just recently, after, we had 3 of them, I believe, last year, and on the third, agreement that, or TSL agreement that was at the board in December of 2021, you asked to put the program on hold, so that we could review the process, the program, and, take a deeper look at what we have, as a whole, now that it's been in existence for many, many years. So current program highlights, just from a high-level view, an applicant does put in an application with a $75 application fee. If it's approved, it is valid for 2 years. The thought behind that was it may take an applicant some time to get their easement sorted out, maybe collect their money now that they know how much it's going to cost or whatnot. Just work out some of the details. They have 2 years in order to apply for the actual meter to be put in. So just because the agreement or the application is approved doesn't necessarily mean that they're going forward with it. It just means that they're approved and they can when they're ready. The costs that are included would be the treated water main contribution. It is based on their acreage. So the smaller the lot, the smaller their contribution is going to be. The larger their lot, the larger it's going to be. I have a spreadsheet and a formula that when they do call and ask, I can give them a ballpark cost estimate of what it's going to be based on those, that year of a rate schedule.
Shannon, can I ask, what's the rationale for having a, kind of a schedule in which lot size is directing your cost?
So, yeah, so a big part of that is trying to, when they developed this program, was trying to get a way to differentiate the fact that a large parcel takes a lot more infrastructure to install than a small parcel. So if you have a 2-acre lot that has 100 foot of frontage along the road, and you're next to a 20-acre lot that has 1,000 foot of frontage, in order for that person, the larger parcel, they have to extend it 50% across 1,000 feet, so 500 feet. Whereas the smaller parcel has a smaller section of pipeline to meet the requirements of the 50%. And so the idea of this was to look at, I think they also look at the zoning, so not just the current parcel size, but also what the zoning is. And then the square root, the idea of that is they try to make a box out of everything to come up with a value of frontage, because every parcel is different, right? Every 5-acre parcel has different frontages depending on how it's laid out. So the idea being is you take the square footage of the lot, and then you do the square root of that, which gives you basically equal size, makes it into a box. That's your value, you times it by the contribution, and of course you divide it in half because you're only paying for 50% of the frontage, or vice versa, the person on the other side is also paying for so it was an attempt to try to make it palatable or reasonable or fair for equitable, I guess is what for all different parcels, by identifying the fact that larger parcels takes more infrastructure in order for it to happen. So therefore, they should pay more in terms of a water line contribution.
Yeah. So it takes more of NID resources.
Correct.
I get it.
It takes more pipeline. It takes more pipeline to get
For
across
NID.
a larger parcel than a small one.
But we talked before about, let's say the 20-acre parcel, 20-acre parcels, we have 2 20-acre parcels side by side. And so we're not talking about the cost for the homeowner to move the water from street side over those.
No.
We're talking about the cost of just bringing water to that 20
The
acres.
pipeline to get to that.
It's for the future connection.
For the future.
And that's,
Sure.
yeah, so that is the primary issue with this program. Yeah, let me just go over this really quick. So go back to your previous bullets. What the formula is applying to is the first one, which is there's So the first treated water main contribution based on the average, that's your formula. Then you have your meter installation on the existing water line, which is a legitimate cost. That's actually getting to the main line. Then you have your meter relocation fee. So the treated water main contribution is your calculated contribution for the treated water line to go some point, maybe in the future, in front of your parcel. I have some very significant concerns related to the collection of that particular fee and the meter relocation fee, given that there is actually no planned project in any of these cases. For collecting this money for something that may or may not happen in the future, and there's some pretty strict accounting requirements for that which are not being followed. So from, I think there's a couple of issues here. Does the board want to continue to collect those fees for a future project that may or may not happen? I guess the first issue is do you want to continue to let people come on a temporary service location, which may not be a direct connection to the main line and require these private easements? And then secondly, do you still want to collect these fees in advance for projects that you may or may not be doing, which I do not recommend we continue to do that.
Can we use those fees for backbone extension?
You should not. See, that's the problem.
Good to know.
No.
That's the problem.
Would be the answer.
Yeah, can we hold this video only for one day? Yeah, no, that's the problem.
Yeah, no, I understand. But,
So maybe this map kind of real quick, how about this? Our folks here in the front row with the laser. So this is the parcel in question here that got the TSL. And so in order to meet the minimum requirements of our policies, it has to have a main line. A main line right here about halfway across the middle of that parcel. Thank you, Greg. And so, in this particular case, they found a way to get through one of their neighbors to tie into the property, to the pipeline up in this location here. But they're paying for a contribution of a main line in front of their parcel.
Oh, wow.
That's not,
In front of their parcel. Currently there.
that's not currently there and may or may not be built.
That's what this treated water contribution
Yeah.
component
Aha.
is. It's them paying up front for someday when that pipeline goes in, that they're paying for their fair share of the pipe in front of their property.
So this is sort of like a reverse capacity charge.
No, it's their fair share contribution of a future water line if it gets
no.
constructed.
At-
But
May or
that's
may
the may or may not and the if are the issues. I don't think we should be collecting those fees.
That the TSL was done, right? So this main line may get put in 30 years from now, or it may never.
Right.
May never.
30 years from now. The cost of the pipeline is gonna be substantially greater than what these folks contributed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So this main line that they're putting in, what was the rationale of having them pay upfront for their portion instead of just saying, we'll give you this temporary service, and then at such time, if it ever comes, then you're gonna have to participate again?
So that's one of the things that we talked about, I think, in the last slide, as potential alternatives or things that we want to talk about. That could be one option, is to wait and collect that fee when the pipeline actually happens, if it ever does.
In order to do that, you'd have to record an agreement against the property.
That would have no known quantity to it. So you would buy a parcel that has a recorded document on it that says you will pay an unknown amount whenever this happens, should it ever happen.
But this treated water line extension, or whatever we're calling it, is a convenience to the parcel. It's on their dime.
Absolutely.
That you're doing it,
There's gonna be much
right, so
value.
that's for now, and if it ever comes to the front, you're obligated to pay for it later. So why would we have said you can pay now for something that may never happen? What was the logic behind even doing that?
Yeah, I wasn't involved back in the beginning when the TSO was developed, so I don't know specifically why to pay now versus pay later, but I could tell you, as an individual, if I was buying your parcel and it had a recorded document that says I have to pay a contribution to a main line at some point in the future, and I can't tell you what that value is,
Yeah, that's a problem.
why would I ever want to do that, knowing that I may have to pay $100,000 tomorrow? I don't know. It seemed like it would be very cumbersome on the property owner, not the one getting the TSO, because they understand what they're doing. It's as you move forward in the future,
Well,
So
yeah.
I'm assuming that's why that would be, to me, that would be one of the concerns about pushing it forward in the future is your program may not have very many people willing to do that.
If you don't,
It's okay,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just,
if you didn't require an agreement recorded against the property that required them to pay this huge fee if this project, you'd have to be okay with that you're gonna have these temporary service lines. They're not temporary, right? They're service lines. You'd have no other mechanism to get them to connect to any future main line.
But,
So, I have one. Oh, go ahead.
why would we require, they already have service. Why would we require a second service?
so the idea being is that they're paying up front for the relocation of the meter, because it costs money to relocate a meter.
But what if they don't want to relocate?
Yeah.
What if they're happy with it temporarily?
That's part of the agreement in the document, is that they will relocate to the proper frontage of their property.
I think Rich
It's
is,
part of our requirement. So
Yeah.
our requirement says that in order for you to get treated water service, your parcel has to front a water line by at least 50% of its frontage. That is our requirement. The variation to that, or the variance to that, is us allowing a temporary service location. The temporary part of it is the location of the meter not being in the correct spot. We don't want a meter not right in front of the parcel. We don't want to allow a meter that's either 600 feet away or on the next street over, but it was a way to allow someone to kind of consolidate their fees that they're paying just for their parcel, not having to put in the 1,000 feet of water line, maybe benefiting 4 or 5 other parcels, spending a lot more money when I know my neighbor, I know I can get an easement, and I know that I can temporarily locate my meter over here. And we said, okay, great, we'll allow you to temporarily have it there, but we want it relocated to its permanent and proper location in front of your parcel.
And that temporary could be 1 to 100
1
years.
to 100 years.
To never, right? The district isn't in we don't extend water lines, treated water lines just into communities as a practice, right? If we have a transmission main, or we have something like that, where then we bring water through as part of a project, okay, or if we're replacing stuff, that's another thing. But typically, we're not gonna go necessarily into a neighborhood and say, we're gonna now extend this pipeline 2,000 feet or 3,000 feet. That's just not something, we've got so many things that we need to do. Extending our services out is not something that the district has done in the past, or has currently done in terms of that.
So I have an agreement before 2003, similar to this, have 1,000 feet of pipe. The district required at that time, agreement that if the water line came up by road, which I don't see it ever happening because of the physical property, the parcels, so I have this agreement that says, if it does, then I have to buy into that.
I think that that's reasonable.
I think it's very reasonable. It could be $100,000 for me, for something, big money. But that was the agreement, and so, and I'll never envisioning that happening, I never envisioned needing it, either, just like Richard. I'm happy with this what I got, with 1,000 feet of pipe, so, but that happened in 2003, so this is kind of what goes around, comes back around.
Shannon, what is the reason it looks like we have about 2 connections happening a year, because we have 30 over 15 years?
We do. It was definitely a lot more popular when it first began. We had 2 in 2006, we had 9 in 2007.
Okay.
And then they've been very sporadic. We've had definitely, 2008 we had 4, 2010 we had 4, and then it's been 1 here or there until the last year, in 2021 we had 3. So it is very kind of sporadic.
So could you characterize the reason most of these customers are wanting that connection?
I think a driving factor is probably their need for treated water. If they have a failing well,
Okay.
they do not have, if they're really struggling, they're gonna pay the fees. Some of them begrudgingly, some of them recognize that anything's never going to put a water line, or someone's never gonna put a water line down here. Well, but our our master planning, our orderly development of our distribution system says that a water line should come down this road in order to serve this area. So that's the requirement. I can't say that there's any rhyme or reason, because people needing water services really all over the board, and I think it's dependent on their own experience and exposure. Some people who have struggled with wells, whether the quality or quantity, put a larger value on paying for water. You have some people who will happily pay $50,000 or $60,000, where other people balk at $12,000 and say, never mind, I'm going to call Peters.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just all over the board.
Yeah.
That really is probably the biggest driver, right? It's a monetary thing for everybody.
And then can you talk more about how the payment is made for that, the payment to the district?
They are required to make payment and/or do a term payment before, when they sign their final application with customer service. Once we receive either payment or the term payment, which is the obligation to pay, then customer service sends us a work order to maintenance to install those meters.
Do you, over what term do you do the term payment? Like, is it 1 year, 10 years?
The term payment allows any customer of our district to finance up to $20,000 over 10 years.
And at what rate of interest is it?
1 point.
Right now, it is 1.16.
And that is somewhat problematic, because we are not obtaining the interest we would be obtaining if we were investing that money on the market, and technically, we shouldn't be doing that.
And it's fixed.
Well, it also depends on, you know, we're providing a service to get water to somebody who's desperate and needs it, and so, you know,
Yeah, there's
there's
some-
a balance and a bit of a trade-off in my mind.
There's some challenges with gift of public funds.
Yeah.
I do have concerns with all of our
I know you do,
financing we
yeah.
do.
That's why it's on the agenda.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's the distribution, I see you have your spreadsheet, what's the distribution among divisions that these have happened in?
Oh, I didn't look at divisions. I
The
didn't.
general areas, do you have a sense of? where these-
I know that several of them are up in Nevada City. There are several down in Penn Valley. I recognize a couple from Rattlesnake or Colfax area, one up on Lake Vera, one down on Mount Vernon. I mean, I could certainly pull that data.
I think the majority is in Nevada County, not Placer County, but there was at least one in Placer County. But there's quite a bit more, treated water lines within Nevada County than Placer County too, so in terms of spread out and over larger areas.
And I think if we had a main line going in through Rough and Ready, we'd see a lot more.
So I think today we're looking for some input. Would the board, first of all, like any policy modifications in general, or do you want to leave the policy as is?
Well, I would support, you know, the first concern you brought up is making people pay for a connection that they may or may not ever get, you know, that, for the front.
Yeah, I think that's problematic. It's problematic from it's problematic from an
And I don't
accounting
feel good
perspective.
about collecting money for something that we may not ever do.
Okay, so we're looking at a policy modification with removal of the requirement to pay the treated water main contribution based off of acreage and the meter relocation fee. Is there general support on the board for requiring an agreement to be recorded against the property, requiring the payment of those in the future if such line would go forward in the future?
I'm a yes.
Yep.
Yeah, with the due on sale?
It wouldn't be due on sale, it would be, it would just be
Oh,
recorded.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Okay.
I got it. I
And-
thought there was, I was thinking.
What about the term?
Well, so let's get to, that's a great question. What about the financing?
So
For
the.
lack, we shouldn't be
The
doing it.
financing for this program is one that's offered to
Yeah.
all customers regardless if they're a TSL customer or not. This is just one that we afford to any customer that comes in for a connection.
So
They have the opportunity to do that. DFW,
That's different.
this one is a term, what do they call it, term?
Okay, or should I defer?
Term.
Yeah.
So, it's one that we've been doing, we had the discussions before, and we talked about it used to be.
Is it by policy, Chip? It's been, I've questioned it since I've been here. I believe it is in the rules and regs. We'll confirm for you.
Well, there is a policy about the temporary service location.
Not that piece.
No, the financing portion.
Oh, the financing.
So right now, anybody can come in and request financing of their capacity fees. I do not believe a public agency should be financing the payment of fees.
But that's not
I concur.
specific to this program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another item.
So we can agendize that?
Yeah, we can. So we'll bring the overall concept of financing back to the board. And so then what I'm hearing is we have general consensus, just so I want to make sure we're receiving correct direction. We have general consensus to continue to let people in general, do these temporary service line connections, which I think are a good idea. Okay. We have consensus on a policy modification to remove the prepayment of the treated water main contribution, as well as the meter relocation, but we will modify the agreement that will be recorded against the property, requiring payment similar to President Beerwagon's agreement at such time in the future, the line gets installed.
Hook up and pay.
Yep, okay. Are we missing anything else?
So with that future, I just want to make it clear that we're not specifying a number. We're going to be getting a little more calculation for our
Correct.
treated water contribution. And it's going to be an open-ended and unknown quantity.
Correct.
Which is probably required by state law if we have a nexus to that cost.
I agree. Sometimes you can get around some of that with separate contracts, but I still have some issues with, or concerns, I guess I should say.
So I have a question. So we have currently a balance of $387,000, $87,500 in this future Waterline fund. Is it worth considering giving that back to those property owners and wiping it clear and saying, here, Merry Christmas?
Let me come back with a good answer to that question next time.
Because that would absolve us of,
Yeah, I need to look into some of the nuances of that money collection.
Yeah, well, Laura raised a good point, that means they have to then sign the agreement
Right.
as they obligate for the
And it may not
future.
be the same folks, they may have sold.
Yeah,
right.
well, that's a good point too, yeah,
Usually when you pay fees, the fee and the value of the fees runs with the property.
yeah.
Yeah.
If that was me, I'd want to keep my money in the pot, because I know that the prices will go up.
Way,
Yes, but
especially since
Except for me.
I think we've received good direction. Doug, Shannon, did you guys have any more questions?
So we're gonna make modifications and bring policy back to the board.
Correct.
on both the TSL and on the overall financing of capacity.
Yeah, the financing will be probably a couple of months out at least, but we'll come back with the TSL first, and then the financing, yep.
Director Johansson.
I just want to say hi to Nancy Weber
Oh.
and recognize she's back in the room.
Yeah.
And she, 20 years of service to the community as a NID director.
And a long history with this issue.
Yep.
Okay, would any member of the public like to comment on this item that we've been discussing? Temporary service location program, policy modifications. Start on your phone or raise your hand. Time? All right. Board discussion? Staff good to go? All right. Thank you all very much. We will take a brief break. Next item, number 11, District Finance Waterline Extension Program. We'll discuss this. Shannon and Doug get to go again.
Yes, we do. Okay, this is to review and discuss the District Finance Waterline Extension Program, which again was another program and a tool that the board developed to be able to get folks, the opportunity to get folks, that didn't currently have that option or was very difficult to find. So here's the thing to do so. Basically, the TSL is a funding mechanism or a way for property owners to be able to fund the design, the construction, and the capacity fees, et cetera, connection fees. That's something that the district is the one that finances that money out of our general fund, or Fund 10, I guess it is now. before that, the only option for folks was to extend the water line on their own. For a time, we did have an option where you could pay the district to extend the water line, although that was limited, I think, to 300 feet. Where you could just pay us to come in and do that water line. Otherwise, it was on the property owner to go in and all the costs and the engineering, the design, whatever easement, et cetera, and construct it and then turn it over to us for that conveyance agreement like the developer does for water lines that we do now. Basically, that same thing. So the district, again, finances 100% of it. We require 50% participation currently. And then Shan will kind of go through the history of the program and how things developed. The program, again, is meant for existing neighborhoods. Developers cannot utilize this program. This is not something that somebody wants to split the parcel into 6 parcels and then use this program. This is existing community, existing neighborhoods as a way for them to get water. We do limit it to a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 40. So the biggest project would be 40 parcels that could be served by one of these projects. 6 is the minimum. We do allow 20% of vacant parcels. It's kind of also a threshold, so you can't go into a community where we've got half of the properties are vacant. We wouldn't be eligible for the program either. So I think we'll go through, have Shannon give a little brief history on what's going on, and then we'll go forward from there. Again, this was a program for the last 2 years. We have not put money into the budget, both in 21 and in 22. The last project we did was the Loma Rica water line that we just finished up, but that was monies from 19 and 20 that we utilized to build it in 21. And we currently have three recognized projects on the DFWLE list that would have come to the board for approval to get put on the list. And I believe we've got folks here representing at least one of those projects.
So 3 are on the list and 3 are waiting to get on the list?
No, we just have 3 that are on the list that have been approved to be put on the list. And
To get recognized.
1 coming to get recognized. So with that, I'll let Shannon go ahead and get started.
Okay, so again, this was another program that came out of our strategic planning process, objective number 1, to expand water service. In April of 2006, the board approved the pilot process, or the pilot program, and selected Hopkins Lane as the first pilot project. That was before my time. I did not dig into that project, so I don't have any particulars or details on that particular project. But at some point after that project, the board did put this pilot program on hold. I couldn't find the specific date that happened, but I did find some mention of it in the minutes in March of 2009, that it was temporarily on hold. That's when I took position here as a business coordinator, and I was contacted by the Horseshoe Lane representative, and they were midstream in their project. Program got put on hold, and they were trying very actively to get their water line put in. So we were able to work with staff, figure out how to come to the board. The board then reinstated the program for just their project because they did fit within the parameters of the pilot project program as it was in effect at that time. At that time, it did require all the participants to pay for 100% of the fees. So NID did not advance any of the funds. So in Horseshoe, you might see later, we'll talk about, there were 5 parcels that could be served from the length of water line that was being proposed, but it ended up that only 3 of them signed funding agreements. So 3 people, or 3 property owners, paid for 100% of the cost. It's kind of a moving target, because if there were 4 parcel owners that wanted to pay, you left per parcel, and they're still paying 100% of it. It was a 20-year term on that funding agreement. They were required to pay a 10% deposit. Difference is they were only allowed to finance a maximum of $30,000. So anything over $30,000, they were having to pay above and beyond that.
Does that include connections?
I believe so. And then there was a surcharge modifier equal to 4% at that time. Then in February of 2012, we made modifications to the program that added the due on sale clause. So that was added to the regulation and the agreement, and we removed the follow status. At that time, the Rattlesnake project went forward, and they were successful to get their water line put in. Again, there was no district advance on any of those funds. They paid for 100% of the project. In November of 2013, the board made modifications that approved the huge shift in our policy. That's when the representative of East Hacienda project, they promoted, if NID paid for 100% and had this 50% participation limit, that then more projects would be successful. And the board did support that movement where they advanced 100% of the funds, as long as there was at least 50% of the parcel property owners signing funding agreements to obligate repayment. And in that way, we mapped the area to see what our boundaries were for that project, and we would know who was in and who was basically on the hook to pay if they ever connected in the future. And then we did eliminate the requirement of a credit check. And East Hacienda was successful as a project, and Caroline Wintermoon. The Caroline Wintermoon the board was a little uncomfortable with that particular project because they just barely had 50%. So East Hacienda was a high percentage of participation, and that was comfortable to go forward with that project. Caroline Wintermoon was just at 50%. There was also some undeveloped parcels or vacant parcels, and it gave the board a little bit of pause. But at that point, we were so far down the road talking to the participants that couldn't really unwind. They had already, signed funding agreements, and so the board did approve the Caroline Wintermoon project going forward, but at that point then chose to modify the program, and we increased it to 60% participation. We implemented a flow chart so that the board was more, actually committees at that point, we would go to the engineering committee, show them the petition that we had received from the property owners, show them the general conceptual area of what might be served. They would approve it. I would be able to tell those people, okay, you've been recognized by the district, and then we would go to APC and allocate some funds for the project and how much it was going to cost. And then at that point, the board was supporting the project before I even reached out to the property owners, because it was kind of reversed before that. And that's kind of how we got backwards with Caroline.
So in Caroline, all of the agreements were executed before the board weighed in on it?
Well, yes, because at that point, I had already communicated with the property owners to let them know what the program, how it operated, what the details of the program were, what they were allowed to do or not do. And at that point, it was get everybody organized and then come to the board. Well, then if the board had any kind of heartburn with it, then it was, well, but we've already communicated, it was still a work in progress, and it was very dynamic and a little iterative. We were trying to kind of figure out as we went. So at that point, though, the flow chart was very helpful because it was a map of how I could communicate with property owners, knowing that the board was on board with the program or with the project. And then when I did finally get the funding agreement signed, when I brought it to the board, they already knew what the project was all about. So the flow chart was created. We upped the level of the participation requirement to 60% and established the soft target of no more than 20% of the parcels could be undeveloped, because we didn't want, the whole purpose of the program was for existing neighborhoods, existing households that needed treated water. So Table Meadow Road project at that point was successful. And then there was another great shift. The representative of the Iron Horse Brewer Road project started talking with staff and management, and they wanted to mimic the SRF funding. They were trying to get that type of funding to come in, but it was very convoluted and very complex.
What is SRF?
The state
Revolving
revolving fund,
fund.
yeah,
Revolving.
very low interest.
Yeah, it's the funding mechanism we use for Cement Hill, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
So at that point, in January of 2018, the board changed some of the requirements. We increased the term of the funding agreement to 30 years. We removed the maximum financing amount to, from 30,000 to 90% of the cost. So at that point, you had a 10% deposit in the beginning, and then you were financing 90% of the balance of everything. And that simplified everything because prior to that, there was 10% down. You could only finance 30,000. If the project was more than that, you had to then, at the very end, when we reconciled everything, make another payment, lump sum payment of some amount of whatever was over the 30,000. That was confusing to people and very problematic and hardship. And so, so changing to the 90-10 was easier for people to work with.
Is it easier for the district?
Yeah, it was.
From an accounting point of view.
And from my point of view,
Yeah.
from communicating
Yes.
to property owners, and when they're making a commitment to sign their funding agreement, it's a little more clear.
Yeah.
And nobody has to, because from the beginning of a project to the end of a project could be 12, 18 months, a long time. And so you would think that someone says, okay, she's told me that there might be this $10,000. I'm gonna save so that at the end, when we reconcile, and I say, okay, now you have to pay $9,500 and you still have this monthly payment, then they're just writing the check. But they seem to sometimes forget that was the.
And we're financing 90% of the project now,
Mhm.
Regardless of cost.
of their cost.
Mhm.
At 1% interest?
At 1.16%.
Yeah.
And then in May of 2018, the surcharge modifier changed from 4% interest to the fluctuating, right now it's at 1.16. Last year, I believe it's 1.11. The finance manager, April 1st of every year, would calculate what the current, what I was supposed to use for the next 12 months.
So that's the annual interest rate associated with the LEAF investments. But one thing that should be understood is that LEAF is considered a short-term investment. So we're using a short-term investment interest rate for long-term financing. We would, for long-term investments, you would expect to receive something much higher than 1.16.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at that point, then Table Meadow Phase 2 was successful, and then the most recent Loma Rica, Lee Lane project was successful. At that point, you asked for, at the end of the Loma Rica project, you would ask for an evaluation of the program. We put it on hold. Obviously, the budget hasn't been funded for 2 years now, so I do have 3 areas that are recognized as potential projects that have been waiting to use the program. I also have one that has submitted a petition, but it came at a time where it didn't make sense to bring it forward to be recognized as a project when you were uncomfortable with the program. So it's still waiting in the wings, so to speak.
Where are those areas and how many participants?
Because I talked to somebody about one of these just recently.
Yeah, so the first one that would be next is Maranatha, and we have representatives from the Maranatha area. Lane, that is in, it's west of Alta Sierra, south of the main entrance, north of Lime Kiln, so it's in that area. It would
Division
be,
3?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then we have Table Meadow Phase 3, which would be the remainder of the loop on Table Meadow, completing that loop. And then the third one is Alley Lane, and that is down, I believe, in Division 4, I believe it's off of Mount Vernon. And then also, the next one that's not been recognized yet, but a petition has been submitted to me, is Harris Lane. And I believe that's also down in Division 4 in the Mount Vernon area.
And how many, total participants?
So Maranatha is, so we're in the 25 range. Table Meadows gonna, I think, be in the 20 range. And Alley Lane is about 8, much smaller. And then Harris Road, that depends on some logistics of some engineering. It hasn't been, that concept hasn't been finalized.
So those numbers, are they the number of potential parcels or people who've expressed interest?
Total parcels.
Okay.
Right, because we were told that 20 on Loma Rica would be, then it went down to 10.
Right, so
If we ever did anything.
Right.
So the concept on how these programs go is that when a petition comes in, that gives me a general area. At that point, I log them and see where they land on a map, and then I ask an engineer, how would we serve these parcels? Then I get a length of pipe from the nearest source of where we'd be extending from. That may include more parcels than the people included on their petition. They may not have known that we were gonna connect from this pipe, not that pipe, or some of those logistics. So when I then have a proposed project or a length of pipe, at that point, that's when we know what a potential project is. In the example of Loma Rica, it was the entire thing, because that representative went out to the entire homeowners association. And they got signatures from everyone in that area, which was 45 parcels. So we look at the entire project as a potential, but then when it comes down to really figuring out what we can build or who wants to commit, it's going to take a different shape. And so when, we went through very many different iterations of what that project was gonna look like, but when this board told me to reach out to the entire 45 parcels, and I did that, when we got applications, there's no way to successfully do 45 parcels of a project when we only had 10 applications. So at that point, you shrink it. You kind of shrink it down around the pipe that needs to be put in to serve the people who want it.
And it seems like some of these have ended up in, if it was a whole 45 parcels, we could have done a whole loop, but now we have dead-end runs because we were extending and then just putting a hydrant at the end.
Well,
and
we're only putting in what would be used.
Right, and so it creates operational efficiencies.
I've never gotten this feedback from operations that it would be ineffective, though. I mean, we're not gonna create something that is that.
I just have to flush it more.
Yeah.
Keep it.
And is this, what you just described, the reason that most of these failures happen, got that shrink down and it shrunk out of?
Well,
Out
so specifically, if you look, at,
Skip forward.
sure. if you
I'd like
wanna
to
look-
spend a little time on that last slide, but we can do.
Okay.
Come back.
So if you look at the graph, specifically, you'll see that Maranatha Place was, one of the unsuccessful projects in 2016. That was because the participation got raised to 60%, and they missed it by one person that didn't want to apply for the program. So that's where, when the details of the program shifted, they reapplied. That's the same thing that happened, you'll see Iron Horse was unsuccessful in 2015. Then our program got modified, and they were successful under the new requirements of being able to finance 90% of the project cost. Because at that point, in 2015, when you could only finance $30,000, they still had to come up with another potentially $30,000.
Right.
So
Prohibitive.
people didn't want to apply for it, they didn't want to obligate themselves to it. So some of it was, people just didn't want to pay the price, and some of them. Some of it was because of participation levels, some of it was because the max 30,000 financed amount. And as we modified the program, then people went, okay, I can tolerate that, I can do that. Or not, and you'll see, and that's kind of why I gave the amounts on here too, because you'll see that there are, you know, the Iron Horse, when it was successful, just under $50,000, And you see other programs or projects that were 20 to 30,000 unsuccessful. That's why it doesn't really matter what the cost of it is, it matters who is applying for it or who wants to pay for it.
Right, and these costs on this sheet, by the way, are just the construction costs and not the connection fees as well. So
Right,
on
just
top of
project.
the 50,000, they're gonna pay another 12 or 13,000 for the connection, which is included in that. Just a little note too, we had a request, and so we did it on this slide, and so it's not on your packet. On the, approved, project, we put in there, how many parcels, how many folks.
Thank you for doing that.
Included.
And, but now I can't see them.
Where's that at? It's,
So on the bottom ledger there, where like you see Horseshoe Lane, the first one there to the left, it says 3/5. It means we had 3 participants, there's 5 parcels that can be served by the project.
Ah, okay.
Ones that don't have anything, because obviously the project didn't move forward, so we didn't include those.
so much information you can put on graph.
No, I get it, but it was,
So anyway, so we included those because that was a request that,
And
somebody
is that gonna be, is this gonna be,
I
go
appreciate
back and look at it?
had. So what was that?
Is this gonna be put in?
Well, I'm wondering if we could just get
It'll be part of the minutes, we'll
a
post
quick
it.
print of it. I mean,
So you can see it?
yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Print it and see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that has changed. I had a whole long list of questions and requests. And
Yeah, and we,
thank you, Doug and staff, for, adding in, that was one of them. Of these, could we see how many were successful, how many applied, you know, so that we had a, to work with.
yeah, so the largest project was 45 parcels with 25 participants.
Uh-huh.
And
That was Table Meadow.
Yeah, and it appears they're more likely 20, max 20 parcels participant, and about half.
And like Shannon was saying, it's not one specific thing that makes the project pass or fail.
Sure,
Right?
right.
It's a combination of all these different things, and one community, it's all about the cost to do it, another one is just about, whatever the reason is why they don't want to do the involved program, or ultimately, it's easy to put an application in, or to put on a sign-up sheet that says you're interested in doing it.
Right.
And then when you actually have to go down and sign on the dotted line, and all that whole out. So, if you want, we can go back to the previous
Yeah.
slide, we spend a little bit of time on that one. So, just, again, there's been 8 projects that have been completed in this program. So the total number of parcels that have been served was 186 parcels totaling those 8 projects. Of those, and there's an error on here, apologize, that's actually 115 not 101 participants. Those are folks that actually participated in the program.
And for whom you have funding agreements?
Correct,
Okay.
yep. Of various types.
Or paid.
Or paid as they went along. So part of the discussion on this project was that the district can potentially be on the hook for half of these parcels, knowing at some point that we would get connections down the road and we would recoup our money eventually when people start to connect on. So since the 2010,
61%.
we've had 4 folks that have connected after a project's been completed. So
But
that,
it should be pointed out, the cost for them, they don't get it financed. They
Correct.
pay the full thing if you connect after. Is that still true?
other than,
They can finance via the term payment.
So they pay,
the one that anybody can do, yeah.
they pay capacity
Yeah, they get the same level of financing that any customer has currently, which is what we're gonna bring back at another board meeting and talk about. But they don't get the DFWLE 30-year low
Right.
rate fixed.
Right, so they.
That's
they-
off the table, correct,
They kind of pay more fully for those
Correct.
4.
absolutely.
And due to the drought, and wells failing, and anybody being motivated to hook up,
We've had 4 total,
but not recently?
We've not really been promoting this or talking about it. It's been off the table for a couple of years, so I
We're
don't.
talking
You don't
about,
need to promote it.
we don't talk about infill because these parcels are paying standby because they're fronting the main line now at this point. They would know, I guess they would know that the pipeline is in the street.
They're aware of it,
They're aware of it.
yeah.
Because of the
Right, and the other thing too is that when a project is complete, they do get a letter for standby. So they get the letter saying that the project is finished, that they can get a connection, or they're gonna have a standby.
Thank you.
So they're aware that.
And standby gives them a
Not the right-
guarantee that they can get a hookup down the road.
This is the current one.
Jeff?
Don't some water districts require that if there's a treated main going in front of your parcel, you have to connect?
A lot of cities do, so a lot of cities and counties, they do have that in their municipal code, that if they have water or sewer, that they have to connect.
I recall.
From-
We don't have anything like that.
Now, as not being the land use authority, it's a little bit challenging for us to do it that way.
And so, total dollars spent to benefit participants, so this is that $4,475,000 that you see. That is all costs, including non-participant costs. So that's, but it's only construction costs, it's not the capacity or connection fees. So the actual project cost, part of which is borne by the participants, part of it is borne by the district as we wait for folks to connect sometime in the future. So that's roughly that $4.5 million over these last 12 years that we've spent on these projects.
And is it the same 10%, 90%, 10% of the?
So there's a combination in there because.
Yeah, there is a combo.
Because this is a total for all of our different projects, and they've had different requirements as we move along. And talk about it. So no, not all of them are 90%.
But in all cases, the number of people, so let's say there are 20 in a community and 10 participate. In all instances, the district retains the debt for the 10
Correct.
that haven't paid and are not participating.
Except for the two that Shannon had mentioned before,
Yes.
where they're responsible for the whole amount. And so if, in those cases, if somebody connects, then what we do is we would basically credit that to what those folks owe, and it would cut down on the amount of time they have to pay back the, but majority of them are, yes, that's the case.
Yeah.
The district has assumed the liability of the costs associated with the pipeline, non-participating. That's one of the big reasons we're here, right, is that concern.
That very issue of those, in fact, this 4 is kind of a yellow flag number for me.
Correct. That's,
It's like, oh, this is, they haven't hooked up as much as we would have liked it.
Exactly.
correct, correct. Again, the part of that whole thought process is that eventually we will connect. There wasn't anything specific that was talked about throughout the program on how quickly that would happen.
Right.
Other than we would anticipate folks slowly starting to connect on, but as you see, we've had 4 since.
Were those 4 recent, or were they back? I mean, I'm just kind of curious of how drought-related we could, you know, if we didn't have any until the last 2 years, and we got 4 people, that has some.
I can't tell you when they connected, I can tell you which projects they connected to. So, I mean, 2 of them came from Waterline.
There we go.
Project,
Thank you.
but that project was completed in 2013. And then 2 of them came through from the Iron Horse.
From the Iron Horse.
And that was completed eventually in 2020.
Recently.
So we've identified the total cost of the project or those projects, and then the amount financed by participants. So how much revenue has the district actually generated on $4.5 million investment?
Yeah, we don't, I don't have that number, we'd have to go back and look and pull all the records.
What's the fixed portion of our fee, Chip? 25? It's not, I just calculated in my head. It's not. You're talking, even if I'm being generous, $5,000 a year? But also, that's not, you know, those are costs we're recovering that are actually allocated to other expenditures, right? So even if I attributed their entire portion of their fixed fee going towards their project at $5,000 a year, it's not really, it's going to pay for other expenditures we have to expend to even deliver that water. Most agencies do not have a program in which the district or the agency pays for new facilities to serve any parcels.
Yeah.
True, but we are really unusual with our topography.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I just, if I can ask Doug one quick, so when you got the capacity charges of 908, is that added to the 4.5 million?
Mm-hmm.
So the actual real number is 4.4 plus 908.
Yeah, which is 5.3, but the capacity component,
They pay in its entirety.
they pay it, but the non-participating parcels, we don't pay that up front because
Mm-mm.
Correct.
capacity connection fee, that we'll just collect that, whatever.
The capacity connection fee is intended to recover costs associated with storage facilities, pumps, treatment plants.
Yeah, no, I get what it's associated with, but I'm wondering, first of all, are we financing that as part of the overall financing?
We're financing the capacity connection fees for the participants, and that's what this 908 is.
Okay,
Is associated with.
Yep.
so it's 908 plus 4475.
So is it correct to say the participants now are allowed to finance both their capacity charges and 90% of their fair share portion of the construction project?
Yes.
Right.
So we're only spending the project cost. We're collecting
Correct.
capacity slowly over time.
Right.
Ah,
There's no
okay.
out-of-pocket
We're not
upfront
budgeting
cost.
capacity fees. It's not
Okay.
expensive.
We're
Well,
not
you
taking
are,
it-
because you
well,
are
but
collecting
we're
it for
not taking
future
them out
projects.
of a revenue stream and putting it into our.
For the non-participating parcels, because technically you wouldn't need to do that, there would be no
I
nexus to
didn't
do
think
that.
they would do that for the current ones.
You technically are.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're paying us back for
Yeah.
those fees. We're not taking that money out of some other fund and putting it into the capacity fees for them and then getting paid back.
Yeah.
So what's actually coming out of the district cash flow is the construction cost.
Yeah, that's good.
But we're also not recouping the cost of the connection fee at the current time. We're financing that.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we don't prepay it forward into our capacity.
Yeah, and-
Got it.
And this gets down to some nuances, but this comes down to how we haven't been managing loans properly. So technically, the capacity charge loan should be booked against the capacity charge fund, and the
Yeah.
the construction project loan should be billed against Fund 10.
Yeah, got
Two
it.
different funds.
Yeah.
And the interest?
And the interest should be booked associated with whoever was the lending source.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just want to clarify, this dollars spent to benefit participants, you mentioned it's construction cost. That's the cost that we're paying the contractor, is that correct? We're also covering the engineering, the surveying, the construction
Yep.
inspection.
It's all in.
This is in there, I thought you said it was only the construction cost.
It's all cost, but not the capacity charge.
Total project cost.
Or it's engineering and all of
Mhm.
that.
And does that include Shannon's excellent professional services?
Okay, so that does include all of those other costs, because I know that there's always a breakdown, district pays, participant pays, that's how we saw it in engineering committee.
All of that.
And some of these, upfront costs are costs that the district may incur if the project doesn't move forward, right? Shannon
Right.
time as you move forward, getting the folks to sign up, engineering time to go out to see what's going on, et cetera, so,
Mm-hmm.
developing cost estimates, all that stuff, potential upfront money that project fails, it's absorbed by the district. I think that was it I had for that one, and then I wanted to get into, we're gonna use this map for a discussion item, so I'm gonna skip to the next one, which is some of the alternatives that we've done or potentially could use for this program. So we'll start with a couple of the big ones, which is a CFD or Community Facilities District or an Assessment District or an AD. And so we have two examples of those. We use the CFD for Cement Hill. Cement Hill is obviously a much larger project. There was 240 parcels, I believe it was 240 parcels that were part of that project. And then the Assessment District was over in Rodeo Flat. I think there was roughly 28 folks associated with that. The reason I bring these up is because these are potential alternatives with regards to getting contributions from everybody within the project area. In other words, the district would be having to pony up the upfront costs for non-participating parcels, because in these alternatives, there is no non-participating parcel. So what I mean by that, if we go back to the map, so this is Loma Rica, which I think had 10 votes, and it had 20 overall. If we were to move forward with the project and do like a CFD, it requires 2/3 of vote. So we would still do this whole project. But if we had 3 more customers that agreed in the ballot process to do it, everybody gets to pay their fair share. So the district wouldn't be ponying up the cost up front for those 5 or 6 other parcels that they know. Because the way that works is when it goes through the vote, ultimately you guys then decide as a board, like they did with Cement Hill, which I think had 82%, 83% approval. You're gonna be approving a project that doesn't have everybody happy, but they all get paid. You don't get to carve them out, right? So it's a mechanism that could be used by the board to be able to, get 100% participation of the project. If the board so desired to move forward with a project that didn't necessarily have 100%.
The facilities district requires a 2/3 vote, and assessment district requires 51%. So they're a little bit different of a nuance. Pardon?
What's the difference in those two?
It's basically with an assessment district, you're required to substantiate the special benefit that the parcels participating within the district will receive from any such improvement constructed by the district and the funds basically collected. A facilities district is a little bit different in that you don't have to make this special benefit determination, because when you do make the special benefit determination, you also have to identify whether there's any portion of the project that does not only have special benefit, but has a larger general benefit. And if it has a larger general benefit, then the assessment district is only required to pay for what their special benefit costs are, and the general benefit costs would have to be funded by some other source of revenue, just our regular water rates or something. Both are mechanisms that are utilized by agencies to construct new infrastructure. So, for example, one of the issues with this particular program is, for example, a developer cannot participate in this program. They would be skip financing, CFD formation, assessment district, paying cash, getting a loan, all of kind of these normal financing. But they really are no different than the 5 residential parcels now wanting to participate in this program. We just are more selective on who can participate in the program. I do see some issues with how we choose who can and cannot participate in the program from that perspective. And then I do have the concerns related to the financing, as well as the only requiring of the 50% participation. Essentially, we're expending capital funds on things that may not be a priority to the board from a capital perspective if we have to continue to pay for the 50% that's not participating.
Yeah, that's part of the
Trouble.
So there's there's a lot to talk about, but there are options.
Jennifer, could you go back to the special benefit thing? So talking about a treated water line extension, how, in that instance, would you identify that there is a general benefit in that case? And because, do we have to be concerned if our type of projects would fall within special benefit, or would they fall outside and include general benefit?
Yeah, any special benefit has to be has a direct relationship and beneficial relationship to the parcel itself. So, for example, if we formed a district and the line continued on and then served a park, 5 hydrants past the parcels, we would have to come up with a proportional share of the general benefit associated with the park, the 5 parcels, and the 4 fire hydrants that are not in that neighborhood. It's easier when you're talking about assessment districts for parks or landscaping, because you kind of say, okay, these homes surround Park A, and we generally feel that 85% of the users are from the special district, and 15% our general population, people coming from out of the area, from other neighborhoods. And so you partition it that way. So we would just have to basically go with each and every, and this is done when assessment districts are established. You have to have an engineer's report. The engineer's report has to identify the improvements, the cost of their improvements, how you are apportioning the cost per the parcels, and the associated special and general benefit. Only the cost associated with special benefit can have assessments collected to recoup costs to pay for that special benefit. And then anything else has to come from another source of revenue. So we would, on a per project basis, go, okay, Loma Rica, it's gonna have, these 4 fire hydrants are only going to be able to serve the parcels within the assessment district. Those last 4 fire hydrants, they serve parcels outside the district, and we start kind of coming up with basically splitting up the baby that way.
And the CFD, and tell me if I'm wrong here, is that everybody pays the same fee.
CFDs, you can portion not based off of special benefit, so you're not counting pieces of infrastructure. It's a tax, so you can, typically the way people apportion costs within CFDs, remember it has a higher 2/3 threshold for approval, is by square footage of lots or something like that. It's a much more simplistic way to do it. Most people prefer CFDs because there is more flexibility with using the funds collected through the assessments as opposed to an assessment district where you are essentially supposed to substantiate the special versus general benefit each and every year. And you have to do an engineer's report each and every year for an assessment district. They're a little bit different. You do see most agencies now transferring to the community facilities district.
Okay.
So I'm gonna run down my list of questions, so for everybody present and on camera. I submitted a whole host of questions to staff, and they were, thank you, said about answering them. So the first question is, how many households do we have in our district that are paying property taxes to NID, but do not have treated water service?
So that's a really difficult question to answer. Yeah, without doing a full-blown analysis. We probably actually have to hire a consultant.
With the census, we would know how many households, and we know how many customers we have. It seems like
we don't
extrapolate.
Yeah, we would have to hire somebody to help them.
Some also get raw water service and not treated water.
Yeah.
So there's an administrator for
Yeah.
that as well.
So the way that we receive property tax is based off of a teetered lump sum payment. It's not per household. And when you start looking at overall property tax revenue that comes in, you know, Dustin and I could live right next to each other and have the same exact size homes, but if I purchased mine in 2019 versus 1976,
Right.
it's very difficult. But we can obtain the data and go through the exercise. It's just not going to be a quick
Well, I was
exercise.
just looking for the number of households, not the amount of money.
Chip doesn't you have some parcel?
We know number of customers that we have, we know the number of customers we have in each area, and we know the amount of property tax revenue we receive by counting. But to give you an idea of who's paying what and the number of property owners that are not receiving any benefit from paying property tax.
Well, I guess that's what I was extrapolating. It's like, we get tax revenue from X number of parcels, whatever that is.
Treated water parcels.
Treated water parcels, we get X. And we have this many treated water customers. And the difference is people who are paying taxes who are not receiving treated water. I mean, that's how my mind was thinking about it, to try to make it more simple.
Yeah, you also have to remember, property tax collection and people don't want to hear this, but it's, you know, it has, it's your most legally flexible source of revenue, and it's to a greater benefit, right? And so there is a greater benefit of fire suppression and the economy and all these things. And so it does become somewhat of a difficult conversation. If you really want that information, we can try to...
I certainly am not trying to create work for staff, but for me, it is an important thing to think about in that we've got, you know, people who've been paying property taxes to the district for decades who don't have water service. And in part, this DFW-LE program was envisioned, I think, and we will hear from our historian, as in part of a response to that. And so there was that.
One thing we do know that 100% of Rough and Ready.
Thank you so much for that. Yes.
One of the challenges is if we would not have enough money in the district, period,
To do it.
for the rest of time to do that.
No, I understand, but I mean, it's like, we can only do this piecemeal because of our topography and the money and all those other limitations, but that there are people who pay taxes and don't get service, and I was just trying to quantify it in some way if that was possible. So, okay, so like, moving on, so then, it says for the staff report, $674,000 has been repaid to the program. How is those, where are those repayments booked, that $674,000? My understanding was it was supposed to go back into the DFWLE program to then be recycled and further.
There is no DFWLE fund, so if we were to.
But wasn't there one, I mean?
So the discussions back in the day had to do with the idea that you could utilize those funds to keep the program and invest them in the same program moving forward.
Right, that's what
I don't know in terms of.
There is not.
So that has not happened.
So everybody needs to remember, unless something is in its own fund or accounted for with a sub-account, which just does not ever have happened with this particular program, there is no earmarking. The money is just really going back into the water fund.
Okay, Well, I don't know that was the intent, but
The
okay.
original intent.
Yeah, and that's
The original intent was that it was supposed to go back in and be recycled and
that's a good,
self-funding.
you know, if we were to continue with this program, the board so desires, we can start moving money.
Okay, oh, I know, how many fire hydrants have been built as a result of this program?
37.
37.
47?
37.
37 fire hydrants.
Did NID pay for it?
Yeah, they were all, we paid for them.
NID paid for it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't in this number?
We paid for all the fire hydrants.
No.
It's in the number, it's just not.
It should be incled in the number.
It's in the construction number.
It's
but
a construction
not-
number.
It's not part that
When,
the property owners had to finance.
That's what they all get.
so say,
Say that again, say that again?
So the participants don't pay for the hydrants. The hydrants were paid as part of our community investment program. And so we paid for the hydrants. So that 4.4 million includes the hydrants, but the property owners are not required to pay.
They're not paying them those charges.
of those hydrants.
now a developer, so say the same developer was gonna develop that same
Right.
parcels, they would be required to pay for the hydrants as well as the water main.
But it seems to me, sort of a benefit that we don't really talk about is the 37 fire hydrants that were put in as a result of this program that the people didn't pay for, right? I mean, I kind of think we have to keep that in mind, that's a big deal.
And the developer one is a requirement for their development. They have to. install
Right,
those
but there's
fire
so
hydrants.
few of those up here, it's usually onesie,
I
two.
think that was part of the intent, was that the district is putting up monies for the community investment.
Right, and so one of the benefits of the treated water lines is that we get fire hydrants to help these communities with fire suppression.
And Sherman residents are paying for them.
Oh, okay.
But it also satisfies one of our water rights beneficial use.
No, fire hydrant, fire suppression is not a
Actually,
beneficial
the
use.
fire district should be
Yeah, it is.
higher.
Well, I don't know, we have to ask Dustin, I'm still.
But there was only one water right with the purpose of use that was identified to be
And it was
fire.
pre,
And it was pre-1914.
pre-1914.
There was one.
Remember, we talked about that, and all the rest of them, they removed fire as a
Right.
beneficial use for some.
Just covered under municipal.
Yeah, it's already, in my opinion, it's covered under general municipal use, yeah.
Yeah.
Or irrigation use, you could use it for putting out your farm fire.
And, oh, I know, so just in general, so the monies have been repaid, the $674,000, were most of those from due on sale, like the residences turned over? Do you know, Shannon?
It, looks like 15 were due on sale, so they were repaid as due on sale, 15 of those. And we've had 21 total that are paid in full. Some 6 property owners decided to go ahead and pay off their debt. You know,
Well, they probably refied and whatever,
Whatever
yeah.
the case may be, right? So, yeah, so 15 is what, what is it? Yeah, 15.
So 15 were from due on sale, from the properties turning over.
Correct.
And so, just again, is it correct to say that the total approximate remaining balance owed to NID from all of these projects is $2,196,000? Now, does that include the capacity charges? So we're only owed $2,196,000 for the 115 projects, or.
Minus the 21 that you paid on sale, right?
Yes. Right, but I mean, just, so 115 divided by 2,196, so I'm just curious what that works out to be.
It's not 2,1, not 215 now.
36. 36 is paid.
Oh, because 36 is paid.
Well,
Did you say 36? I thought you said.
15 paid for due on sale, 21 paid just because.
Oh, okay, so 36.
The 36 total have to pay. Is that what?
15 due on sale paid.
I don't think that's correct.
So I think it's only,
It's 21 paid in full and 15 paid on due on sale.
So a total of 36 is paid in full. That's pretty interesting.
36 out of 115.
We have a remaining loan balance of 2.2 million.
2,196.
Yeah.
Is two,
for the participants.
The other money's gone.
No.
Yeah, the other money's gone.
Non-participating parcel.
That money's not coming back.
Minus 36. I'm just trying to, I'm a numbers person. So that means there's 79 participants that are still owing 2,196, right?
And we've only recouped in 10, 12 years, 674,000, so there's, that's what we've loaned.
Yeah, some of these are 30-year paybacks, right? And they're only 2 or 1 or 2 or 3 years into their payback. So you got another 25 plus years before you.
And inflation, how does that affect our 1.16?
Right now, it's based on the.
It's based on the LAIF rate.
So,
Been dropping.
Yeah.
so what that works out to be is 27, we'll call it 28,000 per connection is what is remaining for the 79, give or take. I'm just trying to like.
So it's the JG well.
Yes and no, I mean, again, it's.
Yeah, I know, some more, some less.
Yeah, one of the challenges, and I think Director Hull was alluding to earlier, is when you're constructing these long runs of pipe with very few users on them, the reality is that the revenue recovered through the normal rate process isn't sufficient to offset the long-term
Right.
capital replacement of the pipe. So if even on a generous basis, we're looking at collecting from a fixed fee perspective about $5,000 a year from all 186 participants. And so that's where it starts to be, consideration needs to be given to how long is that pipe? What's going to be the revenue recovery? Because we're building, more things that need to be maintained and replaced. We're not collecting enough revenue to do that.
With the caveat that due to our topography and nature, we're not a 2,000 subdivision.
Right.
Right, I mean, it takes more infrastructure in general, so.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be more difficult for that number to pencil out in our district as a whole because of the way that we're set up.
Then you essentially would have to raise rates.
Because most of our parcels are multiple acre parcels.
Right, and well, I would
A lot
imagine
of infrastructure.
that if you were starting from scratch and you said, okay, we're gonna provide whatever it is, 25,000 connections, and it's gonna cost X, I bet you it doesn't pencil now either, right? I mean, it's not only a financial thing, it's also a human needs thing from my perspective.
But this sounds like farming. The more you farm, the more you lose.
Well, I'm done with my questions for now, so thank you. No, because they answered a lot through the presentation.
Okay, Director Peters.
So back to this assumption that when we only required 50%, did we just assume that people were gonna wanna get off their well and start paying treated water costs? Isn't it like $150 a month on average for treated water?
Are you talking about the non-participating 50%?
The non-participating, you said, yeah, we assumed that they would be joining on.
The thought throughout the process is that eventually folks would connect. Whether it's because a well that went bad, a new person comes in that's not familiar with the well, or doesn't like the taste of the water, or prefers to have treated water, prefers to have water that's always there even when the power's on.
Secure.
secure, right, those types of things. And so, yeah, there wasn't a specific.
Their wells were gazillions of feet.
Yeah, there wasn't a specific suggestion as what our anticipation was, other than it would just eventually happen through the process. Just like we have infilling now, when you see our treated water over the last 10 years in terms of our demand increases, all right, our increases in connections, it's higher than, say, the population growth within the county, because you have the infills where you have properties sitting inside an area that already has treated water, they start to connect.
It's also a far easier decision to make. When someone calls and says, how can I get treated water? If I'm telling them, well, you have to do 1,000 foot of water line, and you have to engineer, and you have to hire a contractor, and you have to, versus the pipeline right there, and it's gonna cost X number of dollars, all you have to do is apply for a meter to be installed. Simpler process versus going through all of this process of getting it to you. That's been done through a project like this.
And then one other question, on these hydrants, does our maintenance department operate and maintain these hydrants?
That's part of the flushing program,
Yeah.
when they go out and flush.
They flush them.
But the maintenance of the hydrants themselves, we have an MOU with the, fire department.
I thought we never executed that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I
An MOU with the fire departments to actually
have one,
dig
or we're
out and
going to
maintain.
maybe get one?
We've had one for a while, and it needs to be updated, but yeah. But we flush them, the water within them, but the maintenance of
It's not a whole
the caps.
some fire hydrants,
Yeah.
they need to be replaced.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple, we do.
But we own them, we own these hydrants.
We own and fix the hydrants if they break. The ongoing maintenance of brush clearing, painting and whatnot is the fire department.
So we.
Through an MOU that we've had for many years.
So we put it in and we flush it and take care of it.
If it breaks.
Correct.
Fix it if it breaks.
They paint it and
We're paying for it.
Somebody runs over it, we fix it.
We pay for it.
we generally, yes, it would be correct to say we pay for it. The painting and brush clearing is a nominal cost.
So, I mean, it's a good
Oh, go ahead.
well, I'm just gonna, I mean, it's a good program, we just gotta figure out how not to subsidize it with our ratepayers paying for it.
Yeah, and that's part of why we, wanted to talk about these two potential options, which is the TFDs and the ADs, right? I mean, that's a mechanism in which you'll get 100% participation. But if the board is not comfortable making everybody be 100% participation, then I'm not sure it's worth trying to go through that process, because it takes a lot of effort up front just to get to the point where we get the ballot together. You're hiring a consultant, you're doing work, you're spending money, then you're going forward and you get it. And if you get 82%, if you get, say, 2/3 and the TFD passes, if you're more comfortable passing 2/3, knowing that 1/3 of the folks didn't want it, but they will be paying the same cost as the 2/3 that wanted it. Or do you want something more than that? Do you want 100%? Do you want 90%? Those are the kind of things, in terms of these programs, that we want to maybe get flushed out or get feedback from the board, because there's going to be a lot of effort and a big deal to try to implement those. Then you have other options that we've talked about, right, which is maybe we can find some other ways to fund the project. And again, without 100% participation, short of it being a grant, the district's going to be on the hook for that. Even if we get an SRF, you're going to be paying for the non-participating component, unless you got the 100% participation.
So,
And that's the part that I'm not very worried about.
Yeah.
Who would like to go next? Karen?
So just for the record, I think that the concept behind this program is really a noble and important one for our communities. But there are aspects of it that really trouble me. Because when you have, it's clear from the statistics that even though, obviously, we have the organizers who've put in tremendous effort to bring this to their community. Having worked with a couple of the projects that are in place in my division, I know it took a lot of effort to do that, so I really commend your leadership in that. It's quizzical to me that here you're doing all this work to extend the water line and people aren't buying into it.
No.
So that's a real, well, I get that, but you know, if you have to redo your well, or, I mean, that's part of home ownership, and my point is that, you know, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink, and that is what this appears to be. It's a great program, but it doesn't seem to have the kind of community commitment to it that drives the cost down. Because if everybody participated, the cost per homeowner would go down. But instead, the district is funding it, and that means that all of the ratepayers out in the district are funding waterline extensions for specific communities. And I get, too, that part of our investment in the district is piecemeal. So should we do the BAP? That is going to support certain aspects of the district that doesn't benefit us in Divisions 3 and 4. I get that, but it's still a concern to me that we don't have broader support and that the district is funding this in perpetuity. I just think that's wrong. And then my other thing is, I just think that we have to move to one of these other funding mechanisms. I don't think we're a bank, and a 1% interest is like, yikes. I think if our ratepayers knew that basically we're losing money on this proposition, I think they would be even more concerned about the concept. But I think they would fully support the idea of waterline extensions. I think they would fully support trying to help people work with these funding mechanisms. So anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents.
Can I dovetail a word she used, the quizzical, is that the word you used?
Yeah.
That's a good word, because I have two. I have a family member and a neighbor who are not hooked up. They're on the line, right? And they're depending on their wells. And one family member said, I'm just gonna drill a well. Not even talking about the cost, right? I can hear my father and we have Nancy come up in a minute and talk about the history. They worked hard to prove to people that it was to a benefit to hook up to treated water.
Yeah.
If you stayed hooked up for a long time, right, it's your benefit. But you're absolutely right. That freedom of, I can do my own thing, my own way is pervasive in a rural area like ours.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people all that category that they're just not gonna do it, even though I think it's the most marvelous thing I ever did for my house, right?
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Can I add one more thing? One question that I posed to Jennifer was, what are other water districts doing like us? And because I wanted to know, does PCWA, YWA, EID, do our other mountain county water districts have a similar program? And the answer was no.
No, yes.
Yeah.
So, you had a question that we're gonna.
I think we're gonna be leading more towards reliance on surface water and less on well water as a trend. And number 2, what is the percentage sweet spot that the homeowners could finance the whole thing? Is it 80%, is 75, 2/3, where they could finance the whole thing, and as other people then add on, they pay back the original homeowners?
I don't know if there's a specific sweet spot. We have 2 of those in place currently, right, which is the Rattlesnake one and the Horseshoe,
Yeah.
where they pony up the cost for all parcels.
And then it's reimbursement.
And then it's a reimbursement. If somebody connects, they get reimbursed.
That is a very difficult thing for the district to administer.
But we don't have to.
I would never recommend we do that.
Started with that.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
started with that.
Okay.
And that's normally how it would work before. A water line extension, you extended it and it went across 4 property owners. We had a reimbursement agreement with you, so if anybody were to connect, then we would give you the money. And we
Never
still-
happened.
We still have those.
Most agencies have a reimbursement program, but they're not so on a parcel by parcel basis. It would be developer by developer. But they are very challenging to administer. You could get yourself in quite a bit of trouble.
But I think one of the things that it sounds like we're obviously gonna come back. We're gonna go and maybe come up with some brainstorming ideas and come back with regards to the program. What I'm hearing is that we want to look at something where it's 100% participation. It's where the CFDs or ADs, when you develop a project, everybody's on the hook for them. It's kind of what I'm hearing from folks. The second part of that is district's still interested in financing that, even if it is 100% participation, knowing that you would get it back over a 20 or 30-year period? Or is that off the table? So then now we're only talking about whether it's loans, whether it's a bond or some other type of thing that we utilize to fund these programs, these projects, and not district monies.
I'm not there yet. I still want to like massage it and hear more about it. And,
Yeah.
More about the
well, what I want to hear is from Nancy Weber, who was like the founder, of this program.
Nancy.
Wait longer. Would you rather go first?
No, you go.
No, we're here for the duration.
I thought I might be here for the direction too. Well, you have a dilemma. Always pays to keep sense of humor. I came on the NID board as a consumer, as an adversary. I had tried to get water. I bought a place off Lake Vera Road, and after 2 years, the yield went down, and those iron deposits became impossible. And so I was pretty active in the neighborhood association of 500 homes, and we worked to see if we could get water not only down our road, but with other neighborhoods. The orientation is very much grassroots to the individual, to your constituents, to your taxpayers. When you look at this from a budgetary standpoint, I can realize that there are red flags. I have heard gift of public funds so many times that my blood pressure goes straight to 200 the minute I hear it again. But I read it in the report, so let me just say, as a constituent who pays NID taxes, was previous my situation, and who gets no benefit, I would appreciate every bit of help I can get from NID to extend water lines. When I went door to door the second time, second election, a fellow in Morgan Ranch, a big businessman, said, "Why should you want to extend water lines? Why should I pay to extend your water lines?" And I said, "Why should my taxes go to subsidize what you have?" So the package is not just a bird's eye view of one facet or another. It's a big, comprehensive human needs, responsibilities of a public organization, responsibilities to be frugal and to manage it well. But if I were to have district finance water line extension, if you increase that interest rate, I may not be able to do it. And so, do you want to make money off me after I'm extending the water line at the same rate you would as an investment? Is that the orientation that you have? That's one of the things you have to decide. So I can say, Cement Hill, God help you, Doug. Cement Hill was a real learning experience, and Doug was there managing it. There are some real benefits. There were 12 people in the neighborhood who worked like dogs, who actually were going to sue NID because they had wells that were 1,200 feet deep with a yield of 1.5 gallons or less. And so we found a way, and the CFD was the way to fund it. One rule. For the CFD, you can distribute the cost evenly. And that then helps people buy in to get your 2/3 vote. You need that active neighborhood constituency to work for it. Don't pay for easements. Pay $1 for an easement, not like you would pay for an easement on any other place. There will be people who cannot pay, which I found out after we passed the CFD. People started saying, "I can't pay that, I'm gonna lose my property." So I went to Nate Beeson, and after he beat me around a little bit,
verbally. We came away with an agreement that the county would use, block grant funds to pick up those who were eligible by income for the cost. So there was a way, for some of the people who might not be participating because they truly cannot afford it. They're not just being cop-outs, they do not have the money. If they can prove that, that is a mechanism. So I don't have anything more profound except to just say, please, just don't go from a budgetary viewpoint. Figure out what NID can do as a public agency for the people to service, because you really need water. Thank you. Thank you. I don't even know these people.
I don't even know these people.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy, for coming and giving some historic insight and for your,
May we ask Nancy a question? I had some.
well, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
It's on topic.
Ms. Weber? I wanted to ask you sort of a historical question. We saw, you know, from staff's presentation about how it went through these different iterations, right? 50% and then 80% and so on. Did you find in your term what is the sweet spot in terms of the amount that, because I'm wondering, well, maybe we should go back and, you know, we should have a greater level of participation, you know, in terms of monetary participation. Did you find any kind of sweet spot when you were talking to folks, especially those 200 Cement Hill folks?
Yeah. Depends on how desperate you are for water. But each group of parcels is their own unique experience. Like, Shannon has been the person who pulled this all together so it made sense. I mean, all of these parts, the flow chart, all the things that she's done are great. It does take community participation. And Alderwood was one of the projects that failed. It was in Division 1, and they did not, as a neighborhood, they kind of waited for NID to organize it, and so they didn't have a chance. It would take, I think, if you wanted to really make an effort, if this is still goal number 1 in your strategic plan, to extend water lines, then I think probably some town hall meetings in your divisions, each of you identify the places where water needs are. Might be a good idea to do that before the state decides that we don't need it because we're not using it.
Well, thank you, Nancy. Thanks for coming in today. At this time, we'll take public comment from anybody else that would like to speak. If you want to raise your hand or star 9 your phone, go ahead, sir. If you would come up to the podium so we can record your voice.
So my name's Glenn Freitas. I'm here today with my wife Sandra and good neighbor Linda. We are the Maranatha Project. We were the Maranatha Project, and we still are the Maranatha Project. So as you saw by the chart, 6 years ago, we were a tick under the participation rate of 60%. And God help us, we wouldn't be sitting here today if we would have been that one more person to join the party. To bring it closer to home, we have several homes and properties in our neighborhood where the wells are drying back. This is not new. It's a pretty dry street. There's a few folks that have gushers, and if we could connect to them and they would allow us, we would probably do that. But we have no options to that. So personally, our 2-acre parcel started running out of water, and the well caved. And so we couldn't re-drill that spot. So the magic witcher came in, found us a new spot, and we hit 960 feet.
Oh, my God.
And got a 1/4 gallon.
Ooh.
So we buttoned it up, couldn't find any other viable location. So we've been ordering water by the truckload since 2018 at somewhere between $250 and $300 a truckload. Truckload lasts us a month to 2 months, depending on the season. And that's how we live. God help us if and when we ever decide to sell. Value certainly will take a hit. But Linda's sort of in the same position. She retrieves bottled water. And lucky for her, at least for irrigation purposes, she has untreated water connection with you folks. We do not. So there are several parcels where their wells have to be supplemented with tanks, refilled seasonally, depending on the table. We'll call it a table, the fissures, if you will. And that's quite frequent. And for the folks that have untreated water connections, they're a bit better off because they have that irrigation capability. Not all of us have that. And so Maranatha has sort of grown in this reputation of a dry stream. And so that's why it's important to us. I get the financing issues. I get that you don't want to be a financing bank, so to speak. But to Nancy's point, there are needs, and we have needs, and the alternatives are few. And so this program would have been, or is, real helpful to us. If the financing becomes a roadblock, and you put that back on the community to figure that out, I'm sure we could do that, but certainly it's not in our collective interest in that community to have to go through that, because we've been working on this project for 6 years. God help us if we have to figure out a way to finance, develop, contract, and while that's not impossible, that puts us down the road even further. And so I would just offer sort of a grassroots notion that this program is important to us. We need to reconsider interest rates and schedules and timelines and things like that. We would well, speaking for me, I would certainly be amenable to that. I can't speak for all 15 or so of the folks that actually signed on to participate, but I can certainly get feedback regarding that. You might also consider that if this program starts to unravel in your mind because of the dollars and cents, you could certainly grandfather us in under the old design, put an end date, and the other two projects that are on the table, and then just call it sunset, if that's your druthers, because then you will at least satisfy the folks in the queue and get us off your back, and then you can move on from there. But the need and demands from at least our world, our neighborhood, are real.
Could you tell us again how many, no, first off, where exactly, is it south, Alta Sierra somewhere?
So it's south of Alta Sierra.
South of Alta Sierra.
It's off of Pecole Drive, so it's like we share the mountain. We are considered part of Alta Sierra, okay, the stepchildren of Alta Sierra. Okay. So we are part of that community.
But you're on the opposite side of 49 from Alta Sierra.
Mm-hmm. No, we're on the same side.
Oh, you're on the same side.
Just
okay.
head down the hill a little further, another half a mile toward Auburn, and we're up on that.
Okay, now I've got it.
Yeah, so we're right there.
How many participants were in your project?
So we have 25 parcels, and we have a couple over the 50% threshold.
But not 60%.
Not, well, we might actually even be at the 60% now, but you know, neighborhoods change over time. It's been a few years. We have people coming and going. So, but I think we were a couple of over the 50% target at last check. But in 2016, we couldn't meet the 60% threshold. So that was huge for us. That 10% was huge for us to be eligible to participate.
Do you have a sense of why the non-participants are non-participants?
Sure, they have good wells.
When their well goes dry.
But when their well goes dry, so, and as time has marched on, people have added storage tanks because their flow is diminished, and periodically they need a refill to keep it charged, and that's increasing. So that will convince a few more folks to come play. But it's all, you know, it's hard to pony up a commitment for $40,000 without connection costs if your well is producing 30 gallons. But most of us, more than half of us, obviously, are not in that shape.
I'll just say, I don't see us unraveling. I see us tweaking the system to make it, I'm just speaking generally here, but, it's unraveling.
Not if your charge is to deliver water.
No, because I think Karen put it, Nancy did too. But I think we can find a solution, we're working towards that.
And if we can participate in any way, if the public on the project side that are applying for this program can help participate in that, and give perspective on the ground, we'd be happy to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See one hand raised to John Tadlock, would you like to speak?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wasn't sure. No, it's all good stuff, and I'm glad you guys are really looking into alternatives to this. I'm part of the Harris Road, I don't want to call it association, but and I'm just making statements basically and just observations. So we have about 28 or so parcels, and what we did was we just signed the initial, signature paper to have the Waterline extension, and that's where it sits with Shannon right now. But kind of thinking about what Karen was, when she was talking, I was getting the idea, and I think about this myself, is where it's kind of like that situation where you always hear people buying a home near an airport and then complaining about the noise from the planes. It's kind of like that when you think about you're moving out in the country, right? You're getting wells, you're on a well, and then pretty soon you complain about it. I know in our neighborhood, so when we canvass for signatures, another resident and I, we got everybody to sign but one, and that one person who didn't sign, it wasn't that they didn't want to, they just didn't want to sign right now. So, but he's kind of an interesting guy. But it was to speak to the airplane scenario and tying that into wells. A lot of it, of course, has to do with the drought cycle we're in. Everybody's been experiencing it, and that seems to be more frequent. A lot of these homeowners out there have been there for years. I'm one of them. That and the fire situation, and getting insurance, we know the stories about that. We're in that zone. So having hydrants out there, big deal, it's a big issue. So the safety part of it. So it's more than just the drinking water. And then again, most of us, if you want to have either propane or pick your fuel or source of an emergency generator to run your well because Pacific Gas and Electric power goes out and you don't have power for that. So there's a lot of other expenses and reasons to go on potable water other than just, if your well runs dry, but that's part of it. But a lot of these people, we have wells, but we want to have that potable water and be able to have that resiliency. And there was a lot of concern even, and I know it's not an NID thing because it is, I can see where the dollars and cents have to make sense of it, but it's also, there seems to be a lot of environmental concern with the residents. They're worried about contamination from septic tanks. A lot of people don't have that upgrade from sand filter and pressure dose. So there's that. And of course, just that you got groundwater coming out of fractured rock and you're not testing it all the time to State Water Resources Control Board recommendations and the EPA. So yeah, there's just a lot into it. And also another thing too is where we're located. I heard some comments of like, well, we kind of feel like we're a third world out here, yet we're right next to, within walking distance of Auburn Elementary, the DeWitt Placer County Center. You can walk to a restaurant if you want to get ambitious. And yet we're out there, kind of in the sticks. So there's just a lot going into it. And I just wanted to make a comment just saying that we did have pretty much almost 100% interest, and we could probably push to get a signature if we have to. And that's all I had to say. And I just think the meeting was very good. It's insightful to see, you know, just, it is a big lift. It's a heavy lift with all the money that's involved in this kind of situation. The fact that you guys even have taken it on to begin with is very commendable. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Linda? Linda.
Hi, my name's Linda Fisher, and I've lived on Marinanza for 46 years. I was in my 20s when I moved there, and being at that age, you know, you have water. I mean, we're from Sacramento. Who knew about water and the impact it could have on your life? Well, pretty soon we ran out of water and realized we did not have NID treated water. We had NID ditch water. And so today I still wash my hair, wash my body, wash my clothes, and NID ditch water. And I have bottles in my car right now. From here I go down to Whitney Springs, I fill my jugs, I go home for my cooking and drinking. I do my Whitney Springs water, which tastes good, but who knows what I'm really drinking, because I don't know, but I'm healthy. Anyway, I really want water, and I want it bad. I have a rental house next door. We put a well in over there. It would not reach for a well at my house or my neighbor above me. There's no water on our properties. So she has gravity-fed ditch water, and they have all this filtration system underneath their house that they have to maintain and all this stuff. I just take my little cylinder out and throw it away because it's all muddy, and put another one in so my dishwasher will work and my wash machine will work. As far as the financing goes, it's wonderful that you did have or may still have it, but I would be in a position now that I have 3 parcels, and at the time, it was like $30,000 a parcel for us to join in, to have the privilege to buy water from you. I would pay for mine up front if it meant that we could use that money to help others to get on board, because to me, I'd rather put $30,000 in a guaranteed way to get water to my house than to stick it in a well, which I did next door in my rental house. We went from 500 feet to 900 feet and got a half a gallon a minute more, and then that was on a Friday. By Monday, when they came to put the casing in, it collapsed. So there's money for nothing. So I would rather have guaranteed money for guaranteed water, and I'd be willing to help work with that.
Thank you, Linda.
Anybody else like to speak today on this issue? Start on your phone. Okay, I see none.
I'm sorry, just one more comment. This is Glenn again. I want to thank Shannon for
Yeah.
excuse me, expression, teaching us to make it through all this process. So I appreciate your help for this.
You're doing a good job. Okay. Do we have directions?
Sounds like we need more time.
We need more.
Okay.
I think we do need more time.
I have a couple of little ideas I want to look into and things I want to research. So why don't you let staff and I, we'll put our brain power back together and see if we can't kind of figure maybe out some more information that might help the board.
Well, yeah, because I think that this is a really important program, and I don't see it as something, as an investment that we have to suddenly make money off of. You know, I think this is a human thing. And I would like to see us continue this program in some form that everybody can live with. I think, you know, especially for these smaller neighborhoods, I could see like Cement Hill, that's a perfect thing for the CFD, that's perfect. But, you know, you get 10 people or 15 people or whatever, and this is the best answer for them, I think. And I would like to see us continue to support it in some way.
Director Johansson.
Yeah, so I agree with Director Hecht. I mean, it's a good project and program. Two things. One thing that Nancy has said, and before, I've heard it many times, people paying property taxes to NID somewhat expect to have service. Some way to figure that out. And, I don't know if we need to even build a nexus between how much property taxes they're putting in to the, to the service car, offset some of the charges. Or I like the, block grant funds. I think with the drought now, I think there's a lot more money available to connect communities. The town of Waterline got almost $8 million, included all hookup fees and everything. I think it's a matter of identifying where the wells are going dry and go for that state money, and the Department of, I believe it was the Department of Water Resources was the source of that funds. But there's money out there, we should be actively pursuing it and identifying the different communities that need it, and get more people hooked up.
I would also like to state, and you have all the paperwork, they've already done the engineering for our development. It's all done. I mean, they already told us where the fire hydrants are gonna go. All of that has been done, so that cost has already been taken care of. And we're just ready to.
They're ready to roll.
We're ready to roll.
Can they do that? I mean, are we able to let them kind of go forward, Shannon, or where are we in their specific?
I would have to look back and see if it was, a conceptual engineering design, or if actually improvement plans were technically designed. So that would be, I'd have to go back to their file to review that. As far as where they're at in the process, now, the way we do our process is I would be bringing a cost estimate to the board for you to not encumber, but commit to spending X amount of dollars on that type of project. Then I would have a neighborhood kickoff meeting and give them all the details, how much it's gonna cost, and what the agreement looks like, and what their obligation is, and all of the, details that they need to know, and then give them 30 days to apply to join the project, to be a participant, and then start the process.
Well, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I really feel like these folks have been waiting, they've been doing what we've asked for, 5 years, 6 years, that we should. It feels right to have them go forward, and for us to go forward in some way, for this group in particular. So
I think it was especially in consideration of Loma Rica. Did Loma Rica come after them?
No, they were before them.
They were before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what happened is when the program changed, and I reached out to everybody who had failed previously for whatever reason, and so then they resubmitted their petition. So, and once the petition comes in line, the engineering committee would recognize it, and they're in a spot.
So they're in the spot.
So right now, I haven't been able to work with them because there's no budget. I don't have any money available to say I can work to ask.
But we need to know how much it is. I mean, there may be able.
We can, let staff flesh that out, because, it obviously is, if the board desires to grandfather them in, that's absolutely okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not opposed to the program, I just think that the funding is a little off kilter. There's many, properties it used to be rural Lincoln, now it's rural Lake of the Pines, that are in this situation, and they don't have an opportunity to hook up.
Yeah.
And they're having to pay out of their ratepayers and taxpayers and tax money to facilitate, properties that happen to be located near a treated water line. And so anyone in that area, if their well goes dry, they're SOL. And they're still taxpayers.
Some of the,
treatment plants out there.
yeah, some of the,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's for a huge amount of the district, so you're a special case. You've been in the pipeline for a long time, so I think we can look at you differently than we want to look at the future program. So, I would like to give management a chance to just look at what alternative financing options exist, not holding you up forever and a day, but just, can we have a month to look at what those options are and then make a decision, go with the old program or suggest a new option, rather than say, right now, we're going to go with the old financing option, which I think is not beneficial to the
And it's not fair to people that don't have access to those opportunities.
So including the financing options would also be grant money from the state.
Right, exactly.
When it's available, it's not always
Yeah,
available.
grant money is
available
hard,
now.
right?
Grant money's hard, though. It is hard, and it doesn't just appear.
It also, usually there's issuances.
But
Mhm.
more work for you guys.
I'm just suggesting we give,
A little more work doesn't hurt.
I'm just suggesting a 1 month till we have a decision point for you on which way we go. But I think everyone on the board are we all supporting the project, but just have to
I support the
try to
project, but I really feel like these guys have
Not
waited a
necessarily
long time.
finance.
I don't agree with that financing.
I think it's off the agenda to do that.
I think we have enough direction and input to go back and try to come up with a program that benefits the district and also takes into consideration the folks that have been in the pipeline.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
would be,
I would certainly recommend we give special consideration to those that have been in the pipeline versus those that are not even on the list.
right, yeah.
Right, that's two different categories.
Yeah.
For these people specifically,
Yeah,
I would really
yeah, let me flesh out some things for
Okay.
their project in particular.
And we'll see it in a month.
Are you guys good with
Yeah.
that?
It's been there since 45
I know, but,
years,
you
so-
know, I mean, I think you see that, you know,
Yeah.
we want to help and we want to see this continue.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks for coming in. Thank you, Doug, thank you, Shannon.
Thank you all.
Always, thank you, Nancy, for coming.
Yeah, lunch is here.
Okay, so we'll be taking a lunch break. What do we say, how long? Half an hour.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Okay, board meeting back in session. Next item on the agenda is number 13, conference participation. And Jennifer is going to facilitate that discussion.
All right, thank you, President Beerwagon. So this will be just a really quick item. The board does have in the 2022 budget, $14,500 available for conferences and training. And there's some really wonderful opportunities coming up. Most notably, there is an Aqua conference in Sacramento of this spring, May 3rd through the 5th. That's probably the most cost-effective option. So, you know, in that, since it's so close and travel is nothing essentially, that would be a good time for anybody and everybody to go to if you so desire. There is an Aqua conference in Washington, D.C. in the July timeframe. The cost for the conference is all that expensive, but I would anticipate that the hotel and, from my experience, the hotel and the food costs as well as the travel costs will essentially add another, probably another minimum of $2,500 to it.
Yeah.
2,500 to 300.
On the food, I know when I worked at the state, you get like $6 for breakfast, $11
The
for
per
lunch.
diem rate.
Yeah, is that how we work on these type of things with us?
Yes, but if the conference provides the meal, then you don't get the meal
The meal.
allowance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the time, these conferences do provide a whole meal package.
Yeah.
Well, I had originally said I wanted to go to Washington DC, and then after talking to several people, including Jennifer, it's like, I don't think that's useful use of time at this point, certainly not for me. And, who was it that I talked to? Was it Andy Fessa? I can't remember. Anyway, but I am really interested in going to the spring conference for Aqua.
Yeah.
And I think you said, Jennifer, that all of us should go, or many
I think
people
that's
want to
a
go.
reasonable expenditure. It's so close. I do think that you'll all find valuable information, also give you opportunity to network with your colleagues. I think that's a great opportunity. I also think the Leadership Academy at CSDA might be very beneficial. I had originally recommended to Director Hull that she may want to take consideration of that particular conference, which has 2 dates and locations. One is in San Diego and one is in Napa. That does help, you know, there's a lot of different components from financial oversight to strategic planning to coordination between board and staff that I think might be helpful moving into the future, since we still have, you know, the board does have a lot of experience now, but it is still, would be considered fairly new board.
Is that the one we went to with the leadership one? Yeah,
Did you
Warren and
find
I
it
went.
helpful?
Yeah.
We went to a meeting now too, of them. You and I did.
You and I did?
Yes, so one day meeting.
Oh, that's right, that was in El Dorado County.
It was only one day, but it was very beneficial.
That was very beneficial. I'm not sure the one that Laura and I went to, I don't know, Laura, what was your feeling?
It was okay.
It was okay.
Was it a 3-day conference?
Yeah, it was a 3-day conference
Napa.
in Napa.
Okay.
And the district paid, and it was great, and we were really new, and Chris was gonna go, and the reason we went, remember, it was like, we got a $10,000 savings off of our insurance.
Yeah, those,
For the next year.
yeah, with CSEA, there was an affiliation with SDRMA.
DRMA.
And so if you go and you get points and that affects your,
Right, and then
no longer with
COVID next
SDRMA.
year, and then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And there's no incentive there anymore?
No, we don't have insurance with SDRMA, so that particular incentive doesn't really make sense anymore.
What did you do in El Dorado Hill?
The SDA, they had a one-day
something.
meeting, and, Brian and Dolly was there and spoke, and.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and they had these old guys that have been on boards forever, just sharing their experience.
That was the most helpful
It
part.
was the greatest thing, just these old
Yeah.
guys talking about it.
Yes, it was great. That part was great.
You know,
It was a long time.
It was the first year we were on the board.
if I can jump back to the Aqua one in spring here in May, those prices, those are a daily, so you could just go for the one day.
Oh.
Sometimes the Aqua, it starts like on a Wednesday, and that Wednesday's filled with committee meetings, finance meetings, legislative meetings, it's committees, right? And then the second day typically is like the meat of the day, and it goes from 8 a.m. with an opening plenary all the way till an evening dinner. And then the third day typically is just like a breakfast and a closing remarks, and then you kind of leave around 11. So,
Oh, right.
so the Aqua, it might be worth looking at kind of a one day, but the 3-day gives you that networking ability with all those others if you're
Right.
spending the time there and you're interacting after the event. So it's up to you. Just wanted
That
to-
was my question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we were to go, I mean, would Chris make reservations for those of us who wanted to go and make the payment and all of that kind of stuff?
Oh, sure, for
Okay.
sure. Yeah, if the board, depending on how you wanna handle it, you can just provide direction that we're gonna send 5 folks to Aqua and whatever, and then you can just, it's within our spending authority, so you can just, let us know, staff know, and then we'll get it all scheduled for you.
Okay.
So I assume that, okay, so $14,500, that's $2,900 per,
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
per director. So we have, individually, we could request up to $2,900. If we wanted to send somebody to something bigger, we'd have to have board approval.
That is also a great way to look at it. So some boards do that. They just say, okay, our budget is $2,900 per person. You have the leeway within your own budget to identify the training you'd like to go to.
Okay.
Some boards say, okay, we would like to send everyone to Washington DC this year. We're gonna need a budget, $40,000. So it's however the board desires.
Okay.
Okay.
Who wants to go to Washington DC with a war going on?
Yeah, no, not me.
That's a valid point. Probably higher on the target list.
Yeah, it might be.
I think so.
And regarding the APA conference, I highly recommend that management staff and some of the staff go to that. It's equally important for staff people to interact with other.
Which one, Laura? Are you talking about the
Aqua.
Aqua? All of them?
The
or-
spring Aqua
Spring
conference.
Spring Aqua? Oh, yeah.
We'll try to make a showing.
Yes, we want to see your smiling face there.
In the past, we used to meet and have dinner, and usually have training, somebody brought in for training.
Oh, that's
It's
a
very
good
free
idea.
factor, right?
So like, we could have like a Wednesday night dinner with just our team?
Just, I always get a little nervous about the Brown Act dynamics, but we would
But if
bring
you're
in-
there, you'll keep us.
Well, what is all?
Sponsor dinner, you're saying, or something like that?
Just in an ID dinner, and a lot of times, like, we brought in, you there, Greg? I may have been the only one.
I wasn't, no, I don't
Okay.
think so.
I remember helping set it up, but I don't remember who it was we had.
Yeah, we had, people come in, like an IT, security expert,
Hmm.
whatever an emerging issue is.
Uh-huh.
Kind of a training session, opportunity to ask questions.
That's a great idea.
And was that the conference? Is that
It was at the conference.
But he's saying it was a
Usually,
dinner.
This one was, we've done it in Sacramento and then Monterey. We usually flip
Yeah.
back and forth between the two locations.
All right.
That would almost necessitate a 2-day. pass, but, yeah.
Well, see, I like the two-day
Finance,
pass, because you
infrastructure.
show up, and then you can
Expert.
get the network, and then we have our dinners, and
Right.
you're sort of.
There we go, our topic.
So it sounds like there is some general consensus on that each board member can spend their allotment as they see fit.
Yep.
Great, I think that's all we need then.
Okay, cool.
And is there budget for staff to go to these things, to pay for staff to go?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
Our problem isn't necessarily budget, it's always peeling away the time.
Yeah, sure,
14,000.
absolutely.
Our budget, well, there's a variety of
We have a,
training and conference budgets, but we have more of a time issue on our side.
And then what about, I really like Dustin's idea of arranging a dinner somewhere for our board and staff who show up.
No, well, let us check
You wanna
into
look
that.
into that?
Mhm.
Okay.
You guys agree?
And, yeah,
Yes,
and I'm
great.
currently the Aqua Region 3 representative on the board, Region 3, and so I may go through my budget, I don't know, because, anyway, just
I think we have some additional budget that you can utilize
Yeah.
from our budget if you go over a little bit.
I think you can have some of mine.
Okay.
You can have some of mine too, because I
Yeah.
don't think I'll spend mine.
We should have plenty of money
I
for
gotta
it.
get public comment here.
Mhm.
Let's forget about that.
well, before you go into that, in general, what is not included here, there are some CSDA free, not conferences, I'm sorry, but trainings. And they're online, and there are a number of different things. So there are other resources out there for board members, to train on different aspects of
A long list on
special district.
their list.
There is,
A lot of stuff.
yeah.
Okay. Any member of the public like to comment on this item, consideration of workshop and conference participation by the board? Start on your phone. Okay. Item number 14. Draft revision of district policies. Once again, Ms. Jennifer Hansen.
Thank you, President Burback. This item is only to obtain input from the board. This is a policy we discussed during the 2022 annual budget process. And essentially, the previous policy, or the current policy, as approved by the board, authorizes the general manager to make very significant amendments to the budget on an annual basis. So this past year, during the 2022 annual budget, I've made a recommendation to the board that the budget actually be adopted by resolution, and I removed that authority. From a fraud prevention perspective, I do not feel it's appropriate for the general manager to be able to increase the appropriations authorized by the board or increase the number of full-time equivalents. So this proposed amendment, which is just for input, and then we'll take your input and revise as necessary and bring back at a later date, removes that authority and places the authority to increase any appropriation at the board level, and then the general manager can only move money within already appropriated dollars within a fund, but cannot move money between capital improvement projects or an operating fund. And so with that, if there's any input, anyone has any questions? And this is just the first one, and it's gonna be a very long series of financial policies that we'll be bringing forth. As we're going through our comprehensive financial cleanup, there is several policies that need to be considered by the board as well as modifications made. So this is just one of the beginning of that. One of the ones that would be most closely related to this actual policy is we are going to propose that there is an actual budget policy that will govern the budget development process and then what the budget looks like and how we manage it. But that will be coming forth at a later date.
Start of the cleanup.
Yep, this is beginning of the cleanup. We're trying to take, one or two at a time, so the process will always be to, when we're doing a policy modification, is to bring it forward in draft form for input, receive your input, or no input, or whatever it is, and then we'll bring it back
So
at the following meeting.
Can we walk through, so $2 million was authorized for backbone extension program, we spent about,
Can you give it a?
This is why I need a policy amended to protect me from the.
That's right.
hey, I learned yesterday, you have to bring it up at every time.
Yeah.
And you should all blame
Came from Greg.
Greg is the one who gave him this idea.
I mean,
Greg was, wow, Greg.
I'm nosy.
Not a specific
Thanks for
topic, just the bring.
We need to take time management training, if anyone contributions, Greg.
It's a marketing thing, sorry.
Yeah,
It's a marketing
it is
thing.
a marketing thing.
The sales have to show up 5 times to make the sale.
But this is instructional, I mean, so, budget about 2 million, I think we spent about 600,000, 500,000?
Wait, what are we talking, is this on our
This
agenda?
isn't on the topic.
This is not on the agenda.
I think he's getting there. I think what you're referring to is if a capital improvement project is budgeted for $2 million, and only $600,000 is utilized,
What
you can
happens?
handle one of two ways. You can, in the closing documents for the capital improvement project, you can essentially say that all funds not expended will be unencumbered and be rolled back into the unassigned fund balance.
General fund.
Or you can take one item once a year and clean all that up. So we are getting ready, within probably the next month, to bring a large cleanup item for budgetary purposes to the board. But essentially, money doesn't just disappear, right?
No.
If it's not expended for the intended purpose, it technically goes back to its parent fund.
And that's how I read this, was
Yeah.
that the CIP project doesn't spend it all, it goes back into CIP.
No, it could, you could do it that way, yeah.
But I think I thought you said you didn't want the authorization to be able to move it to a different,
Yeah, so it depends on how we handle it with that closeout request that we would do. So when you have,
Rollovers, are we talking about rollovers?
it's somewhat, the rollovers is used for a lot of different, terms. A rollover is typically a encumbrance for a purchase order that is not expended by the end of the fiscal year.
right?
So you will roll over the encumbrance over more than one fiscal year.
Because you're gonna have to pay for it
Projects, a capital project should really be, you can budget them one of two ways. The way that they are budgeted here, and this has not changed, is they are budgeted on an annual basis. And so it really, so for example, the BEV was funded for environmental and design this year. There would be a second appropriation request for design for next year. Some entities do come out the gate and say, we're gonna do all $6 million for the project, and that appropriation runs for the life, and it's not re-upped annually. But we are not there. So you're under a scenario under which you complete authorization for an annual appropriation, whether it be for operating or for capital expenditures.
So 2 questions I have. One is, which of those do you prefer on that subject?
I think it's a little bit cleaner to do it annually. I think what would be nice for the district at some point, we're just not there yet, maybe get there in a few years, is to go to a 2-year budget.
Yeah.
The other question is, I'm a little confused. I thought this policy was talking about adding to the budget,
Correct.
not transfers or these kind of discussions we're having here now, right? The policy talks about the $600,000 that you crossed out.
It's
right?
related to
To
the.
increase the budget, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's related to also the restricting the ability to move money between capital funds and operating funds.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Because technically, if I didn't put that in there, I could unfund one of your capital projects and roll it into operations.
Oh, you could,
Right.
okay.
And so this is preventing that from happening in the future.
Yeah.
This is just one of those things, it's not something, I know I bring up fraud a lot, but it is something that it is nice to have the kind of safeguards in place. Not only does it protect the district, it provides for greater expectation from the board and the public on what fiscal oversight means.
Yep.
But also, it provides protection for the employees. So some of these safeguards are in place so that, if there was ever a larger accusation of something weird happening, now that couldn't have happened because nobody would, there's this kind of chain of control of how these
Right,
things
it's
occur.
internal control.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right.
And it's more than just it's in policy.
Oh, correct. So and that speaks to, and we'll talk about it at the next meeting, but to a lot of the financial cleanup we're doing is placing the internal controls for financial transactions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you did a great job.
Yes, I do.
I've been
too.
wanting to do this now for several years, so I'm really grateful, thank you.
So if you have any input between now and the next meeting, just let me know offline, and then we can, incorporate that input if it's, fairly, doesn't change the intent of the policy, then we'll bring it back and, propose it for a vote.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
Would any member of the public like to speak to this item today? Draft revision of District Policy 3100. Start on your phone. All right, last chance. If you'd like to comment, start on your phone. All right, we will move on. Thank you, Jennifer.
No problem.
Yep.
Item number 15. USFS owned campgrounds. Jennifer's on again.
Me again.
I was looking straight at Monica.
Yeah, I will call in
Yeah,
Monica to assist if we have any
Yeah.
detailed questions.
She already answered a whole bunch of my questions this morning. I didn't have to bug her.
Yeah, Monica is wonderful. She does a very good job with the recreation department.
Welcome, Monica.
So under, our current FERC license for the Yuba Bear project, there were fairly substantial recreation requirements that were placed on the district to allow for the licensing of that facility, which
You mean
includes
the old FERC license, I'm sorry.
the old FERC license.
Old FERC
So it
license, not the
includes
new.
both the reservoirs as well as the powerhouses that are associated with it. Part of, and I'm not clear kind of on the transition, part of our recreation plan and the FERC licensing requires recreational facilities that are located both on NID-owned properties such as Rollins, Scotts Flat, as well as there's two Upper Lakes, Fauchery and Sawmill, I always forget about little Sawmill, and Sawmill, those campgrounds are located on NID's property. There are also campgrounds that are recreational facilities that were required to be constructed under the FERC license that are located on U.S. Forest Service property. Up until, 2008, 17, 18, the U.S. Forest Service
16.
ran the U.S. Forest Service owned campgrounds. What year was that when they transitioned to NID?
16.
No, it was before I came on. I came on in 2017. Peggy, the former recreation manager, was.
Yeah, I think it was 16.
It was 16, I think it was 16.
I think, so in 2016, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the district took over the operation of the U.S. Forest Service-owned campgrounds under a special use permit, which is essentially the U.S. Forest Service concessionaire agreement. And so the concessionaire agreement is used by the U.S. Forest Service to allow third parties, whether they be privately owned or, other government agencies, to operate their facilities. Last year, we had some challenges related to a disagreement over fire restrictions within the U.S. Forest Service-owned campgrounds. So in June of last year, due to drought conditions and ongoing concerns related to drought, how dry and fire risk, the district made a decision in the June timeframe, kind of mid-June timeframe, to no longer allow open campfires at our campgrounds. And this was done in consideration of the CAL FIRE restrictions at the time, as well as those issued by Nevada City.
To be clear, was that a board, did the board take action back then? I don't think so.
The board did not take action, but the board was notified, and I did not receive any.
Right, that's right. We discussed it. I just
discussed
couldn't
it.
remember if there was a formal board thing, that's all.
It was not a formal board action, but we did discuss it. And so, upon that consideration, we contacted the U.S. Forest Service and requested that we also be allowed to prohibit fires within those upper division campgrounds, and specifically at some of the facilities that are reliant upon spring water for any fire suppression activities. The spring water was running low already that early in the season due to the ongoing drought, and so we didn't feel that we had sufficient, essentially water supply to even fight a small fire. The U.S. Forest Service, they did express concerns with our proposal. It's this kind of, went back and forth for a couple of weeks. They did not feel that the conditions on the ground warranted that strict of an action on prohibiting those fires. We went on for maybe another week, and the Tahoe National Forest, they then issued a prohibition of fires within the Tahoe Basin, essentially for the same concerns that the district did. We then reviewed the special use permit that was issued for the concessionaire of those facilities, and unfortunately, it has some very, very stringent liability and risk clauses within their standard agreement. And they essentially place all risk and liability and require the district to indemnify the U.S. Forest Service if there should ever be any type of fire that was any way, whether it be man-made or act of God, to be paid for by the district. And so because of the considerations of the financial liability that could result from a fire either being generated within the campground, whether intentional or not, or associated with any type of negligence or reasonable liability on our behalf, we started to raise concerns with the language in the agreement anyways. But the agreement does have a health and safety section where essentially says NID is required to take any and all action in order to protect the health and safety of the public, and so we essentially enacted that section of the agreement. The Forest Service wasn't overly pleased with the action. I think that they still felt that their decision was warranted and substantiated by their evaluation of the fire risk at the time, and the district did not agree with that. To move forward, a couple of months, or not even a couple of months, maybe a week or month, maybe a month, I don't even know, 2 or 3 weeks, the Condor fire broke out in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and then shortly after that, all fires were prohibited by the U.S. Forest Service. That also impacted our area, and then they actually restricted access to that area as well.
To the Bowman corridor, all dispersed camping.
Now, the dispersed camping has been a point of concern for staff. Unfortunately, I know how fun it is, but it does, if you're the one who has to worry about the risk and liability, it is pretty high risk because there are, you're going to have essentially an open campfire when they're not prohibited just about anywhere, as well as there's a lot of trash issues. And there's also a lot of off-road vehicle issues damaging parts of the environment. So we've always had a little bit of a concern. So in the September timeframe, the district notified the special use permit was going to expire December 31st of 2021. So September of 2021, we notified the Forest Service we did not intend to continue to want to renew the special use permit if our issues were able to be addressed. So we went through a series of meetings, and we identified 3 issues that the district has of concern. The first one being the risk and liability language that's included in the current agreement. The Forest Service did entertain modifications to that particular language. However, it did end up to be a little bit out of the regional folks' control as to whether that language should actually be modified or not, and it's more done on a nationwide basis. So they're unable to accommodate our request to tighten that liability language up to things that are within our reasonable control. The second item that we requested was that we have the authority to prohibit or implement fire restrictions as we deem necessary based off of the conditions that we see on the ground. The Forest Service has indicated that as long as we can come up with an agreement of kind of the metrics we would utilize to make those calls, that they could be open to that idea. So for example, if we said, if CAL FIRE prohibits fires, open fires, then we will prohibit open fires. So I think that one could kind of be addressed to somewhat of a reasonable level, to where I think staff could have a comfort level. The third item, which is a little bit tough to tackle just from a bureaucracy standpoint, is that the cost to operate the campgrounds is allowed to be offset by the revenue received from basically the camping fees that are paid. As the board is aware, we just recently updated our fees for camping, and part of that process was to complete a market study. And so we are currently at $39 per night for tent camping, and the Forest Service is at $24 per night. And so that results in is our ratepayers having to pay more for camping, than the revenue that would be received if the rates were raised up to market.
So wait, could you just, especially for the folks who are online, could you just say one thing about, so the Forest Service is at 24 and us at
39.
At 39, the delta is due to our market survey or what our actual costs are?
The delta is the delta is the difference between the revenue that we can utilize to offset our costs now versus the revenue that we could use to offset our costs if the rates were charged at a market rate.
Right.
Okay.
So the rates are essentially subsidized.
The Forest Service rates are subsidized.
Correct. And our rates too, frankly,
Right.
are subsidized.
Yes, I know that ours are, but I just was wondering, I mean, I'm really talking for the benefit of folks out there who have a great deal of interest in this, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not NID looking to make a big bunch of money.
No, even at $39 a night, we are still subsidizing camping. And so
Okay,
we're,
thank
you know, and that is something that should be noted. It should be expected that recreational activities, it's normal for them to be subsidized to some level. To the level to which they're.
Just thought I'd have to throw that in
See,
there.
we have a lot of subsidizing going on, so we're having
Where's the
this.
money coming from?
Yeah, see, this is
Oh,
my
I know.
question.
It comes
Yeah. This is always my question.
I have
So,
to say that, Rich, that was
you know, we are continuing to try to not only better understand our finances, but bring greater fiscal sustainability to the district.
Correct.
We have a lot of expenditures ahead of us, and we do not have enough money for all of them.
Amen.
We have a lot of subsidies. Going through the FERC relicensing effort, you know, it's not issued yet, but I am having very significant concerns that we will be priced out of hydropower. So we are going back and redoing with the new FERC license, not with our current
Didn't
license.
we say that 2 years ago?
Yes, we did.
So we are,
That's why I wanted a business plan.
What?
yeah, so we are, right now, we're starting to go through all of the costs. A part of it is projecting forward costs and then basically how much money. So we are going back through all the details, and, you know, this is part of the financial cleanup, right? You have to know exactly what you have, so then you can make these projections moving forward. So we are going through that topic right now, because there will have to be at some point, we're gonna have to make, here's the line in the sand. If it costs more than this, we can't do it. And what that means is our ratepayers' rates are going to be significantly increased. So with all of that in consideration, we did express our concerns to the Forest Service regarding the rate discrepancy, and they did indicate that they are willing to consider new rates, but the kind of flip side of that coin is that they do have a process that they are required to go through to raise rates that sounds like it could be fairly lengthy. You know, it's a little bit unknown exactly how it works. It sounds like it could take from anywhere from, 1 year to 3 years. You know, we could shoot to have those rates, try to get them closer to being brought up to market for 2023. I don't think that that's overly feasible by 2023, but it does sound like we have some commitment and agreement from the Forest Service to continue that conversation, and they're certainly willing to consider it.
So it sounds like farming, the more campgrounds we have, the more money we lose.
That is the correct thing. Yeah.
You're on a roll there, Rick.
He is, yeah.
He's on a roll.
Well, so you always have to think about it this way. One of our challenges, and I always want to check what we're doing against what other agencies see, because I don't think there's something wrong. One of our challenges is that if you look at a UBA or a PCWA, they have very consolidated power facilities. So they're making most of their power from 1 or 2 facilities, and ours is much more spread out.
And they don't have 475 miles of ditches either.
Right, and then our campground facilities are much more spread out.
Yeah.
So we're just a much more costly system to maintain, and we also receive a lot less revenue. So, in a good year, UBA or PCWA, especially a UBA, they can bring in $70 million in 1 year from hydropower if they have a lot of water. We can't really bring in that much more revenue by maximizing our powerhouses because we already have it maximized. Right. And so we do have just a more costly system to run, which it makes it very challenging for all these things to pencil out. So we are two this year. We are still a little bit at a standstill with the U.S. Forest Service. I thought it was time to get some input from the board on what the board desires to do. So we currently do not have a concessionaire agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. There is a disagreement with the U.S. Forest Service as well, and district staff as well as their legal counsel on what our current FERC license actually requires or doesn't require. I think in the spirit of cooperation, I think it is reasonable to support their efforts on their campgrounds, and we have been saying that this whole time. I don't think it's reasonable for them to operate the water system in that upper division. We have the certifications that I think it's a much easier thing for us to do. So then that leads to, do we enter into a new agreement knowing our risk and liability issues are not addressed? Do we pay the U.S. Forest Service to operate their facilities, which is the same agreement that they have with PCWA? The U.S. Forest Service gave us a cost estimate for their operation of the facilities, and it was about $457,000 a year. But that cost will be reduced by the revenue we received from the facilities. And the reservations are open, so we would receive some revenue for sure. It does not, but it takes into consideration, we're still at $24 a night. Or do we try to enter into, so our three options are, we enter into a new concessionaire agreement with our.
Accepting the liability issue.
Accepting the liability, which I have some great concerns about.
Yep.
We pay the U.S. Forest Service the $457,000 they've requested, and continue to work with them to get their fees more in line with what we feel are the market, and work through some of the kind of nuanced issues as we move forward. Or we have already offered them $150,000. We could always pay that under protest and then ask for declaratory relief from FERC. Given that we are, kind of a little bit tight at the hip with the U.S. Forest Service, specifically through relicensing, I am not apt to recommend that we go the FERC route from the standpoint that it's going to take a really long time to go through. I think that for this particular year, I think we should probably give consideration of paying them to operate the facilities. I had an opportunity to review the costs that are charged to PCWA. It's hard to compare apples to apples because they're not the same campgrounds, right? They're not the same distance, they're not the same facilities. But it seems reasonable. Nothing seems super overly off. My biggest concern, they are charging more, about 25% more than would cost us. However, you do understand we are very cheap, right? So we run on a cheap shoestring budget, and so I would expect a federal agency to have a bigger budget than we are. So I don't know that that's that out of line. I do have, my greater concern is in the DEP being charged, so I would really like to see a commitment of that getting worked on. But I did want to receive some direction from the board for this upcoming year.
With the labor shortage, do we even have the people?
Actually, this year,
We've gotten better labor, right?
yes, I've been working with Blue Ribbon, and I'm getting calls every day from Hannah, who has a Ribbon rep.
And so, yeah, have you done a cost-benefit analysis? How much, if we operate this at $39, how much do we lose? If we operate at 28 or 24, how much do we lose?
We did, it was around 100,000.
Yeah.
I don't like the risk and the liability. I think it's way beyond their authority to jam that down our throat.
I think that the risk associated with the concessionaire agreement is very concerning. The Forest Service their opinion seems to be that we have the same risk under the FERC license, and we've reviewed it from a legal perspective, and we do not agree with that.
And for what is their basis for that? We
There's
have the same risk.
There's some clauses in the current licensing that essentially says you require, you're liable for anything that happens or damage that is caused by the project, construction, maintenance, operation of the project. The concessionaire agreement extends to, you're responsible for anything no matter what, accident,
lightning, right?
Squirrel, implosion, I don't know, you could be responsible. The likelihood of that happening, I don't know, but, I'm more about what's written in the black and white than not.
But it could happen.
It could happen, it could, for sure.
I mean, we have 3 campfires, river.
We
Bennett.
have,
If the wind had kept up another hour on either one of those, it was disastrous.
we just had a campfire this last weekend, or a fire in one of our campgrounds this last weekend. It was caught under control very easily, but since I have been here, Monica and I were talking, I believe there's been 3 fires started in our campground since I've been here.
You know, when I read the
Yeah.
documentation in the letter from the Forest Service saying they'd never had a documented fire coming from a campfire, it's like,
2 of them in 20
what?
years.
We had the river fire. Now, maybe it wasn't the U.S. Forest Service campground, but we did have fires.
We had one at Long Ravine.
We got one at Peninsula last year.
Peninsula, I guess that's
Right.
because-
Somebody decided to put, their charcoal in our burn pile.
That's right.
In midsummer.
Yeah.
Luckily, it was in our burn pile, so it just scared everybody, but it didn't get this weekend, it drizzled most of the day on Saturday. We had campers that were camping, had a bit of a fire. CAL FIRE thinks that it was windy, an ember came up, and it probably took most of the day to finally heat up and get going. But, that goes to show you how dry it really is right now, with the fact that we could have rain one day and we could have fire the next.
And it's
And
March.
you could, and you'll notice a lot of privately owned campgrounds only allow propane. And now I understand, I am a camper, my kids go camping, we camp a lot. Yes, the campfire's fun. But, but it's always fun because I don't have the legal risk associated with it. So, I have concerns over it.
Go ahead.
Monica, have we ever had a campfire in the it's not upper division, in the, what do we call that area, Jackson?
Jackson Meadows, upper division. Last year, there was a fire, down by Jackson, down by the lake, Jackson Meadows, and somebody had started a fire in an old, log. So that wasn't in the campground, but it was near the campground. The year before, we had somebody come in about 10 o'clock at night into the day use, the Aspen day use, and decided that they were just gonna camp there, started a fire. So luckily, we were able to put it out, and then, Forest Service came and cleaned it up for us. But, it happens.
They're spreadable up at that high, because it seems like more granitic, it's not as much vegetation.
Well, and up there, people like to, they like to be sneaky. Where the fire was, it was under a bunch of trees. So as the fire grew, the trees caught fire. A couple years ago at Foshery, that's our campground, but, we came in at the beginning of the season, huge rock ring right underneath trees.
Wow.
And it's just, because people just don't think.
It's a difficult thing, and people don't always use their
Best judgment.
best judgment.
And the thing is, it's just because we have campgrounds here and we have campgrounds there, it's easier if we're in fire restrictions, all of our campgrounds are in fire restrictions. There's not, okay, we're lower division, so we have to be in fire restrictions. In all of our upper divisions, we can still have fires up there. It's easier just to be across the board, we're done.
So did I hear?
And then I don't have to dream about it at night.
They cut off like 30 fires as the big fire started?
Yes, they did.
They did.
Yeah, they prohibited fires, they replaced fire restrictions, in fact, they closed the whole area off.
It was all 5, I think, national forests up and down the Sierra.
But you also had taken, we had the Dixie fire burning and the Condor fire burning at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have, as a board, we've determined that risk is a huge issue with us. We have put it in the plan for water, is that much. Personally, I have reached my risk level. I don't want to take on any more. I would go with 150,000, and I don't want any more risk of running their campgrounds.
So the 150,000 is not
Is an offer.
acceptable to them, it was an offer.
Yeah, but
And then they came back at 4 something.
They came out at 450.
And then have we countered back?
at 160.
Well, let me ask this question. What does the 450 relate to?
They have to have a nexus.
They have a cost breakdown. They do have a cost breakdown. It does seem that it appears to be somewhat reasonable. We're just cheaper than they are.
What if we did 450 over 2 years and give all of us, them and us, a time period to work out the liability issues? Because I get, they're a federal agency, they move slowly like a big giant aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean. But, they can't do this overnight.
I think,
And so.
I don't think that will be acceptable.
Okay, well,
I don't think that will be acceptable to them.
But we should be able to find an acceptable number so we don't have to have the liability. And then agree that it is not the goal of this board to just shut down, oh wait, back up. For the purposes of the public and the people here, have we ever said we were going to close down Jackson Lake?
No, we're taking reservations, they're taking reservations. I had never heard that we were gonna close, anyone was
We've
closing
never,
Jackson Lake
ever
down.
said
No.
we're closing down, because
At
there
first
is,
I heard from that was through supervisors that were contacted.
that's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had never
So
heard
we
of
had
that.
never threatened,
No.
we never had that in our
No.
plan.
No,
That's
we've been
right.
taking reservations. In
Right,
fact,
and we've been taking
Greg
reservations.
rented a week and a half of it.
And you're not gonna have a campfire, are you, Greg?
No campfire.
Depends on the time of year. I hope to have one.
Hey, Chris?
No, so just, so, you know, I'm in favor of paying so that, I mean, if we pay $150,000 or $200,000 or $300,000, or whatever the number is way less than what we pay if we had a fire.
Oh, yes, I think for a 1 year, and being the cheapest one in the room, it pains me to say this. I think we will pay the $450 and come up with some type of agreement for the following year.
I would agree with that. We have to, we
We're
can't,
just buying our way out of the risk.
we're buying our way out of the risk.
Right.
Chip has
His head up.
The $450 include us continuing the water service, or is that something we can throw into the negotiation?
And so I think it should be their total amount, $457, $420 minus the cost of the water service minus the revenue.
Because we still have campgrounds,
Yeah.
we're still gonna operate Aspen Grove, Silverton, and Foster.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the, I mean, is this a net increase of 457 to our budget?
Yes, it is. This was not budgeted this year.
Well, no, net, it's 457 minus the revenue, minus
Correct. So it's my understanding, Monica, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they actually charge us in the rear. Right? They charge us after the season.
Yes.
Yeah. So we wouldn't have to pay till after.
Oh, no, I think they're gonna want us to pay up front.
Upfront? Okay.
Yeah, and then we benefit from the rate
For
for
the
the
next
next year. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So it's, depending on the board feedback, we would have to come back to the board with budget amendment.
So we have money coming from 2021?
We owe them money.
We actually we ended the year in a negative because of all the restrictions that ended up coming, that they ended up implementing, and then we had a lot of cancellations due to the fires in the area. People just didn't wanna
And
go
that,
there.
should expect that to happen this year.
If fires, yeah, it's not looking good from a fire year.
So I'm trying to understand what the fiscal impact of this is to the bottom line of recreation, just as you're proposing it. So I don't know how much money we can expect.
$350,000 a year.
350.
That's taking into consideration the offset.
Yeah, we make
From
about
the revenue.
120 on the
Yeah.
good year.
That's me estimating $100,000 in revenue to offset that.
Okay, so, and
So I would be coming back forward with a budget amendment for the entire amount, to $457,420. We would then be in this reimbursement credit or deficit situation the next year.
We would be operating the water system.
We would be operating the water system.
Their senior forest, or senior recreation, I don't know, the
Senior
WDO
superintendent?
superintendent,
He does a lot of work on the water system, yes, he's a D4.
he's designed, so he is gonna take care of the water system.
Yes, he doesn't take care of it 100%, water treatment comes and helps, they do all the testing. But, I mean, when we have a leak, my superintendent's able to fix a leak, get a sample, give it 6 chips of ice, and
And so his salary would be deducted, or a portion of his
it would be,
salary.
it would come out of the Jackson Meadows, code, because we're still gonna be up there, because we still have 3 campgrounds. So we still
But out
have
of the
this Jackson.
457, we would be,
Yeah.
with his salary, in addition to the revenues, would be.
If we can get that agreement. I
Yeah,
mean,
if
that
we can
needs
get
to be,
that.
so there's a separate agreement that's gonna have to be entered into with them. So we would require the budget amendment approval to execute the agreement, and then we would request for that to be placed in the agreement.
so it sounds like we're accepting their proposal.
More or less, and I think we also need to move forward with consideration of getting that upper system out of the new FERC license. we cannot continue, we are being priced out of hydropower, and the biggest, the problem is, and it's no one's fault, is that we're essentially conditioned with the same level of recreation requirements as the agencies that make 4 times the revenue we do.
Yep.
And so it's just such a bigger portion of our expenditures, it's just not affordable.
So are you proposing reopening the FERC negotiations to take campgrounds?
The first negotiations are not done.
So, but you're proposing to?
We're looking into what that process is
Can we
gonna
use
be.
that as a leverage, that requirement, the $150 million or whatever it is for picnic tables, campgrounds, and that? Is that, am I right on the number? I think it was pretty large.
We're going back through all of the numbers right now,
Okay.
because between, you have all the recreation improvements, you have the ongoing operations of the recreational facilities, which is included in the current draft relicense. You have the regulatory flows that are part of it, so you're getting less revenue, right?
Yep.
And then there's also a temperature issue in the South US, which I wasn't fully aware of, and now that I am, I have huge concerns about the cost of that license. There's a temperature issue in the South and Middle US. And the solutions to addressing the temperature issue are all very, very costly.
Very costly.
And the solution is just more water, more cold water.
There's also more water, or there could be some improvements in some of the facilities that are already present. Those improvements are, in the $100 million range.
Yep.
Not that we would be paying it all ourselves, but it would be, a split cost.
What kind of improvements would you?
You'd have to pull water off the bottom of those reservoirs instead of off the top.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to have
Low level route there.
Hey, Jennifer, if I could just add to this conversation about the acceptance of the current Forest Service offer to us or not, and moving forward that with a budget amendment, it's going to cost us more money than what we normally would have budgeted for this given year, for sure. I think part of it too, in the calculus, is that NID operates within and with the Forest Service in a number of different areas throughout the district, right? Through our watershed activities, we share common boundaries with forest thinning projects. We are looking forward with them with master stewardships agreements. We have, our hydroelectric division has power lines running right through Forest Service land, so we have a lot of other ancillary work that we do with the Forest Service, and reaching an agreement with them, I think, is the most appropriate methodology in the short term, recognizing that it is going to be a financial burden to us, and that we need to keep working on it.
That was I came to that conclusion, I think I shared first thing this morning, about the bigger picture with the Forest Service.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty big.
I agree. I mean, they've been partners, we're collaborators. I think it's in our interest and the interest of the district and the watershed to work together towards solutions for these things. I also feel like we can't accept that level of liability.
Nope.
So I think the quickest answer would be, if we can do this, is to pay to not run those campgrounds for this 1 year and give ourselves and staff and Forest Service 1 year to sort of work out this liability problem. If it's
The
workable.
liability problem's not.
That might not be the case.
Well, then
Cost.
maybe we end up paying, paying for year 2s and year 3. I mean, I don't know what that is, but I think that we have to figure it out right now for this year. We've got fishermen going up there, we've got.
With the flexibility to allow us to do what we need to do in our operations.
Right.
Period.
I mean, I just think that's the best solution, and we need a solution right away.
We also need a commitment from the Forest Service that they are supporting us and that our ratepayers don't need to be subsidizing camping to that
Well,
extent.
Right.
They need to come to the table in good faith.
Well, that was my other piece I was gonna suggest is, and has been suggested to me by others, is that we perhaps appoint, I don't know if it's a board member or staff or somebody appropriate to help facilitate this discussion going forward, because apparently there's been conflict.
I think that conflict is really in the perception of the U.S. Forest Service. We're talking about legal and financial issues, and they've never changed.
No.
We have been exactly where we're at.
Understood, but,
Yeah.
we're a small community, and I think it behooves us to open our the tent larger and go, okay, let's all work this out together somehow.
Well, and I think we do, I mean, we have built an awesome relationship over the past 5 years. When I first came on, it was not pretty. I mean, I think we had to like beg them to let us run the upper division, because they didn't believe that we could do it.
Interesting.
And we've gotten to the point where when I was working with a gentleman named Quentin, and he just retired, and he's like, Monica, the last 4 years, these campgrounds have been better than they've ever been. Granted, we've worked, myself and my staff have worked really, really hard to get them there. But I have an awesome relationship with the Forest Service, and I just think sometimes we have hiccups, and we just don't, it's hard for, like, lower level staff, I get along great. We can work it out. We've been having meetings together, and we've been trying. It's when it gets up to the up top, sometimes people's feelings get hurt, and they think that, you know, we're, like, NID is being, you know, malicious, and we're not being malicious. We're just looking out for ourselves. You know, one of the biggest questions we had when this all started was, why wasn't this an issue in the beginning? Well, because we didn't have a Jennifer. You know, we didn't. I mean, it wasn't a priority. It wasn't a priority to even think about fire liability and what that meant to the district. And she came on, and that was the first thing. Boom.
The world was different, the fire world was different in 2016 when NID took this initial special use permit.
Dixie Fire and the Condor Fire.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, during the summer months, it's hard for me because I think, you know, even lower division, I would think about fire, but upper division, it scares me because I am an hour and 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Director. To be to your point, like Monica says, we have worked with the Forest Service in many respects. I'm not sure there needs to be some, you know, organization that is in the middle.
You know, I brought that up because it was mentioned to me by more than one person.
Yeah.
I think that maybe the perception of the Forest Service and what's been being told to folks is probably not shared perception.
I believe that is quite possible as well. But at the end of the day, we have to solve it.
We gotta get it done.
We gotta get it done.
And it's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, we need to make a decision
Snow's gone
because
soon.
it's gonna be April, and those campgrounds are gonna, unless we get a lot of snow, those campgrounds will be open for Memorial Day weekend, and it takes time to get them open and get them ready.
You know, I do have one quick question. I was under the impression that we had been operating these campgrounds for much longer than 2016. Someone said you've been doing this for 40 years.
No.
There's a lot of things that are said
what?
that are posted in.
So we've only been doing it since 2016?
Did they used to do it before?
There's been a concessionaire.
Chip is our historian, and he says no.
California Land Management was managing it prior to that.
NID paid the Forest Service paid a concessionaire to do it.
Yeah, this is the challenge with the agreements, is
That's
the
how it works.
concessionaire agreement is very much written for a privately owned concessionaire. Because when
Who
you
has
are.
an LLC, you
Yes,
can go bankrupt
you're
and
just
whatever.
gonna roll, you're gonna sign it because you don't care, because you're gonna bankrupt your company and roll up the
If there's a
doormat
fire,
and sign.
sure.
And to Monica's point,
We need to do that.
when Monica and her staff went in, starting in 2016, and started working on it, the place was not up to snuff. It is now top of the line recreation location that it was not prior to us being there, and kudos to everything that her and her staff have done.
There's many times that we were threatened with having our permit yanked.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
When? In the
We're
last-
doing a good
since
job, right?
2016?
Yeah,
A 1-year special use permit,
Yeah.
and then we had another 1 year, and then it was a 3-year, and this is the end of the 3-year. And so, something like that.
Yeah, so it was basically like that, because the first year, they didn't want to give it to us, and then the second year, okay, we did better, but let's see how you go, and then my third year, they gave us a 3-year permit with a 5-year extension if we wanted it,
And that's the one that's up.
and that's what we're now.
Why did we want to do this in the beginning?
I don't know.
Can someone help me understand?
I think it was, do it cheaper, faster, better, but.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what,
Well, the
everybody talked at once.
evolution of,
Who was here that can respond to that?
it's, well, the evolution of taking over all the recreation, right?
Dustin could respond. You were here in 2016.
I don't recall this being discussed.
Huh.
Chip probably knows the best.
I think you nailed it.
Cheaper, faster, better.
I mean, I think that was the biggest, is that we could do it better, and I think.
Well, there was the cleanup that was, happened out at one being Orchard Springs. That was one of the impetuses to take it over.
I also think some of the 4E discussions were not going well, might have played a role.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's just helpful to know the history of how we got to where we are.
Our concerns are rooted in risk, liability, and
Yep.
financial.
Right, risk and liability, that's my concern.
So, three things. Not happy with $457,000.
Nobody is.
Not going to accept the risk and liability. And number three is the bigger picture that during this FERC licensing, they think they can just keep piling on conditions.
Yes.
But what we've heard today is that they may have gone too far. And hydro has been an incredible contributor to this community.
Yep.
It has produced enough energy to offset all of NID's carbon, things, and power up to 60,000 additional homes. It has been paying its way and doing incredible things, but now they're milking it to the point where they could kill the golden goose. And when that happens, you're killing a renewable green energy that's clean, and clean. And if you want to keep piling on the conditions, and it becomes too expensive to do, then people aren't going to do it. And so what is the end game? Well, the end game is, one of these fires has now been the biggest carbon, contributor to climate change. And people have to take that into account. And just like a lot of the water now in the FERC licensing, all this water, the cold water, it has to go down. 1 acre of irrigated pasture in the foothills is equal to 1 acre of Amazon rainforest for carbon sequestration. So if we're having to get rid of 46,000 acre feet a year to satisfy a FERC licensing, we're fallowing 15,000 or more acres of pasture land that no longer be irrigated. Now we're contributing more to climate change and the bad aspects of it. And so we're losing carbon sequestration. So the big picture is, hey, don't keep piling on the conditions because you're going in the wrong direction.
I was astounded when I saw it first.
So Jennifer, I'd just like to say, I mean, I'm with Rich. I think the 457 I think we should ask him, sharpen your pencil and drive down your costs. I mean, if we can do it for less, then they can do it for less.
How much does it cost us to do the same work?
Last year, we did everything, that includes zone corridor, our group sites for $368,000.
How much do you think is attributed to our group sites? 40?
Yeah, group sites are really easy.
20?
Yeah.
So maybe 340?
I think the most.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, zone corridor is difficult just because.
How much total? About 340.
Yeah.
For that, so 340 as opposed to 457.
Yeah, I would ask them to sharpen their pencils. I mean, I think that, the concern I have is that there does not appear to be any flexibility on their end. It's okay, NID, fork it over or else. We're not going to change the rates, we're not going to indemnify you, and we're going to require you to pay $457. And I'm like, how is it going to be different next year? I mean, we're going to be facing the same thing, and we're going to be, to Rich's point, driving hydro out of business. And I think we need to, I respect the fact that we have campers waiting in line to get in their site, but I'd like to see the Forest Service demonstrate coming our direction to a degree too, because we're saying we're really coming your direction. I'd like to see them do the same.
So 340?
Make me feel a whole lot.
The counter,
Yes,
right?
the counter, right.
I mean, we said 150, they said 450, it's now our turn to come back and counter.
Okay.
But that said, everybody, they have to find a concessionaire, right?
I think they were planning on using their own staff.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
That was the cost estimate we saw.
Yeah, they just need to look for camp hosts, and that's gonna be difficult, because even if we decide, even if we were gonna take it, I mean, a lot of camp hosts have already found their gig for the summer, so.
Yeah, they're also gonna have some challenges, I think, they have some contracting issues and delays with some of the septic pumpers and those types of things. So I do think we probably gonna have to work with them and use our own contracts for some of
Well,
those.
so I mean, that was my point, is
Yeah.
that, you know, for us to come back, I think I agree with you, but we have to get this done, right? I mean, it's gonna be mid-April.
Yeah.
If we come back to another board meeting, it'll be.
So this has been going on from one of the.
No, I agree.
Yeah, one of the.
I agree.
We notified them in September. One of the delays
Yeah.
was we were told they could meet our conditions, and it turned out in fact that they were not able to.
Right.
Well, and I can appreciate that, they're a big
They
bureaucracy.
absolutely are.
So, but if we're in it together, then they need to show we are in it together and make a step toward understanding NID's position and not put the full financial burden on us. And I think if we can operate lean, mean, and smart with high quality, they can do it too.
Federal government operate lean.
That's an argument.
With $10,000.
Well, they can,
I'm not sure.
I bet you the people on this call who work for U.S. Forest Service would say that is, we can do it. And
think that they
I'd like to
probably
see it.
want to do it, they may not
Yeah.
be empowered to do it.
Could be.
So, well, anyway, that's where we are.
Okay.
So we're gonna hear from them, because there's folks on the line. Oh, let's.
I did have just a curiosity about the fire response. So let's say there was a fire up at Jackson, or that complex. What's the path of fire response? I mean, do they call, and where's the nearest
CDS.
CDF? Where's the nearest, where are they located?
Well,
Response time typically.
yeah, when we had that fire, last year's fire that was down by the lake, they actually contacted me, and they were the Forest Service sent their plane over. But the year before, we had got it out and then contacted Forest Service, and then they came out and mopped it up for us. It took them about an hour to get out.
It's probably our minimum response time for the,
So
or
if I
unless there are,
an hour
someone's already in the area.
Probably come from their Sierraville
Yeah,
or
'cause
trucking
they have Sierra.
facilities.
And there is, I mean, if there's a fire out there, anybody, CAL FIRE, Forest Service,
They're all there.
nobody is delaying by any means getting to it, it's just the remote location.
So it would take an hour to get there.
Or planes are up,
Unless the plane is up in the area.
Hard to say.
bring a hot shot crew out of Washington.
Yeah, that was one of our huge concerns, is we're actually running out of any spring water, and if you cannot put the marshmallow fire out, you're in trouble.
So what do you have for firefighting equipment or tanks,
Hose?
people, do you have a hose there in the camp?
Yeah, we have hoses, I mean, we have faucets all around. Operations and maintenance put in really nice, fire hydrants. And so as long as we have water up there, you know, we are okay, we can fight something off. We have, you know, a 100-gallon tank that's in the back of our truck. I mean, that's not gonna put out a big fire, but it's, exactly, we have some options. But the problem that we have too is that, you know, this last year with the drought, our wood camp, tank was full of water, but our aspen didn't have water. So if there was a fire on the aspen side, we wouldn't have any way to deal with it.
And the storage tanks are very, very small. So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of volume there to fight a fire. You're better off using a pump in the lake.
Yeah.
Fire hydrants don't do so well in crown fires.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have pumps and hoses that we can throw a pump in the lake.
We have a small pump, but the fire departments have one, and they've used it.
They don't.
Yeah, other firefighting agencies are always welcome to use our water if there's a
Yeah.
huge fire, and they do, they don't even ask.
Okay. Let's see,
Public comment?
yes. Would any member of the public like to comment on this issue of, U.S. Forest Service owned campground? Start on your phone, Rachel Hutchinson, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Hutchinson. I'm the acting district ranger on the Sierraville district of the Tahoe National Forest. I really appreciate you guys taking the time today to discuss this. This has been something that we have been working on for the last several months with NID staff. And just to reiterate what Monica said, it's been a pleasure to work with her. I am filling in behind Quentin Youngblood, who retired in December. She mentioned him before. I would say that I have a couple of comments that I want to make, some that are in direct response to some of the items that you guys have been in discussion about, others are things that we want to make sure we clarify as the Forest Service at this point in time. One is, I think someone made a suggestion that there's a team of folks from NID that helps us come to a resolution on this matter, and I think that's a really good idea. I really appreciate everything you guys have said in this meeting, and I think that for the most part, the kinds of things that you're talking about are the same kinds of things we're talking about on the other side. So it would be good for us to continue that conversation as we move forward. I also want to say that, and Jennifer did say this at the beginning of her briefing, but the recreation facilities associated with Jackson Meadows, they've been part of NID's FERC license, I understand, since it was first initiated in 1963. This was again clarified by FERC in a June 2017 letter where they sort of restated the terms of that license. And they said, and I'm quoting this letter because it's the easiest way to do it, the licensee will be responsible for the construction and implementation of all recreation facilities. So the U.S. Forest Service, we want to see these facilities open for the 2022 season. A lot of that reason is because they're a really important recreational experience for the public. The public really loves these facilities. We love to see people out there. Jackson Meadows is a beautiful place to spend time. The other is that we are, like you, concerned about sort of an increase in vandalism, an increase in dispersed camping, which even as you folks have noted, people like to go out in the woods and hide and start fires. When they're in their campsite, when they're putting their fire in a camp ring, it's a lot safer in terms of the risk and the fire risk associated with that. So we really want to see these facilities open, and I really appreciate you as a group, you as a body saying that you want them open as well. I think that over the next year, I like the idea of us trying to come to some kind of resolution about how these facilities are going to be operated over the long term. There are several options that NID could employ in order for them to be able to fulfill their requirements under FERC. Paying the U.S. Forest Service is not the only option. So I think that we can talk about that and try to work through a solution together. I think, finally, I think that we do understand that our cost proposal was rejected initially. What we've seen in the cost breakdown over the years, and I have this in front of me, and I think it's in your board packet, 2019, there was a cost of $320,000. 2020, it was $421,000. And 2021, it was $386,000. Jennifer's right in saying that, we have certain contracting restrictions. And I think had we had a more open conversation about this, we probably could have sharpened our pencils a bit more. However, I do think that, this is the first time we're going to be operating these facilities, and we do have some startup costs that are going to make it really difficult for us to be able to ratchet some of those costs down for this season. I also want to call to your attention that we were able to get a letter out to Jennifer that was signed by Eliolano and sent over on the 21st, which does ask that we start working on this together and try to reach an acceptable agreement by April 8th. So that's just a request back to the board and to the staff that we start working on this immediately and try to come to resolution. That is because of hiring, because of contracting, and because if we're gonna get this open, we need to start working on it immediately. And that is the end of my comments. Thank you very much for listening. Let me know if you have any questions back.
Thank you, Rachel.
She mentioned there's some solutions. What are they?
You paying them and they can pay a concessionaire, or we could hire our own concessionaire.
No, but
She
said we hadn't explored.
So if we hire the concessionaire, the liability would still be on us.
We still have the same liability.
Yeah, I understand that, but
There's some very, very significant differences in legal interpretations of the FERC licensing in general.
I'm hearing that.
Yeah, and it is NID's FERC license.
Yeah.
And so it is our responsibility to determine how we implement this and how we do not implement it. So from that said, this keeps getting brought up and up and up, but the U.S. Forest Service is not the first license implementer.
exactly.
Yeah, so if they had a complaint, they would file a complaint with FERC, just as we would, and FERC would issue the decision. Yeah.
And what was that letter she was referencing from?
They sent a letter late yesterday afternoon. Frankly, I have not even, I did see the April 8th date.
But the one from FERC.
Oh, she's talking about a 2017 letter, which there is also, we also have correspondence from the U.S. Forest Service that acknowledges that they do not believe we are required to pay for the recreational facilities. So it is a little bit, kind of back and forth. I think in that, like I said earlier, in the consideration is trying to move forward for the season. I think we can kind of put those differences aside. But, we are picking out sections of language out of context.
Well, my take on that, reading through that word implementation.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Yes, now, does that mean operation and maintenance? Does that mean build it, make it work, and then goodbye?
Yeah.
Right, so, that needs to be.
But with that said, so, there is an option. We can just say, we're gonna pay under protest and go to for declaratory relief. I don't think that we're there. I think we can work through this issue. And, we do have to take into consideration that in the new FERC license, we are required to pay for the operation.
No, we are.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Once it's ever issued,
I have a question.
if that ever happens.
Go ahead.
On the first, I know that there's been recent correspondence, and it seems to be sending FERC these letters back and forth. Is that what the more recent FERC correspondence?
There has been, all of the correspondence with FERC is the letters. We sent one letter to FERC, and I had forwarded it to the board, but I can resend it.
Right, and so what was the purpose, just to let FERC know that that's going on, or?
Yeah, so FERC, from their previous ruling, their 2017 letter said that it looks like you've reasonably tried to work these issues out, right? So they will be the ultimate arbitrator of whether or not we're meeting our license conditions. And so when the U.S. Forest Service, they are the ones who sent the letter to FERC first. We were then required to respond to that letter.
So they contacted FERC to let.
Correct.
To ask for clarification on what does the license mean?
I think they were notifying them that they thought we were not in compliance with the license.
So FERC is aware of this going on.
Yeah, the FERC moves very, very slow. So if we were gonna ask for FERC to weigh in, we're talking months.
It'd be
6
next
months,
season.
it could be, we just received a response back from FERC on a letter that we submitted, what was it, in 2019?
He's going to choke.
It was a while ago.
I had asked staff, I go, is this real? Is this, their letter says this letter is in response to the letter you sent in 2019, and it was real.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we will.
We have another caller.
Oh.
Supervisor Bullock.
Supervisor Bullock, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the board and also the senior staff that put time into solving this issue, as we see in the High Sierra and many other locations in Nevada County, and District 5 is not unique in this, and just that the pressure from the recreational community that our area is experiencing is quite phenomenal. And I think with that comes risk, both to the forest and the watershed, which is your primary objective in preserving that, obviously. You've done a great job. But I just wanted to say thank you for making this a priority. It's important to District 5 and for Nevada County and also Sierra County. And I think that there's probably some movement on both sides to meet in the middle, which I feel is entirely appropriate for this. And again, like Nevada County, the board just adopted a new recreational priority objective to add to our objectives for 2022. So if there's additional assistance needed or anything we can do to partner with NID in a way that makes it feasible, sustainable, or implementation elements a little bit easier to deal with as we go through this next operating season and maybe 2023 as well. Definitely open to that, and please reach out and we'll talk about that. But I just want to say thank you for making this a priority for the county and for District 5 specifically.
Chris?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your suggestions.
Chris?
Yes.
Hardy, this is Rich Johansson. Hey, thank you. And is that a county offer to kickstart your recreational department by taking over this?
Not sure we're there yet, Rich, but love to have coffee and talk to you about that and growing fruit and water and all kinds of good things.
Oh, come on up.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to comment today, starting on your phone? Okay, seeing none, do we have direction
Can I just,
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if this is a question or an observation. Both Hardy and Rachel commented about, partnering. And Monica, you talked about kind of your organizational strengths in this area. And I just wondered if, particularly if we're looking at a longer-term strategy of transitioning the operation to the Forest Service, if this year we might look at an in-kind contribution. So we would agree that certain amount of Monica's expertise or her team's expertise would be lent to the Forest Service in exchange for a reduced $457,000 commitment. Because part of what Rachel mentioned is that they have a learning curve and a hurdle to get over this first year, and we could certainly help to soften that hurdle.
Well, we will be up there working at the same time. That's kind of why we decided to keep the water system. And also, we do have shared areas, like the Aspen group, Aspen Day Use. There we have the Tass Creek Boat Launch. We have Wood Camp side. So one of that pieces is that NID would continue to facilitate over on the other side of the lake, and the boat launch at Wood Camp and the day use we would take care of.
No, we would always help. Yeah, for sure.
Well, and we would fix all the leaks. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Every year, that's huge.
they're also getting campgrounds that are far better shape and condition than when we took them over.
Right.
That's correct.
I mean, infrastructure is invaluable.
I'm very proud of it.
Yeah.
You should be.
Wonderful job, wonderful job.
You're here.
And the thing is too, is like, because Hillary and I, we talk, and, if we're out in the middle of Bowman Corridor and we pass by Jackson Creek bathroom and it's horrible, we're gonna clean it up. I mean, we're right there, why not?
Yeah.
I think, the relationship issue is not a two-way issue. We don't have an issue. We have some very significant concerns that have been expressed since September with the agreement and the cost. And there hasn't been a whole lot of gives on that side. But it sounds like we are able to move past these issues now.
Yep.
And everything should be open and we should be good.
We're not going past 340,000.
We're not going that far past it.
Okay, thank you, Monica, thank you, Jennifer, thank you, everybody who's watching on this one. That brings us to, the manager's report.
I don't know a whole lot since we are getting late, but I did think that Chip wanted to provide a quick update on our favorite topic, water supply.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Director Peters had asked for a quick update on the river fire, almost forgot, and Greg, Mr. Jones has that prepared.
Okay, we'll jump right into it. So, we looked favorably at the forecast, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, and unfortunately, none of that came to fruition. So I no longer believe forecasting, period. It just makes me depressed.
You just now came to that realization.
How many years did it take? Give up.
Hey, Chip, I'm an economist or ag economist, right? You know why they invented economists? Make meteorologists look good.
There you go. Okay, so the latest data as of the 16th shows 45.4 inches of precipitation, and we continue to dive underneath the average line, so we're only at 85% of average. Not great. March snow survey, those numbers haven't changed, they're the same as what I showed you last time. And I should state that we plan on coming back to this board at first meeting in April with all the new and latest details of the April 1st snow survey, along with a forecast on where we anticipate being through the delivery of the summer months, and we can make a more educated decision on surplus watering it out. So this is just kind of to hold you over until the next meeting, where I can provide you more detail. This is kind of an interesting slide, a little hard to see right now on the screen, but this came out from NOAA, and it shows that through the winter, you can see the storms really focused on one part of California. So the lighter colors, the white and the light tan, is where the majority of precipitation hit, and they were at 90 or above 100% in precip. We happen to be in that corridor, which kind of explains why we're not in great shape, but we're not nearly as bad as the rest of the state. This slide kind of shows that. Our reservoir storage, we're at 200,700 acre feet, which is 94% of our 8-year average and 74% of our total capacity. I just talked with Tor this morning. He said that within the last few days, some of our remote snow sensing equipment is showing at the lower elevations, snow rot is occurring. The upper elevations are just now beginning to turn. And, you know, obviously with the hot temperatures we're seeing this week, we expect that, but this is earlier than normal. So if I had a graph of all of our reservoirs, you'd see our lower reservoirs are full, our Bowman and Jackson Meadows are not. But they are really starting to fill now because the snow melt is coming in. The California Drought Monitor, this is February 8th. I just thought I would walk you through the progression. This is most of the state in severe drought, but March 8th, you can see it's already starting to turn red, and then the latest one from March 15th, here we go again, looks familiar. The 8 to 14 day precip outlook, I just told you I don't believe any of this, and I continue to believe that way. So the 8 to 14 day shows near normal conditions. And then the 3 to 4 week again shows equal chances, so your guess is as good as theirs. And let's see, we went over these reservoirs last time. If you're interested, when I come back in April, I'll bring them back up and give you the status update of them as well. And then last but not least, I think you saw this as well, our treated water usage was high in February, and that's just because it's super dry. I would expect when we roll into March, it'll be something similar, where usage will be higher than average due to the dryness we're experiencing.
So we're still on track to stay at stage 1?
Well, that's...
We're not getting the response?
Well, I'm not prepared to say that yet. So we are still on track for stage 1. Until I get you the April 1st snow survey data, I can't give you a well-informed forecast. So I'd like to come back to this body with that. We will also have more response from our customer base on the amount of increases and decreases from our irrigation customers. We just sent out the billing. We're getting a lot of response both ways, actually. I'm encouraged with the amount of discounts or reductions, but we've had a lot of customers also ask for new accounts or increases. Because it's dry, it's a drought, people are concerned, and I get both sides of it. So, but I will come back and give you more information on both of those topics.
And did we execute our agreement with PG&E for the water that we want to buy from them?
Yes, we don't have a firm number with them yet, but we've already indicated with them we're going to buy whatever is available through the summer, and they're well aware of that.
Okay.
But we have no space to store it right now on the lower elevation.
No, we do.
We do?
At times, we can be buying their water and direct diverting it to our customers and not pulling from storage to do it.
Is this online, Chip?
It is not.
Could we put it online somewhere?
Let me back that up. So a couple of the slides are online. The precip and the reservoir and the treated water conservation are all online. It's in our water tab, and we update them every week.
Okay.
It's in the recreation tab.
Newsletter too.
Yeah.
It's in the recreation tab under hourly.
Is the statewide reservoir storage in that deck?
No.
Could we, I really think that's important for people to see not only our local condition, but the statewide condition.
How about we include a link? That way.
Okay.
Daily.
Sure, perfect.
So that way the updates, everybody just clicks on the link.
Nice.
I mean, the comparison is so stark.
Yes, yes.
It really is.
I can add this to today's meeting too, after the meeting.
Thank
You
you.
want me to do that? Just an additional document to submit.
Sure, that would be fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The river fire update, we were asked to give you a river fire update as of today. If you recall, February 9th, we came to you with a resolution adopting a grant application to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Let me back up. Right around before the end of the year, we had treated roughly 80 acres of about 320 that had been burned in the river fire. NID owns about 320 acres in that river fire of about 2,200, I think, acres that burned in total, private, state, and federal lands. We did about $300,000 worth of emergency work last fall. And luckily, the work that we did really held up after that bomb cyclone. We really didn't see as much erosion as we think we could have. So the treatment areas that we did that were within the 100-foot buffer zone of the river, we thought held up pretty darn well. We went back and did some more work over the period of time, spent about $300,000 last year. Fast forward to this year, February, we brought a resolution to apply for a Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant to do the rest of the 280 acres of land, 250 acres of land. And what we were going to be doing, and what the plan was, is to be doing mastication, hand crew, thinning, cutting, lopping, and scattering, chipping, piling different logs, application of herbicides, as well as replanting. So we put that application into the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. That was for about a $1 million total project bid. We asked for about $975,000 from them, and or $924,000, I'm sorry. And so they read our application, they came back to us, and just today, our staff met with the Conservancy. The Conservancy is not interested in funding the replanting or the herbicide work out there. So they talked to us today about amending our application request to just focus on the mastication and hand crews and critical erosion metrics and critical erosion opportunities. So we're looking to adjust that down from about a 250-acre area to about 150 acres of NID land, removing the herbicide application and removing the tree planting as well. They were not interested in that.
Interested in planting the tree?
That's correct, in replanting the area.
Replanting, they don't mind the paint turn away.
So we're looking at roughly total project from about $1 million to about a $770,000 project, and we're looking to ask for somewhere around $550,000. So it's a shame that it's less. I mean, we anticipated this was to be a good opportunity, but it was interesting. We did go out there with the Conservancy, and as we're standing there and looking at it from Google Earth, right, you could say, well, we are such a small, this kind of goes back to that small percentage of total acreage that NID has direct control over in a much larger watershed application. And when you stand there, or you look from a Google Earth perspective and you say, this Conservancy is going to give you so many dollars for such a postage stamp, what's the rest? What are your neighbors doing? Well, you look around and it's private lands, it's state lands, and it's federal lands, and you say, I don't know.
Not doing much.
Right, not doing much. And so it is kind of it's a bitter pill to swallow, but we still have to complete and do what we can on our properties and the things that we can control, because it is still quite a bit of area. There are some erosion opportunities if heavy rains come, when they come, to get into the river, and then that affects our downstream reservoir, affects our operations in sediment, et cetera. So we're hopeful that today's conversation that happened this morning with SNC will prove to be a grant that is less than what we anticipated, but it'll still be helpful on the site.
Very.
That's the update.
Two questions. One, that would include transportation to the biomass cogen plant?
No.
Okay. And two, who owns the federal lands?
BLM. They're our direct neighbor they're in the Nevada County side.
Where they have double standards?
No comment. But yeah, they own a particular portion of land just to kind of between the river and our property to the northeast of our Taylor Crossing area up to the bottom of Meyer Road. So there's a whole section in there that's BLM area. State Parks owns below the burn or below us and on the Placer County side. As a matter of fact, that's where the fire started. Out of, I think they came to a realization that it was human caused out of that Bear River campground.
Yeah, the campground.
Yeah.
Oh, it's campfire.
So, any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Board Resolution 2021-30, declaring it an emergency, that emergency contracting where we don't have to follow competitive requirements and CEQA exemptions and extended. It says that the board shall regularly and continually review whether or not local emergency conditions as set forth in resolution continue to exist until the board determines that the subject emergency no longer exists. And how will we know that it no longer exists? Before you said it was because we were seeking reimbursement, but then the last meeting you said we're not seeking reimbursement. So do we need this declaration to apply for these grants?
I don't believe so any longer. We plan to bring this back at the end of, pretty soon, probably in the next meeting or maybe at the end of April. But it technically is still a FEMA, emergency area, along with the Caldor fire and along with the Dixie. So it is a Northern California emergency, designation. Well, the district followed the federal designation.
The emergency resolutions do two things. They allow you to be eligible for any funding reimbursement, and then it allows for the special contracting. We haven't been utilizing the special contracting. So I guess the real question is do we feel that there's any additional opportunity for reimbursement?
So I don't think so from the federal side.
And also through Cal OES.
And that's what I mean, yeah, both Cal OES and the federal government. I think the expenses that we've spent to date and the amount of administrative effort that it takes to account for that money over the long run determined it's just not a cost benefit to the district. So we're spending more proportionate share of cost to get a dollar than we would if we had a much larger emergency that really affected our infrastructure. I mean, those federal emergencies with OES and FEMA, really, you gotta fit in the box of, are you in a public infrastructure problem? A dam, a bridge, a road, a public water system. We're none of those in this area. This is all remote forested landscapes. And it just, in going through meeting after meeting with FEMA, it became apparent that in order to put our box in their hole, it just wasn't going to work all that seamlessly. And so it was just a matter of kind of walking away and saying, thank you, but we're gonna handle this, and we're gonna go after other opportunities, SNC grant. We've worked with them in the past. We really enjoy, they know who we are. We work with them really well. So this was a way, kind of shifting focus away from the federal and the OES process to more of a local SNC opportunity.
So we're probably to the point where we can close the emergency down.
Yeah,
You might wanna wait.
There is, the only element there is that area is rife with a lot of unsavory characters down there.
Mm-hmm.
Trespassing issues, loitering, dumping of equipment, dumping of stuff.
Wow.
And so, it still is we still are concerned of falling dead trees when somebody's walking around on the Cobbly area and panning for gold near the riverbank. It was just recently burned in a pretty darn good fire. And to be honest with you, we haven't had the opportunity nor the expertise to do any sort of structural safety review out there. I know.
Might still wanna take something down.
I know we do have people that like to go out there, and they are going there. There's a handful of folks that want permission from us to go out there. We've kind of been holding back a little bit just because of that safety concern. We have no way to stop people from going there anyway, but by giving an authorization to go out and knowing that there is burnt trees, things are just falling down as well as we know all over the county. It's lessening in severity as the days go by because what would have fell down really has kind of already been down by now, but it's one of those things that we're still reviewing, and I think we can probably bring declaring this resolution that you mentioned, Director Peters, technically over in the district's perspective relatively soon.
Will we continue to do the work that you envisioned, such as the pest or the herbicide coming down and replanting trees?
That is a good question. It's gonna cost the money if we did do it. This was under consultation with our veg management staff who have expertise and they have certifications to do this type of work. I know the conversation during that resolution was, what kind of herbicides are we using?
Yeah, I
Are they
asked that.
organic? What's the, and I don't still know that complete answer yet. This SNC, review kind of has currently put that on hold. The problem with that is that in 2 to 3 years from now, the regrowth vegetation off of those cut stumps and dead trees are just going to be yet another management hurdle and another cost that we're gonna have to do going back out there.
Right.
So I would like to say that we can move forward with an herbicide application. Maybe it's not this budget year, but maybe it's next. And our veg management crew and superintendent finds good applicable things that, herbicides that if it did make its way into the waterway, it would dissolve and not be a problem.
Yeah.
So we could theoretically use this resolution to enter into contracts outside of competitive bidding to do that kind of work. Is that one of the reasons to keep this going?
Only if it was an emergency, if it was something that needed to be done immediately.
We did use it, but we won't be from now on. We'll be going back to normal
So it
purchasing
sounds
process.
like the purpose is this, is no longer needed.
Yeah, we wanna let us look into it. We'll report back. Aren't we, didn't you say we were coming back with the?
I think end of April is the plan, but only, it's mostly a safety consideration for others that are down there. But, it's not necessarily for the purchasing process.
That's what this authorizes, extended contracts, exemptions from CEQA.
It serves a larger purpose outside of that.
Yeah.
Outside of what's on here.
Anybody sue the campground?
I don't know that.
Pretty early.
I'm not sure. I think it was wasn't it just a few weeks ago that it was determined?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's a very short time.
So I'm not sure. I don't know of any.
Who did they sue?
Who would they sue?
Yeah,
Those people who own the campground.
Well, the county runs it. County runs it and the parks own it.
And they're not gonna open it this year. I heard that it's gonna.
There's anything left?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was the upper part, it was
I haven't heard.
northern edge of
The way they ran it was pretty negligent, and
They didn't have.
That river corridor has a lot of concerns in it. I mean, all the way up and down it, and it's remote. People can hide in different places, and they can spend a long time right on the river and have quite a nice summer life down there. And no one really knows that they're there. And that goes on.
all because we import water from Sierra County.
That's my update. Any questions?
All right, so you bring it back to us.
Yes, we will be bringing that resolution that you mentioned back.
Is that it, Jennifer?
That's it, that's all we have. Oh, I also went to, one more thing, I did attend the South County MAC.
How'd that go?
It was wonderful.
I heard great things, by the way, feedback. We wish we had more time to hear Jennifer. She was great.
I was having a hard time not participating in the part that I wasn't involved.
Yeah.
For the back.
I was on the back, but it was a land use conversation, and, it was master planning the Higgins area.
Mm-hmm.
So I was,
We'll supply the water.
just move the hotel.
Yeah, right,
That's it, that's all I have.
Thank you. General message, or board of directors items, reports. Anybody got one? You want to start? We'll start, okay?
Yeah. Should turn my mic up. So, last week, I was invited to attend a large roundtable that had 25 local folks, along with a couple county supervisors and county staff. There was OES and the head gentleman, Brian Estes, head of CAL FIRE, a couple supervisors, but mostly local folks who had been involved to one extent or another in county and city government, former planning commissioners and so on. And the purpose for this was to discuss you know, our fire response, the county did a, survey to find out amongst the population, I think they've surveyed 1,000 people or something, what is your top, you know, most important things in terms of fire, and how would you rate it? And it was, first was, you know, fire preparedness and forest thinning, and second was evacuation routes, and so on. So they divided all of these things together. It was quite a presentation, but the end result was that the county is giving very serious thought, it hasn't been acted on yet, to enact a half-cent sales tax in this county, specific to and targeted for fire-related mitigation, for forest thinning and evacuation routes, actually, primarily. And so the charge to those of us who were in attendance was to hear the presentation, kind of banter about what we thought about it. There was lots of good ideas. And then at the end of it, it was like, how many people with a raise of hands would support a half-cent sales tax? Okay, of you, how many of you would actively work to support the county's effort in doing this? So it was really interesting. I think it's going to be an ongoing group. And there are folks from across political and ideological spectrums, there's insurance agents, and I mean, it was like this wide swath of Nevada County. So it was really a great discussion. I was glad to be a part of it, and it'll be ongoing. So there's that, and also stay tuned. They will be continuing. And then the second thing I wanted to just bring up is, we had said back, gosh, I want to say last June or something, or July, that we were going to make a drought declaration and signal where we were going with the drought early on, and we were shooting for February, or, certainly no later than March, and because we have all of our ag folks who need and do their plant, I'm sure they've all figured it out already, we're too late, but, what their planting needs are going to be, and how much water they're going to get, and so on, and we haven't followed through with that. And when I asked Jen, she said, well, we can't really make a different drought declaration because we've got 85% of our capacity or whatever. But, I just wanted to remind us collectively that we kind of did make a,
Well, we did. We came back in February. I thought when we were discussing it, you were talking about February to now.
Oh, well, I don't know that we've really talked significantly about forecasting. Okay, everybody, we're thinking about, like we did, Chip, last year, we thought, well, should we shorten the season, or should we, roll back, run the system tighter, which is what you did. And so anyway, I just want us to remember that we did make a commitment to talking about very proactively for our ag community what our plans are and how we want to address what everyone sort of thinks is this upcoming drought.
I appreciate that, and yes, we did come in February, we did give forecasts.
Yes.
We did project it out, and I think the one thing we learned from last year was to do a worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
We did that in February, and even with a worst-case scenario, we felt like stage one was appropriate, so we made that. We released stage two, went back to a stage one.
Right, I remember that we did
hit
that.
the go button for our irrigation customers and told them that's where we're heading for this summer's irrigation season, and we sent out the bills as a stage one drought.
Mhm.
So for all intents and purposes, we did that, we did it early as we could, when we sent out the bills. I think what you're gonna see, and I don't know all the details yet, but I think what you're gonna see at the next meeting is it does look like that worst-case scenario that we projected out is where we're gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still, I think the numbers are gonna show that a stage one drought is still appropriate.
Really? So we don't think we'll have to go to a stage two?
I don't wanna guarantee you that, no, I'm saying stage one
staying at
was
where
the
we're at.
appropriate call.
Yeah.
Yep.
But moving to a stage two, no one sees that happening?
Not at this point.
Not yet.
Let me get the data and we'll confirm it.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, no, we made that call in early February so that we could send out the bills and tell all of our irrigation customers, here's what we plan for the summer. And that's where we're at.
Because, I know the state just cut back their deliveries from whatever it was down to 5%.
Right.
And so are we gonna need to be?
They're coming off of Shasta and Orville.
I know that, I know. It's really a different watershed.
We were-
It's all different.
Where Chip showed where the precipitation is largely landed, that's like, we're okay, but we will not be in good shape next year.
Right.
We're gonna be big time hurting.
That's where, I think.
And so do we need to broadcast a better conservation message? Say,
Yes.
hey, we got lucky, because,
So we're.
We're up the I-80 corridor,
We're up
which
the
seems to
I-80
be,
corridor.
yeah, it seems to be.
We met last week to really start ramping that up.
Okay, good.
And, doing more public outreach and more, social media outreach, as well as reaching out to maybe RWA and some of the local agencies and jump on board and look for grant funding, all those things.
Yeah, we've got it. We had a nice
You're on it,
meeting,
okay.
last week, and so I think we're in the midst of really ramping that up. It has been there. We have been talking about conservation for,
No, I know it has.
Yeah, so while you were, attending remotely, I was able to hand out conservation packages to all the board members of everything we've handed out, and so I still have yours, and I will bring it.
Oh,
to
you do? Oh, I would love to have it. Thank you, Chip. And my apologies, but again, I've been out in the community since I've been back like nonstop, and people are going, how come we're not talking about the drought? How come we don't know what's going on? How come we're not, and it's like, I don't know, I'll find out, I'll ask, where we are.
there's now, I think, on our main webpage, one of those 6 main buttons is a direct link to all of our drought and conservation efforts.
Okay.
And, our irrigation mailings went out last week, and inside of each one of those billings we sent out is a voluntary reduction slip. We're in a drought, please do.
I remember you said you were gonna send those, yeah.
We are doing.
It's so interesting to be part of the state where you've got people buying water in their water tanks, not just right here, but in other places, Mendocino, you know, and then we have water. Wow, I don't know anywhere else but here.
The cities we may not.
We don't have that much water.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that we're better off than most places in the state. Is that true? Would you say that?
This year, it
This
just
year.
happened to be the way that first set of really good storms hit us.
The same as last year.
And then
So,
Yeah.
It is not every year.
to segue with,
Go ahead.
okay,
Go ahead.
segue what Ricky's talking about. So Chip went to the Ag Advisory Commission last week, I was there, handed out these, voluntary 10% cards, so everybody would sign them, hand them out to their friends. The message was, if we get the 10%, we're in good shape. If we don't, we may have to go deeper. But I think we're in better shape than we were last year, because we're at 200.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out, we're about 20,000 acre feet more at this time this year than we were last year. But again, until I get the rest of the snowpack data, I don't wanna totally jump off the ship yet,
But there's better prospects for runoff too, as long as the state doesn't curtail us.
Snowpack is still okay.
Yeah.
The underlying soil beneath the snowpack is showing signs of being a lot wetter than it was last year. If you remember, last year we had a decent snowpack, but it went straight into the ground and never ran off. We're seeing that may be better this year.
Yeah. So we're looking at, what, 200,700 right now, plus some runoff, plus whatever we purchased from PG&E. Down in the valley, again, rice growers usually do about 400,000 acres. This year, it's gonna be 200,000 or less. Every almond grower is taking out trees that are 15 years or older and drilling deeper wells. They're pumping it dry. It is a mess down there. So,
The last thing I forgot to bring up, forgive me. We've made our declaration, the state is not done. And so I think, they sent out a warning last week that says, further drought actions will be coming, and they will be early this year, including curtailment. So if we get actions by the state that affect our water supply or our storage abilities, then we may have to change our messaging. But as of right now, we are a stage 1 drought.
and the governor's message was about as wussy as I've ever heard. But, this drought has fundamentally changed agriculture in California. And, we're already seeing food price increases and food shortages. So get to know your local grower and keep buying food
Go
from
to
them.
the farmer's market.
Yeah, or go to the farm
Or go to the farm.
and just pick what you want. But, all I'm gonna say is, it's gonna be a tough year, but next year could be tougher. And get the message out, everybody, we need 10%, if we don't get it, we're gonna have to go like what Ricky's talking about. And then, God, Everybody's not gonna be happy.
Are we still in director update?
Yes, we are. She's done, he's done. And he went.
We just have to be careful about the back and forth.
Yes, right. Okay, Director Peters.
Okay. All right, let's see. I did attend the Lincoln Rural MAC last night, and so it's always those MAC meetings, as you mentioned, they're the best things going to learn about what's going on in your local neighborhood. So that's a plug for them. And then I would like to, this hydro, I know it was pulled from the agenda this time, but I still think that in 2019 mid-year budget, we approved 6 positions specifically for the Deer Creek South Yuba system. And it was for a maintenance supervisor, a senior utility worker, a project manager, and 3 water system operators. So that was 6 positions, and then the 2020 budget, we had a maintenance supervisor, a branch was added to the maintenance department that said maintenance Yuba Bear. And so there was a whole branch added as a result of this mid-year adjustment in 2019. Well, that was in there until 2020 and 2021, and the whole branch is not showing on the 22 organization chart. And then at the last meeting, we said, well, only 3 positions is all we're gonna need for this Yuba Bear, 3.25 positions for the South Yuba Canal Deer Creek acquisition. And I'm just wondering, whatever happened to these other 6 positions? And so I learned last meeting that the maintenance department is no longer gonna be taking care of that, and that was gonna be moving into the hydro organization, but I don't see it on this hydro. It looks like it says, I don't see a comprehensive look at how we're gonna address the acquisition of the South Yuba Canal and the Bear systems, because we approved some positions before, but those positions weren't mentioned in this last
Those
item.
positions, so you reapprove positions every year, the budget. So they don't necessarily carry over year to year. So we only got rid of the 15 positions from 22 to from 21 to 22. We got rid of them, and then at that time, we said, no, you have to remember, this includes no expenses or staffing for the acquisition of the South Yuba Canal, and we will be coming back at a later date.
Right, and that was the later date, was last meeting, and we said it's only 3.5, you said the staffing increase would only be $2 million a year once these 3 positions are full. But what about these other 6 positions? So,
Yeah, this is.
I'd like to agendize it, I'd like to have it brought back.
So we've already talked about the staffing. The only item that is coming back is related to the management assistant.
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, the staff and
Admin assistant.
admin
Analyst.
assistant.
So we don't have a comprehensive plan of how we're gonna address the long term of this.
We do, I think maybe you're just not, we can show you on the org chart. The org chart, the new org chart has not been updated because of the
Admin analyst.
admin analyst, I keep combining them into one. The admin analyst position not having been yet approved. As soon as that is approved, then we'll have the new org chart.
And the 4 positions in maintenance that were developed were abandoned through attrition, and they no longer exist.
They're not, that's part of that 15 positions we got rid of.
But weren't they dedicated for the Deer Creek? Those positions?
But they were never fully filled.
No.
And when vacancies came up, we transferred those positions out, and they went to.
By the time I got here, there was only 2 individuals still in those positions, and both of those individuals, one went through attrition and one was promoted.
So they're all
Project manager position,
gone.
is the project manager position refilled now? It's still on the org chart.
The project management position in Hydro,
Yeah,
the project management position in Hydro still exists.
and is it filled?
Yes.
We should probably agendize it.
Yeah, let's agendize it. I'd like to see a whole.
Well, okay, I need confirmation from the board, because we're now revisiting something we've visited before. I think it's more of a issue of an org chart. So are we wanting to bring this back again? Because we are taking on the South Yuba Canal very quickly.
Well, I'm wondering if Director Peters can meet with you and just so that she can get
I
the
thought-
minutia questions answered, because it sounds like important questions, but I don't know that we all need to
Yeah,
revisit it
we
unless
can try to
others
answer
think
your
we should.
questions again. I think there's just a
Offline.
misunderstanding of how the positions are newly allocated each year.
Yeah, because without these maintenance workers, I don't know how, I mean, I know the hydro, the powerhouse is important, but it seems like there's only 1 utility worker and 2 operators that are gonna maintain that canal?
So we're confident that we are going to start this year with the staffing we've proposed. And we had indicated to the board, if it was not enough staffing, we would possibly be back for additional.
I remember Ken saying he was just down to the bone here, but he was gonna try and make it work.
Okay, all right, so I just wanted to see, because I didn't hear any discussion about that, just how it all comes together for how we're gonna maintain it. It's a huge acquisition. So that was my point on that one. And then also, I'd like to know the status of the request for the list of task orders for the work completed under the HDR contract, for the Centennial work. I looked again at the audit, you said that all the contracts were in here, and HDR, as of between 2014 and 2017, we paid HDR alone for technical work of $2.6 million. And I think that now going into this plan for water, that they did a lot of technical work on that Bear River system, I would imagine, because that's where the proposed project was. And so I still think that it's a worthwhile endeavor to look at those task orders and see what kind of work of those task orders we can bring forth in the plan for water process, to not have to start from scratch and hire another consultant to do this work, potentially over again.
Well, if you remember that the HDR was hired on to do the technical memorandums for the district that were brought forth at the board and to the public.
Yeah.
Public comment was taken. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, we were directed to go redo it again. So, that may be reflected in some of those task orders. They did all of those memos for us.
In addition, there was a series of public meetings that we had that went through those technical memoranda that we have pledged we will bring all of those questions and those answers back through the public plan for water process, once we reach the point of data collection for the hydrology supply and demand portions of plan for water.
Well, I had also received direction in a closed session meeting that we were gonna move forward, and as appropriate, we can leverage all the information we possibly can. And so that was where that was left off at. There was no.
I remember that.
Yeah, there was no bring back and accounting of task orders. Those have been reported out on several times and were included in all the financial information.
I'm not talking from a financial perspective, I'm talking about from a technical resources perspective.
So I received direction contrary to that.
I'm not talking about, because we paid AECom, Quincy, we paid all these other things, and so specifically for technical work, we paid HDR $2.6 million.
Last I had heard, you did not have consensus from your colleagues on this topic, and so we would need to revisit it. We had decided to move forward and be forward-looking, and so that's what we're gonna continue to do. I think that there's.
I don't want to pay for it again. I don't want to pay for some of the same work again.
So your opportunity to weigh in on the scope of work is when the contract will come before the board, and you'll be able to see it.
But we won't know what's been done, because we don't know what was done under the.
I don't know that the board would have the ability from a technical aspect to dive into any technical details to really make a determination from the data about what would be utilized in future modeling. We will ensure as much as possible can be leveraged.
I've heard there's quite a wealth of information that's never been made public.
I've heard this comment before, and I'm unclear as to where the comment's coming from.
Right, I am too.
I have not found that to be true. I have heard you state that multiple times, that there's been documents that were hidden, and I haven't found them.
Well, then where's the feasibility study or the water supply assessment that was done?
So there are draft documents that are in various stages of completeness, and it really isn't to the benefit of the district to continue to spend time talking about those right now when they're not being utilized.
We paid $2.63 million for
I think we're off
products that
topic.
are not.
Okay,
Okay.
let's beat that horse again.
All right, yeah. Taking your cue, Rich.
Of course.
Okay, that's it.
Laura, Director Hall?
Well, I was in Mendocino and observed at the restaurant tabletop a notice of a 3% surcharge for every bill. And I asked about, they said that's for water. So you think, wow, that's some expensive water. But no, they explained that all the wells in Mendocino have gone dry.
Yep.
And that they are porting water, they originally were porting water from,
Fort Bragg.
No, Fort Bragg is also out of water. They created a desalinization plant and are porting in water. They have a little bit more options than Fort Bragg. But, now they are porting water from Sacramento because the whole region is under severe drought. So, anyway, I just thought it was very startling to hear that. The other thing I would just say is that I have gotten some feedback about upcoming Plan for Water meetings and concern about the way we will be facilitating the strategic planning conversations and other dialogue that are more give and take and trying to gather feedback and input from the public. So I think it would be helpful if we have risk management next, if we could bring forth the methodology we're going to use to facilitate, because I think there remains concern about just how that'll be managed. And I think it would help alleviate some concerns if people understood a little bit more the methodology that you intend to use.
Sure.
Yeah. Last year, Fort Bragg cut off all water tenders. Then they bought the desalinization plant that's now producing about 30% of their
Yeah, that's right.
needs.
Yeah,
They got it up fast.
yeah. But they have 1.8 million visitors a year. So it's not, I mean, but they have no integrated water system. Everybody's on wells. So it really just highlights the importance of our work and also the fragility of our, kind of some of the way systems have developed. Or not. And that was the case of or not.
Yeah, all the towns in the valley are cutting back.
Yeah.
In the Plan for Water, are we gonna have those meetings open now?
We discussed that at the last meeting. It would be close to impossible to have it in this particular room. So
In this room, but we
yeah.
can find other places, yeah?
So that we can do that, but it does add a fairly significant load to staff to have remote locations, but it's up to the board.
We would probably still have it Zoomed wherever we are.
Well, we would Zoom wherever we are, but.
I think some of the meetings are probably worth doing in a more of a community center type of location. I think there are several, I think how we've run it to date is just fine. It was more informational, you can ask your questions, I thought it was very open and give and take. But I think when you do strategic planning, there's something about proximity and, I just think I think that's gonna really set the tone for the rest of the process, even more than what we've already done. So, I think it would help.
You want to go back to the vets building?
Yeah, that.
I don't know that experience.
The last, meetings, I understood it standing, but they fell apart and there was some dissatisfaction with the way.
Weren't they were in this meeting.
The locations weren't ideal.
Some of the strategic planning meetings are in here, yeah.
That's the one at Dutch Glass.
Yeah, that's right, I went to that one. But it was here, it was, I think the chairs were set kind of like this, and then you had small groups, and, we didn't get overwhelmed with, 150 people wanted to participate.
You don't know there's gonna be how many people show up. That's the thing.
Unknowing, yeah.
So let us go back and talk about it and then.
We have two
What about
more.
like the hotel over here?
It really does add a lot of staff time, so let's talk about a plan and then we can bring it back and then we can, the board can provide direction on the.
We have 2 additional stages to go until we get to the strategic plan.
Yeah.
So we have a bit of time which I think are, the 2 stages are more informational as well, as opposed to the back and forth at the strategic plan level.
Right.
And so perhaps the room could open up for those too, because there's probably much participation.
Well, we just passed the Zoom thing.
No, it would still be how we've been doing, that's the idea, is how we've been doing Plan for Water meetings on the Zoom would be how we're intending to do the next couple stages. And then we would think about another option.
Yeah.
Maybe when we get to strategic plan.
Well, we can open it, see how many people come for Rescinding.
Yeah, I know, I think that's.
There's a very significant problem, though. If you get more than 10 people, people are not gonna be able to be in this room, and they're not gonna be happy.
Now, we did do an overflow in the safety room.
Nobody is gonna wanna be in an overflow in the safety
Well, a
room.
whole bunch of us went there, and we were happy to have a place to sit
That's
down and watch.
exactly right.
But you also didn't have a Zoom on.
But you didn't have a Zoom option either, from your home living room.
Yeah.
Well,
But
and we
anyway, I
can
think- I
reconfigure
think-
this room, we don't all need to sit so far apart. I mean, if we used to all five sit at the
We
side.
can revisit this, I mean, we're so off.
Yeah.
Give each director
Yeah.
2 tickets and they can hand them out.
I get to go next.
I have
No,
one more
no,
thing.
Your time is up, Mike.
How to make friends.
It's 5 to 3.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
I have one last quick thing I forgot to do. I want to give a super shout out to our customer service staff because they have been fielding incredible calls in these last couple of months, and they really are worth their weight in gold. So,
Monday, 400, huh?
yeah, congratulations to that. I mean, you guys, if anyone needs a raise, you guys do.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Sounded like adjournment.
I don't have a report, but I do have a comment about the drought. Ironically, we were talking about that. I observed in January that there was a lot of water after the storm going down Bear River, and the dam was not spilling, right? So I finally said to Kean, how much, you're releasing water so the dam doesn't spill, right? She said yes. So the good news was we squeezed a lot of power out of nearly 100,000 acre feet of water went out of Rawlins and down the river, January to the end of February.
Whoa.
Nearly 100,000. Now, I didn't get the exact number from Chip, but it's close to that. Part of that was PG&E was releasing water from Fordyce in order to work on the dam. But my point here is about this problem, not the problem, the unique situation with the Bear River and the runoff that occurs from Bear River. And I think I can remember Rim saying there's enough water in the dry year to fill Centennial Reservoir. There's 6 times that in a wet year that goes down the Bear River. Now, I don't know about the hydrology numbers, but I've observed Rawlins since it's been built, spilling, and the amount of water that goes down the Bear River in a wet year is phenomenal. 2 weeks ago, Doug LaMalfa was, the paper printed an article by him about the California water crisis, and he starts off, last week, federal officials announced that no water will be delivered to any California farmers this year. That's federal water, CBP. But instead of trying to conserve water for beneficial use like growing food or for basic drinking water, state can continue large, unneeded releases of fresh water directly out to the sea unused. And I think that's where that water all went. That wasn't even state released water or anybody's except PG&E. It was. I think it's ironic, and I'm frustrated that this is happening on the Bear River specifically because of the nature of the Bear River, and I call it a low elevation drainage ditch is what it is, the Bear River. And so I will be campaigning on this issue as far as continue to support and if we even had half of that water storage today, we would not be talking about drought. We would have that water.
Yeah, full complement and surplus.
And then we'd have we could help out other parts of the state. How many farmers would love to have that water?
Nevada City would love to have it.
Yes.
What are you continuing to support?
What's that?
What are you continuing to support?
The Centennial Reservoir. Because that water ran down there, and I finally called and said, hey, is Camp Far West filling? They said, yes. So that means once it goes over Camp Far West, they get to fill theirs also out of that portion of water. But anyway, that'll be a direction we need to follow.
All right.
Here we have this massive drought going on, this 100,000 acre feet without pollution. Ironic. And this is the second year that happened in the state when it rained, and they just instead of pumping the water over the San Luis Reservoir, they let it run out to the ocean.
You think it's bad for the ocean to receive water?
No, I don't say it's bad. I think the problem is
He already Well, this has
I
been
know.
the worst round of director
I know, where is the attorney?
I'm gonna be Dustin right now. I
Well,
think
this
we
is-
need to cut this conversation.
Okay.
But I thought in director's reports, you could talk about topics of interest to you. And
Maybe,
The problem-
to
the
bring
problem-
them up in the future,
Right,
we
no.
tend to have this
We-
back and forth
We can
conversation.
bring them up.
I agree
but
with you,
not have
Karen,
a-
now we have a problem.
Not devolve into a two-way about a policy, for instance.
Yeah.
Or,
You shouldn't evolve into a two-way about anything.
right. So that's where we'll leave it.
Oh.
And
Yeah, no, we did.
To finish my report on this issue, as my statement, is that I believe that in California specifically, where we have this dynamic that exists everywhere else in the world, excuse me, that we've got to learn what best suits the needs of the fish and the farmers together cooperatively, collaboratively, not diversity, not division.
Mhm.
Not divisively, thank you for that word. And that would be my focus and direction, how we figure out how much needs to go to the fish, how much we may not be able to farm all this land down in San Joaquin Valley that's desert, or other desert places, because we don't have enough water in California, but figuring that out.
Well,
And then the last part of that is the benefit we derive agriculturally from watering the ground and growing crops versus growing some salmon feeds a heck of a lot of people worldwide. That's my report. That's my position. On that?
Yeah, just in time. Yeah.
Done.
We should have been.
Meeting's adjourned.
I not want the video?
No,
Go, do not.
Yeah.
You're gonna have heartburn.